We're back. Anyway, thanks for being here. If you're here, we're going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. Oh, great. Why people showed up. They're here on time. What a surprise. So we're going to get started. It's going to be great. And you'll love it. I'm just, spamming words because I never know how to start.
I'm getting there.
And then slowly but surely you are weaning off the motorcycle, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Are you, well, since you're 80, 90%, are you, is that sufficient enough to ride now, as in you are still riding?
I was riding a few days after the accident, even when my leg was killing me.
Okay. Fantastic.
Your hair is looking good, Litoid.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's real nice. It looks darker than usual. Maybe it's just the lighting, I don't know. But I feel like it's lighter, usually.
I used goat milk shampoo.
Goat milk shampoo? Really? Okay.
I like it.
Alright. Well, what are the advantages of goat milk shampoo?
Is this recommended by Dr. Mike?
No. I just sort of try shit, right? So I ordered this like hair oil from India called Navratna oil. I don't know if you guys know anything about it. It's Ayurvedic. I know Corey probably is very upset by that word.
Testing.
But it's it contains several herbs,
And
various
spices?
Spices?
Herbs and spices?
No spices, just herbs. And I also use a bunch of other essential oils like peppermint, tea tree, etc. And there's some studies behind tea tree, Corey, that you might want to take a look at. It's pretty good.
No. I see. Well, I mean, I'm assuming you're not using it for antimicrobial issues on your head.
No, believe it or not, the second leading cause of hair loss is microbial growth on the scalp. It can happen to anybody. It's a good way to prevent it from occurring.
Well, I don't know that there are any studies showing tea tree oil will prevent hair loss specifically.
I don't know that, but like follow the chain of causation, it makes sense, right? If it's antimicrobial, and we know that microbes can cause hair loss, therefore, right, can't hurt.
Yeah, but shampoo is also antimicrobial.
I use that as well. Right? So I get the oil on there, scrub it in. I put
you might as well just take some rubbing, some isopropyl alcohol, and just rub it through your scalp.
I advise that. That's a good plan.
I mean, I don't know. My hair's looking pretty good, so clearly it's worked out pretty decently.
I noticed that his hair was looking good. I specifically called it out. So, but I didn't know that you were like super big into hair care, like this, and to the point that you'll try out, like all these different products and stuff. So like, what are your hair care goals?
I just want my hair to feel nice, and this is gonna sound crazy, but just I have a lot of experience with this, so you can take my word for it. I have a pill bottle that I use as like a concoction, like potion vat, basically, where I pour in various different oils to kind of achieve different custom hair oils, right? So I use like olive oil, jojoba oil, tea tree, peppermint, sweet orange extract, variety, sometimes cedarwood, variety of different things, right? I got a whole like essential oil collection, essentially. Really mix it in, and you rub that on your head, let it sit for a little bit, and then I have then the goat milk shit and the anti-dandruff stuff as well, and just like mix it all together, really scrub hard, and it makes your scalp feel like super just like breathable. It's an interesting feeling. You feel very like it's a little bit of a chill. That might be
you have a breathable scalp?
Breathable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he is going to the titty party. Let's watch out for that.
But it could be the lingering
baby oil, GSB, baby. Let's go.
Maybe
get real hair growth.
But it could be the lingering peppermint as well. That probably has.
You could just take some Vicks Vapor Rub, and you get all the breathable on your scalp.
Corey's full of good ideas.
If you want to try it, I'm not opposed to this, right?
Is putting.
I also I have my lucky amethyst crystal right here next to my.
Do you also rub that on your scalp at the same time?
I don't. I've been considering though using one of the amethyst crystals in the pill bottle to supercharge the hair oils. What do you think about that, Corey?
I have many thoughts that are not too kind, but you do you. Like if you're happy with it and you have the expendable income to do these things, I would say entirely unnecessary. You're largely throwing your money away. But if it makes it feel good, then go for it.
I also use charcoal face scrub as well.
Is it activated charcoal, or are you just taking bricks of charcoal?
Activated charcoal.
That's the key. Yeah. You're also just probably wasting your money.
What does activated mean a thing? I don't actually. I've heard that people use that term, but what does that actually mean?
It absorbs toxins.
Yeah, but
I'm not kidding. If you're poisoned, for example, one of the treatments is like
but
activated charcoal. Isn't that right?
You explain my question.
That is different than like your face purposes. Okay, people just and also like activated charcoal in medical setting, they're not just doing it to like, oh, we're gonna soak up the toxins. They're usually doing it to like treat a specific thing of like this person has consumed this specific drug and we gotta like soak it up from their system.
Is there any science to back that, Corey? I mean, what's the difference really? Like,
I'll defer to your two doctorates in your bulletproof
you
cases.
Just trust me, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing that can be wrong with eating charcoal.
Like, what is activated charcoal? You're saying like it absorbs something, but that doesn't answer my question. Yeah,
well, so I mean, at the end of the day, when we're talking about carbon compounds, and there's many different types of carbon. It's just like it's a porous form of carbon that allows stuff to basically soak inside of it. That's all.
That's what they're saying.
Like facial oils and toxins, stuff like that.
Well, you don't always want to strip the facial oils from your face.
Hey, well, hon, now I'm curious, right? Because now we got a lady here. But she might be talking to someone. Are you talking? If you're busy talking to someone, we can wait. Are you...
No, I'm good. Go ahead, ask away.
Maids, butlers.
Yeah, she's giving a command. Here, right? She's told a servant, "Hey, don't move. I'm gonna be here for 3.5 hours. I want you to stay in that position, right? If I see you fucking move, there are gonna be consequences. All right.
There's a person holding the mic in front of her face, I'm sure, just off screen.
Yeah. Another.
They're sitting here with a plate of cheese and grapes, like right over here.
Another a servant is like has a hammer over their hands. Like if you move, you don't know what's gonna happen. But anyway, Ghosty, I wanted to ask you, for reasons, about what you do for hair care. Right, you've got nice looking hair, I think. So we're comparing you to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid does a lot. So I'm curious how much you do.
Nothing. I like shampoo and condition my hair.
Yeah, Lactoid is more feminine. Okay, I thought we established this. All right, now it makes sense, Ghosty. Thank you for that.
No problem.
It just goes to show that Lactoid's probably wasting his money in terms of you get equally good hair on Ghosty with
her hair looks fantastic.
minimal products.
Yeah, what kind of shampoo do you use?
Oh boy, it's a long explanation there.
Various. Various.
Let me listen.
I'm not a slave to big pharma like you guys. You just buy whatever crap Pfizer gives you with the put in your scalp.
Increase my stock prices. Go ahead, guys. That's what we need. More Pfizer stuff.
Where do you buy your shampoo that isn't Pfizer?
The farmer's
approved?
market.
Oh, okay, right.
Well, it's real scientific over there. They put a lot of down-home manure up in the shea products.
Yeah.
Lactoid, I think, and that's the more I learn about you, the more, honestly, no joke, fascinated. Yeah, I think you're a really interesting person. Because you have all these, interesting incongruencies within your personality.
The inner workings of my mind are an enigma.
My chat is telling me, Lactoid, you would look like young JD Vance if you put eyeliner on.
Maybe, actually.
Can we get you to do that? Okay, let's.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
How much capitalism do you want to earn?
It's way too feminine. Let me get my essential oils and amethyst.
Yeah, way too feminine.
My tea tree oil. Let me get my concoction of shampoo and
Vikings wore eyeliner. But it's too feminine for Lactoid.
He's too much of a manly man for that. Why would you even ask him that question?
It's too manly for the Vikings,
And again, but I've said before, I think Lactoid has a much stronger chin than JD Vance, right? Lactoid doesn't need the beard. JD Vance absolutely fucking does. But yeah. So the fact the one of the things I'm still trying to figure out about you, Lactoid, right, are these crystals. Did you buy them for a meme? Honestly, or did you buy them just to ignore Corey? That's a worthwhile endeavor if you're gonna do that. That's fair.
To me, yeah, it is.
But, yeah.
I don't know, man. It can't hurt. I don't know. Think about it this way. It's
as someone who's so.
Oh, they're not.
Don't tax me, but let me waste my money on crystals and amethyst.
So you would agree that I guess here's the. I go back and forth in this, but my grandmother's really into holistic healing approaches, right? And she's tried to get me into them before, and I experienced a lot of skepticism. And she said something very interesting to me one time. She said this was about reflexology. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that, but it's basically the foot is supposed to correspond with different parts of your body, etc.
Every single part of your body.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. And I expressed resistance, and her response was, well, if you don't believe it, it's not going to work. So don't do it. And I thought that was really self-aware because she believes in it, so she does it, and it works. And so I think there's a higher level of there's the ascendance of personal skepticism for health because we know the placebo effect works. So if you can have the mind power to intentionally placebo yourself, you can get health benefits.
So I got bit by a brown recluse when I got back from TwitchCon. Can you tell me which crystal I should use to stop the brown recluse venom from eating my skin? Here?
I don't know. I'm not that far into it, Gibbs. I don't know too much about that. I just think that when I think about kind of a sort of charming, sort of healthy, naturalistic environment, I think that having some crystals around isn't that big of a deal.
I gotta
and
say, all the people I've met that advocate that, they all smell real bad. And from what I understand, microbes make the smell. So I don't know that I would be taking their bacterial cleanliness advice, especially in regards to my hair, because you don't want to end up looking bald like Modi. Like that's a bad time.
Well,
I think I smell okay.
You are kind of right. Like a lot of it is a mindset. So a lot of it is kind of like if you're surrounding yourself, like, so some people believe that lots of these certain natural items like crystals and herbs or, you know, different nature things, minerals and stuff have like properties to them. And some go down to like a metaphysical kind of thing. But like even if you don't believe in any of that, the idea behind it is kind of like a self-meditation sense. So if you're surrounding yourself with these things that are supposedly have these properties, and then you kind of like meditate it into your mind. So you're like, it is kind of like you could say a placebo effect, but the more energy you put into that, it's like helping you achieve your goals eventually. So it's like, it has that sort of effect to it, but some people do believe that these things actually contain these properties as well. I mean, I consider even like medicine like witchcraft. Like you're using herbs and like nature's plants and stuff to heal the body. So that's like a form of witchcraft.
Corey, thoughts?
No comment.
I think Ghosty makes a good point. Corey, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I want to hear Corey's
if
thoughts.
she's just defining whatever. If you're using plants as witchcraft, then like, I mean, sure, but that's like a pretty. I don't think the witches in Salem were killed for that purpose. Let's put it that way.
Aspirin comes from a tree. You know this, right?
Yes, exactly. Along with whatever, obviously opioids and like whatever heroin, but like many
and also
marijuana comes from a plant.
Yeah,
as well.
Cannabis.
If you're just saying heroin would be black magic. You know?
Many substances we use today, like penicillin, produced from fungus. Like they are natural products or the byproducts of like things we find in nature. So again, by that logic, at least that everything's witchcraft at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means nothing then. Okay, so my issue. One of my issues here, right? I feel whatever my issues are in this realm, I think Corey will actually do a better job of saying it, but I'll give it a try, nonetheless. I think that let me put an icon on screen. So yes, there is a placebo effect, right? But like, it's like, what are your goals here? Like, you understand that the placebo effect is a thing, and that there isn't a science behind this, and there aren't any like significant testable results.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
yeah.
It's like the more you focus on something, the more energy you put into something, the more you're gonna get out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. No, I get that people can like put themselves through mental gymnastics to arrive at whatever conclusion that they want, and then either through pattern recognition or like false pattern recognition, or just through like, I don't know, the power of the mind to like have some level of influence on the body. They can say, well, this thing had this effect. Okay, right? All right. Well, this is a what is this? A pill bottle for I don't even know what the fuck this is, but it's in my room. Anyway, it's a pill bottle. This pill bottle, I can believe that this thing, right, like has the power to like heal like serious disease. I literally don't remember what I even had this for. It's not. Oh, it's a laxative.
Well, I was thinking more. Like,
All right,
obviously, with things like that.
We know why you had it.
With things like that, it's a little different, but I'm talking about like if you want to make changes in your life, like say if you want to like ace all your classes this semester, and so you like put things around you that are for like helping you stay focused, helping you study, like whatever, all those different things. And then so you see these things every day. They're like, it's a visual element that you see every day, you're surrounded with, and you're just like meditating. You like meditate on it and it goes into your mind and you're just like more focused on making better grades. It's not going to magically make you smarter. That's not how it works. But the fact that like you're surrounding yourself with these things that are keeping you focused, and it's just like a mental game, I guess.
No.
I don't think that's how Adderall works.
Well, hold on.
As somebody who takes it quite often, to tell you, it's not because I'm surrounding myself with more stuff that gets me more focused. It's because, like, all right, when I'll describe when I take Adderall. It's like you take it and like a cloud you didn't know that was there is lifted, right? So like I can like think more clearly. I'm much more organized as opposed to my usual method, which is just like chaos at all times. And even when I'm like
chaos now in Gibbs's world.
Yeah, like, much less. Well, I'm not on the addict right this second, but like you see, like it's kind of like I don't know about the less focus. It's like it clears you a path so that you can do these things as opposed to like, oh, I'm doing these things, and because I'm doing these things are like, well, I don't know. I feel like that's like putting the cart before the horse almost with that description. But I actually agree with her overall point with the with all of it just being basically magic. I mean, like science, you know, the more advanced it is, there's no differential between that and magic. Isn't that a famous quote from somewhere?
Yes, it is.
Asimov.
Yeah, there you go, Asimov. Yeah, see.
What?
Checkmate, Corey.
Or Clark.
Checkmate, Corey.
Might have been Clark.
It like okay. I'm getting upset in Corey's stead because this is look, I get the power of rituals, right? That like you can say that, hey, I'm gonna do these like series of steps, and that puts me within the mindset to do this thing, right? Like here's a ritual, like a basic ritual, is that like some people, even if they work from home, right, will put them like dress up in like work appropriate clothing, right? And doing that like gets them in the mindset, okay, now I'm working, right? No one's gonna see me, right? And they even put on pants, which I don't understand why. I don't put on pants. But they put on pants because it gets them into work mode, right? There are women who like especially you heard this often during the pandemic. It's like, well, I'll just like put on makeup like in the house, and because it's a calming thing, right? It's like a ritual I do per day, right? And like it gets me in the proper mindset, right? So I get the power of ritual. Understood, right? But like what we're talking about here is like things that have actual health effects, that are supposed to have tangible health effects. And so like the claim here is that, well, it can't hurt. Like that's what the Lactoid said previously, and that's what I originally was going to respond to, because of course it can. Of course it can.
Yes, I agree with you. Of course it can. Absolutely.
Of course it can. My grandma, right? No, not my grandma. Excuse me. It was an aunt. It was an aunt. She was like super into like empathic like stuff, right? To like cure diseases and whatever, and she would like make these fucking potions, like these things. Like I remember I was in her house, right? And there was a family member who was quite sick, and like she had us stand around in a circle, and she passed around this cup, and it was filled with something that she had made, right? And she had us drink from it. This like ritual. I, like a fucking dumbass, I was like 11 or something, right? I fucking drank from this thing. Or maybe I was a little older, but I drank from this thing. I passed it around. I passed it to her children, right? And later on, they're like, no, we didn't fucking drink that. No, our mom's crazy. We're gonna drink that. But like, it was supposed to like accomplish like a thing for this like family member that was sick, right? And it didn't. And that family member's dead. Because of course, that would have no effect on anything. Right? So it can have an effect for multiple. One, she could have gotten me sick or whatever the fuck that shit was, right? But two, it also takes away from like energy that could be put into things that might be able to work, right?
That are actually effective.
Yeah, that are actually effective. Yeah.
We have like well-known, pretty, decently documented cases. I think Steve Jobs is a great example personally. In terms of like, from what I understand, memory maybe a little bit foggy, but like he had, from what I understand, like a pretty treatable form of pancreatic cancer. But no, Steve Jobs, despite his brilliance, wanted to like go down the juicing route and like, oh, what's the harm of just like whatever, doing a bunch of juicing and clearing the toxins in lactose world, and that'll somehow magically clear up my pancreatic cancer. Turns out that didn't work. And there's the opportunity cost of like, yeah, you don't treat your cancer in a timely manner, you potentially die.
Yeah.
What about those for like they've tried all the cancer treatments and that's not working?
If it's Plan Z, like I would go. I mean, yeah, if you exhausted all your actual evidence-based options, I have
Or
no
do them at the
problem.
same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's take all- do it
I mean,
together.
I'm
maybe
assuming they don't interfere.
yeah, polypharmacy might not be the
Chemo
best.
and juice, okay?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, fair point. Obviously, under the consult of a doctor, assuming you're not consuming things that are interfering with the actual chemo. But like, yeah, if you wanted, but like, so I'm fairly passionate about these things because I encounter this all the time with some of the people in online spaces for my own disease of like, yeah, whatever, I'll try whatever some turmeric and anti-inflammatory stuff, but there's the opportunity cost of like, as you don't treat your disease, the inflammation does damage more and more over time that is irreversible, and they don't seem to take that into account. Like there are actual harms associated with this thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, I
I wouldn't
haven't-
put like modern day medicine and science like over this stuff. But I was talking about more, I guess I came to the conversation late, but I was thinking more in like your daily life, not with like actual illnesses. But I do consider like medicine like a form of witchcraft, but this is me.
Aiko, you gonna say something?
Well, I had a friend of mine who was a pain specialist, and he was over a division like at a college that I attended, and we became friends later. And he was a pain specialist, and he spent a lot of his time trying to figure out whether or not placebos were real painkillers, or whether they were just pretending to be painkillers. And because pain is a thing that's perceived by the brain, he concluded that it was impossible to tell the difference. So for him, there's no such thing as like a fake painkiller. If you perceive that you're in less pain, then you are in less pain.
Well, I'll give you an example when you were talking about Plan Z. So my mother had a lot of neurological issues, and she I went to an acupuncture person one time after I got a back injury, and I was like, "Hey, this is pretty relaxing. Maybe you should try it out." And so she started going in that, and like she'd been going for years, probably like 20 years. She'd been trying to get medical treatment, and she started doing that, and she was able to like wean off all the other stuff over the last few years. And her like health has gone dramatically up just following this like Eastern medicine route. And I know a lot of people are like, that's quack. I'm like, well, I'm also one of those people that probably say it was a quack, but like, hey, when you're on Plan Zeta, and like you're probably gonna die in the next 2 years, and now you've got like everything's cleared up in 20, 30 years of like life expectancy extended. Sometimes some of this has like, I don't know, unintended results or intended results that like can't be explained. I don't know really where you go with that, saying there's like no evidence that this ever works.
No, hold on. But
Right.
I want to kind of bridge this gap a little bit here, right? Because Aiko, I understand what your friend is trying to say, right? Like,
Right.
in the end, it's the brain that's the thing that's suffering. And so if the brain perceives less suffering, well then mission accomplished. But like that doesn't answer like the full, like if you're suffering from a cause like a disease, and it's like you're doing like inflammation, right, or something, right, that's causing pain, well then that inflammation is still there and there's still a problem. Your body is trying to tell you there's an issue, right? And for whatever reason, your brain is just not perceiving it as much. Well, that might be all you can ask for this particular. If that's your sole goal is to reduce pain, and this thing or the
Right.
acupuncture or whatever reduces pain. Okay, yeah, great. But you haven't actually solved the issue, especially if it's a degenerative issue, right? So like I wouldn't say there's like no real difference between these things, right? Like I don't know.
Well, he meant within the
I
realm
see-
of pain.
I see that all
That's
the
it.
time.
He would never say that it takes the place of like, eliminating the cancer or whatever it is that's causing the pain. Like that's obviously the preferable thing to do. But
But there are
within the
people who
world of
do
pain,
report-
there's no difference between real and fake.
But there are people who do like take so like as a massage therapist, I see a bunch of people coming in and they're like they want me to cure their ailment. I'm like, listen, I can make you feel great for like the time being because I'm gonna relax your muscles, but like real spill, if you tweaked your back, if your posture, if there's all these ailments that you have like lined up, I'm not gonna be able to cure anything. You're just gonna feel good temporarily, which is like about as good as a painkiller. But people are like substituting that like temporary feel good. They're just if all it takes is me coming here once a week. That's why chiropractors are so fucking popular. They tell you, hey, just come here
Which
once
they
a week for the
shouldn't be.
rest of your fucking life.
You
Come here
just
once a
triggered
week for the
Corey.
rest of your life, and I'll make you feel great. And you do feel great temporarily, but like it's a quick fix. It's inexpensive, right? It's like for the people who maybe like their insurance isn't covering it, or even like if their insurance is covering it, it is kind of a hassle to like call a doctor, wait a month, go get a checkup, deal with all that shit. It's tough when I can just go feel good right now.
Ghosty, did you just summon your servants? Is that what you were doing?
You'll never know. It's a secret.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do hear you. I'm thinking about like a painkiller. What does a painkiller do? And I'm sure our friend Corey could, maybe elaborate on this on us. But if it blocks like some sort of receptor, and then that means you are you're perceiving less pain. And if that's the only mission of this thing, and what's the difference between a placebo that like is not doing anything to the body, but like your brain perceives less?
I mean, the biochemistry would be different. Of like, and the effect might be the same, but like, as you correctly pointed out, your typical opioid painkiller, it will bind at the mu opioid receptors or some opioid receptor, typically the mu. But like a placebo, like an actual sugar pill or whatnot, might not do that. But the end effect, to Ikao's point, it might be the same. Although, let's just say, on average, okay, if I'm in the emergency room with a painful condition, I'm not asking for the placebo, even though it might actually work. But like, if we ever get to the point of like we can filter out of like who is going to respond to the placebo effect and who isn't, it might be valid to be like, well, I know that giving this person a placebo like for their pain is just as valid as whatever the fentanyl or the heroin or whatnot. But since we can't do that, we should not be banking on the placebo effect.
I mean, this guy would even do MRIs, and he was unable to produce a result where someone taking a placebo and received and reported less pain had the same brain scans as somebody who never had a placebo. Like there were like notable patterns and like brain patterns that were associated with having less pain that also like return the same results in people who are taking placebos.
So if I get shot or hurt or something and they give me a placebo, I'm going to be pissed.
Well, here's the thing.
They better
Well,
give me
they
that
just
morphine.
Shouldn't tell you. You know, here's
They-
the funny thing. Even if you tell them it's a placebo, it still has an effect. Even if you know as you're doing it that it's a placebo.
Well, then that goes to Lactoid's point, I suppose. Then, but I guess look, if when it comes to things purely in the all right, now maybe I'm talking myself into it a bit more. Because
No.
when like I mean like with the power, like I'm altering my
Your
brain
placebo is
chemistry.
something
Yeah,
else.
we're getting there. So if it's something that's purely within the mind, then I guess it doesn't. I feel like there.
Is he really persuaded, or did we just convince him that he's
Yeah, you
persuaded?
just give. I know. I like. We won't stay on this like for very long. We were gonna move on to our actual topics. I'm just like running through this in my mind. But like if it's just pain, then sure, right? I'm wondering like what is the extent to a placebo effect, right? Like I've heard every so often, and maybe other people, will have some more concrete examples of this, right? I've heard of like the placebo effect doing some like miraculous type things, but these always seem to be in isolated cases, right? Like for one individual, and like I don't know how well documented this thing is, but it was like a placebo basically, and still they managed like some sort of miraculous turnaround. So like every so often you hear like a news story about that. But like it would seem to me that for placebos, the best thing would be something like just within the mind. Like it wouldn't be like healing your bones faster, right? Like I'm assuming, unless I'm underestimating our brains, right? That like we couldn't convince ourselves into healing bones faster, but we could say that like, well, the break doesn't hurt as much, right? So if we're limiting this to the scope of like pain management, or maybe something else within the brain, like let's say vertigo, right? Like you're suffering from vertigo, and they give you a placebo, and then you don't feel the vertigo anymore. Okay, well then, sure. I don't know.
I think, yeah.
Not so crazy, is it, Prime?
No, it's still crazy, but I would agree. I would tend to agree if it's something more in the realm of like in the subjective experience of like pain, nausea, or vertigo. Then like there's an argument for a placebo effect. And there might be also even the context of your example of like whatever regenerating bone or tissue. Like there might be an effect of like, well, if you believe in it, then maybe it's more effective or whatnot. Or if you're just a more optimistic person, okay, then that might just lead to better outcomes. But either way, at the end of the day, like the biophysical process is what's actually taking place. And at the end of the day, I would want the actual thing, the one backed by evidence, as opposed to just like again relying on like a mindset.
So you know what really pisses me off here? Ico and his kind, meaning Christians. This is the thing that bothers me, is that like, one, like they talk about the power of prayer, right? And like what it can do for you, like placebo effect, like to the max, right? Like, people and their perceptions of like, goodwill towards them and divine intervention on their bodies, and that having an effect, right? Absolutely. But like, one, the energy they put on this, like again, I think is wasted energy, for the most part. Except again, if it's like, if God is curing your pain, then and you think that and it happens, sure. But hold on. But the thing is that like they'll use this excuse, right? Like you say, it's God has intervened, right? And the doctors were wrong. That's always a big thing, right? The doctors are wrong. The doctors made a prediction about like you're going to live this long, right? You live longer than that, and it shows. And then like the conclusion from there is that like because you live longer, the doctors don't know what they're talking about, right? And it was actually part of the prayer, which is why you live longer. Okay,
so, Prime.
Right?
Let me ask you this.
Almost done. Last thing, right? But like, when does prayer come in? When it's something that you can actually measure, right? Like, if it's in the brain, then like, all right, well, if you're perceiving you're okay, and attitude has an effect, I guess, on people's like will to like live, So there's that. But like, what about if you are an amputee, right? Like, prayer never actually does anything for this, right? So like, we've never seen a person regrow an arm. Somehow divine intervention has not accomplished this, right? And this is where like my problem is when we're talking about Lactoid and his aunt. Was it, or I'm sorry, I forget who it was, your mother or something? Yeah,
grandmother.
Yeah, excuse me. When they're like reflexology, right? Like, okay, yeah, if you don't believe it's not going to work. Yeah, you got to put your mind to it. To like say that, I don't know if they I don't know what they do with the reflexology, maybe massage your feet, I don't know, whatever, right?
Yeah,
like
foot massage.
Yeah, so
but that
like,
has nothing to do with like spiritually.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
I got a
but
question,
hold on,
Prime. I got a question for you, Prime.
I'm gonna wrap it up in a second. Just 1 second. That like that's fine for anything that you can't measure. If it's like, hey, I'm having back pain, and you massage the foot, and then all of a sudden you don't believe there's any back pain anymore. Okay, fine. But that's different from like, hey, like I got shot, right? I got shot and I got gouged, like a muscle got gouged out, right? And yeah, that's not going to heal that. Which is why all these things stick to the realm
But it would be
like
part of
within your
the process for a lot of people. It's
Yeah.
not so much that it's
So-
going to heal it, but it works within. So, like, getting massages or doing chiropractic isn't bad necessarily if you're doing it alongside like regimented medical treatments. But like,
No, chiropractic is still bad.
well, I don't like chiropractors at all. I don't like chiropractors at all. But I'm saying like for temporary relief, if like you're talking with your doctor and it works out, that's fine. Like physical therapist, whatever it may be. But to like rely on these things, like to rely strictly on prayer if someone gets shot is dumb. But like to pray while they're in the hospital, working with isn't like there's benefit. But to also prescribe all the like.
Well,
Let me
actually,
ask this.
I think there's a little bit of an asterisk, at least from what I understand from the data, of like you don't tell the patient they're being prayed for because I think that leads to worse outcomes.
Yeah.
I got a question, Prime. Do you hold on? This is going to even tie into our next topic. Do you believe addiction and alcoholism are diseases?
Addiction and alcoholism are diseases.
Oh.
Because if you do, you know what the caveat is here, right? Because we know that Alcoholics Anonymous works, and their whole thing
Does
is
it?
believe in a higher power. Yeah, a lot
does
of documented evidence that it works.
It doesn't work.
A lot of documented evidence
It has
says
like
so,
a 12% or maybe a 30% chance of working. Like at
Well,
Hey,
most.
that's higher than zero.
Is that considering that like everyone has to be sober for the eternity? Like for
Yeah,
the rest
that's
of
the whole
life
thing right
completely?
there. What do you call
No,
it?
the reason why it's very unsuccessful is it's very unsuccessful among people ordered to go to it. It has a marginally higher success rate when we're talking about people who want to go, because again, a lot of it is, you got to admit that you got a problem. You have to actually like want to change. You have to have the mental willpower. Like your mind, I think, is a major part of healing. And if your mind's not there with you, it's not going to work.
You know what's a better way of doing that? Drugs. Once again, drugs. Right? Like you can.
Really?
Part of it is that like
All
there's a
addiction with more
chemical
drugs.
addiction to the drug, and if you have something that blocks that desire, then you block the desire. I mean, there are drugs that exist to actually address this, right?
Wait,
so
there are
rather
addictions?
than
what's the
like,
drug that exists to tackle addiction?
I don't know the name of this drug.
Suboxone.
No,
Suboxone doesn't tackle like your urge.
that's not alcohol.
Methadone is nasty shit.
That doesn't attack your urge. It fucking like you're just zombied off the methadone. And Suboxone is like people get high on Suboxone itself. So like,
No, you don't.
yes, you can.
You cannot get high on Suboxone.
Yes, you can.
Maybe the old pills, but
the strips, the little strips.
I don't know. I never heard of that.
I know people who used to do it.
Did you set your mind to a ghosty when you were taking this?
Well, maybe, like maybe, like literally, it's the only way I could think of it.
But are you actually high?
I mean, I know people who used to convince themselves they were drunk from drinking like multiple monsters. So
what happened to people just drinking lean and sniffing paint? What happened to the good old days? Now we're getting high on the anti-drug drugs. Can't win.
So in 1951, the first drug that the FDA approved for alcohol use disorder is disulfiram.
Yeah, is it working? Is it working? Because like, okay, so like with things like benzos and like alcohol, you can't just, well, I don't know about alcohol, but going cold turkey isn't necessarily the best route because you're gonna have like withdrawal. So like with that, like does that like curb the withdrawal symptoms, or does it curb the like want or the urge to drink? That's kind of what I'm asking.
No, that's like I know there is drugs to help curb the desire, which is but I don't know the name of it.
I haven't heard of that.
This is not something I just got.
Corey?
But because they use these. My understanding is they use these in Europe, and that like they don't have. They have a complete, because Alcoholics came out of a religious tradition, right? Like the Protestant tradition here, about like the individualism and personal responsibility, and like this is like a moral corruption. And so like it's because you don't have enough willpower, and so let's put you through a program where you recognize, yes, you are at fault, rather than you have a specific chemical addiction or anything like that. To be fair, I think when this first started, I'm not sure they would have had a concept of that, but to be fair, right? But still, in any case, right, that you are at fault, and it's if you simply if you pray enough, right? Even though they pretend it's not religious, it's still religious. If you pray enough, If you believe in a higher power, that's part of it, right? Part of the 12-step program is believing in a higher power, right? Whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be Christianity, but that's part of it. If you give yourself over to that and to your community, and then you'll do it, right? And if you don't, if you don't overcome this, then it's a moral failing. You messed up, right? Rather than saying this is the
Well, hold on. Is there
function.
some not truth to that? Is it like the whole expression "work it if it work"? Like it works when you work it. Like that's like saying, Gibbs, you're fat. Okay, I'm fat. If I go hit the gym and run every day and I eat a healthy diet, oh, okay, and I stop doing that and I stay fat, is it because the gym and the diet don't work, or is it because I failed?
But do they tell you to believe in God in order to lose weight?
Listen, my patron Saint
Believe in
Dionysus
something.
is a big fan of gluttony, so
Well, AA doesn't tell you to believe in God either. So okay, this higher power thing. I know it sounds like it's a religion thing, and for a lot of people it is. It really depends on who's running the program and how they're interpreting the rules or whatever. But really, it just means you're not giving all the agency to yourself. That there are aspects of this life and of this universe that are outside of our control, and when you acknowledge that these things are outside of your control, that's kind of what higher power means. Then you don't your mind doesn't go to places like, oh, I can stop whenever I want, I have a power over this thing. No, sometimes this thing has more power over you, and so you have to acknowledge that you're not in control. That's really what the higher power thing is about.
Like alcoholism is something that's happening to the person. The person isn't trying to do these.
Right.
Like the person, people don't want to be alcoholics.
That's kind of what it means to say that alcoholism is a disease.
Yeah.
Right, because
They
you
don't
don't
wanna be
necessarily have control over a disease.
and you can get infected socially, right? It's you
Mm-hmm.
it starts off as something like simple as like you're drinking or like you're smoking weed. But like we talked about this before, but there are a lot of people who like have injuries and then from the injuries get into like an opioid addiction. It's not always like
Right.
fun and recreation. It depends on like the situation. But at the end of the day, ultimately, like no one wants to be an alcoholic. No one wants to have like a substance have power over them. And so that's why it's like something that's affecting them, not something they're doing outwardly.
Naltrexone. When you drink alcohol while taking naltrexone, you can feel drunk, but you won't feel the pleasure that usually comes with it. Quote, you're trying to make that relationship with alcohol have no rewards. End quote. Holt says. Holt is someone quoted further in the article. The medication can help ward off cravings too, he says. When you have alcohol use disorder, just thinking about alcohol triggers a pleasurable response in the brain. Naltrexone.
Naltrexone.
Thank you. Can help uncouple alcohol and pleasure. Research shows that naltrexone works best for people who have already stopped drinking for at least 4 days when they begin treatment. You take it daily as a pill or get a monthly injection at your healthcare professional's office. The medication can help you have fewer days when you drink heavily, as well as drink less overall. Yeah, like there are treatments here. There's more than one. I'm not sure if this is the one I was thinking of because I know there's a specific one that like they use in some European countries. I don't know if that's the one in particular, but where people are saying like, yeah, like I just have less cravings for that, and like it's a chemical reaction, and just like for all the other ones, right? That we understand when there's like adverse chemical reactions happening in the brain for like all kinds of diseases. We understand that, and we're like, okay, well, if we can interfere with that chemical process, then that will stop happening, and then you will feel better, right? The same is true for alcohol, but we perceive it in the U.S. as a moral failing, and then it's like the power of like like self activation, right? Self actualization or something, right? Where you're trying to say that like, well, this is all on me, and if I believe hard enough, if I try to work the system, then eventually like this will go away. Maybe, but we can see from the data it works for very few people. And instead, let's just try to use drugs to counteract a drug. Using a drug to counteract a drug, which is what we've done before.
And to your point, Prime, like there's emerging data showing that the GLP-1 agonists, lactoid, also appear to have some effects on substance use disorder, or maybe have also effects in addition to obviously the food cravings and all that stuff. Maybe also cravings for alcohol and other substances as well.
So we don't have to go any further on this, unless anyone wants to add something else.
I mean, I just know getting off drugs is like the urge is like, because like once again, I used to be like pretty into like the pills, but then so I haven't. But like the urge, I feel like doesn't necessarily go away. It's like I just have the self control to be like, well, nah, that's just gonna fuck my shit up. And that's I think what a lot of people are missing is that one, there's the self control, but then two, there's the like weird anxiety that comes with like not doing that thing that relaxes you know, it's like you're always riding this little tension, and I feel people give into that tension a lot. And so it is a lot of like, that's why when it comes to like treatments, I do think that like more Eastern methods work for a lot of people, because it gives them the like it just gives them the feeling like they're in more control than just their doctors, right? Just the therapist knows everything and they're in control. So they do the Eastern, it's like shit they can do. They can buy the crystals, like, and it like helps their mentality. Like, I don't know, like it just gives you something else to focus on. And that's got to benefit one way or another.
I think I would second that. I've been clean from, I was like doing heroin, which was like fentanyl, for like a year and a month now. I'm clean. And a lot of it is like just not wanting to, because if I knew I go back, like it's going to be a whole fucking hell. But like I never thought I could even get to this point. And I think it's just like really staying busy and stuff like that is probably going to be more important than, I don't know. It's like a mind state, like for me. So activities and stuff like that, living healthy.
I'm glad you're clean, friend. We're
Thank
happy
you.
in a healthier place. You and Ali, we've talked to Ali about that before, but yeah, we're glad that you're in a better place. However you managed to get there. Okay. Well then,
I rehabbed myself.
What'd you say?
I think I did something similar to Ali. If I remember right, I like rehabbed myself. I did it from home. It was crazy. But
okay. Oh, I mean, I'm glad that it worked out for you. All right, so we can move forward. So thanks all for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Glad to have you all. We are going to do the Reverie. I'm about to repeat myself. We got great good guys here. Guys, if you like the channel so far, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so already. If you have a super chat, if you're in the YouTube land, we will be keeping track of all of that. We'd love to we'll react to it if you want to support the channel that way. Consider subscribing to the channel and all that good stuff. Okay. So we'll start by introducing everyone. Lactoid, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate you. How are you, friend?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to these topics. For those of you who don't know, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Thank you. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs, friend, how are you?
We're getting the voice back slowly and surely. We're surviving angry spiders and all sorts of stuff. It's good times. Good times over here. But I'm happy to be here. Happy to be back. Oh, I will say this before I let you go. After going to California, I have seen a great swath of it. I have never been firmer in my beliefs that we cannot let the rest of the country turn into the socialist hellscape that is California. Vote Biden because he's gone, or vote Trump because, dear Lord, we can't have any more of Kamala's paradise. Like, it's awful.
Vote Biden because he's gone. You can't. Interesting. But I want to say, and I could say before, I'm sorry that you had that spider bite. And I hope you're gonna make a full recovery, friend.
Yeah, it's all right. I got like a little bit of my fingers rotted off.
Any superpowers come from that?
Maybe like necrosis. I don't know if like spreading necrosis to people is a superpower, but
you didn't manage to shoot the spider before it got to you.
Nah, well, I don't want to lose the finger. I only noticed it like I was like, man, that's a really weird thing on my finger, and I poked it and it like exploded, and then it started like dissolving. And I was like, oh, there's big old spider teeth little marks in there. It was pretty gross. Yeah.
Oh man, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. No big deal.
Okay.
So we have hunting knives for.
My friend Admiral Gibbs, a real man, right there. Thank
We
you.
don't need no placebos here.
Just to put a knife over open flame, heat it up a little bit, and get cutting. Let's
Rambo
go.
style.
Let's
You got the job done.
Let's go to our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, thank you for coming through. Thanks for being here. Nice to have you, friend.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be here. Going from the real man Gibbs to the fake man me. I'll gladly play that role. But yeah, as always, looking forward to getting into it. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell, and also Gibbs. This might be like I might be maybe moving to California, might sometime in the future, maybe.
My gun. I got attacked by a hobo there. It's crazy stuff.
You got attacked by?
Yeah, I went to get ice at 4 a.m, and I hear ooh, and this guy comes running, and I'm like at a resort like hotel, and I turn around, the guy he's got like a ice pick in his hand or something, and so I grab him, and he like tackles me down 3 flights of stairs, and the cops were like, and then I get back to my room, and Modi's in the room, and I'm pounding on the door, he's not answering the door, so the cops like finally show up, and they're like, oh yeah, we got him, he's like a known problem around here, do you need to go to the hospital? I'm like, no, I don't think so. They're like, yeah, it's all right then. Because, I mean, who wants to pay California prices for a hospital? That's got to be crazy. And so I was just like, nah. And anyway, we went the rest of TwitchCon. But yeah, my ankle's about yay big. I got cuts all over. So yeah, buy a gun. And then right when we got into California, there was a stabbing at the gas station. We were there. So,
all right. Well, again, this is a minute possibility that me moving to California is in my future. But I'll keep that in mind to not get ice at 4 a.m.
Just don't go to the places that Gibbs frequents. Okay, that's
yeah, like the resorts. Apparently,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the lifestyle that I lead doesn't overlap at all with the lifestyle that Gibbs leads.
I would have loved to have a firearm involved in all these incidences. I think
something tells me that hobo had a story about Gibbs too, though.
Yeah, it was some fat guy was walking past him and he was high on meth or something. And he was like, "Oh, get him! Looks like a good meal."
I wish we had multiple firearms involved in this story, right? You had one, he had one, right? Because these are the Second Amendment rights too.
Amen.
Yeah, I think that would have.
Trust me, I think that I would have probably hit him and he would have probably missed based off what happened.
Okay. Well, anyway, one way or the other, I didn't know about this ice pick story either. So I'm glad you're okay, friend. Like that sounds like you really, yeah. I mean, I think our friend Gambit here will agree with you on the depravity.
It's basically
California.
It's basically Somalia at this point.
It's basically Somalia. it's basically Somalia, indeed. All right.
No, Somalia would ever move to California. Out of the question.
I wouldn't.
Thank you for another crack geopolitical analysis from our friend Gibbs. California is basically Somalia. Let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thanks for being here.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I just want to say Texas, on the other hand, has criminality has been reduced considerably because we legalized hemp now in Texas a while back, and I just now found out that that head shops are starting to sell it now because you send out the testing sample before you dry it and cure it. And so it's not psychoactive before you drive it and cure it. So you send that in, you say, yeah, it's hemp, it's not psychoactive, whatever. The Texas tests it and says, okay, it's legal for you to sell this. And then they dry it and cure it, and it's essentially marijuana.
They've been
selling now legal in Texas.
That's called THCA. Don't rat them out.
Yeah, they've been selling weed and shrooms in fucking gas stations of Texas forever.
Yeah.
Big fan.
But since that hemp bill got passed, that was a couple of years ago. Now you can like literally sell your THCA.
So that's THCA. That's how you create that. Like, I know THCA
well,
is like the active compound.
So THCA, it's tetrahydrocannabinolic acid. All THC, delta 9 THC and delta 8 THC, begins as THCA. And so what literally it's pretty bizarre. What they'll do, and again, I hate to say this because I don't want to rat them out or whatever, but they test it before the THCA converts naturally into THC.
Mhm.
All THC begins as THCA. It's just a matter of when you test the plant and when you don't.
So since hemp is now legal in Texas, that essentially means that all of those sort of versions of marijuana are legal.
And
too.
you
I
and you
think
know,
I'd
and
all
you know
not the
who
intention
signed,
of the
you know
bill,
who's
but-
well, you know who signed the
all the-
2018 Farm Bill that allowed for this to happen?
Donald Trump.
Yeah, most 420 president ever.
So you reduce crime by legalizing the crime.
Yes, exactly.
I think we should take that approach to all crime.
I guess so. But
Murder rates
Left the
went
South to go
way
too far.
down since we legalized murder. Yeah.
thank you for that, and thanks for the information. Actually, that's actually quite interesting. Let's go.
Another
to
reason to come visit Texas.
Yeah, and I just want to chill with Gibbs. I want to chill with Admiral Gibbs of a day.
The
That's
food is
gonna be
better, that's for sure.
a lot of fun. I'm
We'll
sure
just
it's
all
gonna
go to
be-
Austin, like meet halfway.
Yeah,
Not even
yeah,
halfway,
yeah.
like, it's way closer to
Isn't that the worst city in the whole state?
It is the worst
Austin?
city, bar none. No, I take that back.
No.
Killeen's the worst
Austin
city.
is where all
It's
the
Austin.
tech companies are.
The strip companies.
All the tech companies are in Austin, right?
I thought tech companies. Okay.
Austin's a lot of fun. So is
Yeah,
San
I
Antonio.
thought.
Yeah, but that's where the
they were
homeless
in Houston,
population is,
but
too.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Everybody that's
Austin
from
is the
everybody
tech
that's from
mecca
Texas
of-
hates Austin.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like
Except,
I can see
except
that.
software engineers.
That makes sense.
Let's go to our friend Ghosty. Ghosty, thanks for being here. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me again. And yeah, it's Ghosty. It's spelled with a 6 on YouTube. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, people keep spelling it with a G, and I'm like, it's a 6. Sorry,
Why
go
would
ahead.
they make that mistake? It seems odd, right?
Yeah,
I know. Come on.
Ghosty.
Six Hosty. Just
I mean-
pronounce it Six Hosty.
Yeah. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, but no. Let's
You and
ask.
Six Flags have the same problem, you know?
Why did you choose that as your? Because you knew that was going to be a problem, right?
Well, yeah. 6 is my lucky number. It has been my entire life. I want to get it tattooed, but I don't know. Yeah, I wanted a 6 in my name.
It looks like a
so-
G.
and it looks like a G. Yeah.
Ghosty with 2 eyes as well.
It's called
that's also-
branding.
Well, okay. Well,
Branding.
Ghosty with a Y
Ghosty.
was taken. So yeah, and just with 1 eye, so I had to do 2 eyes.
I.E.
Definitely no confusion in usernames. You never had this issue before.
Oh, no,
What
never
about
had
IE?
it. Never had it before. Surely not here. But why not like use like a Roman numeral, right? Like incorporate it within your name, like with like Roman numeral. So VI, right? That would have been easier to do than.
Well, I
the
feel like
number
that would have
6.
been even more confusing.
Or
And
just
it's less
double up the
discoverable
H's
because
or
unless you
S's.
use a Roman numeral,
No.
Yeah,
I just
no,
doubled
but-
up the
but
L.
search.
by the Roman numeral is part like let's say if it's part like it I don't know if you called yourself Vicky, right, just for example, right, VI, the 6 is there, Vicky, right, then that's
But
your
it's
name.
like,
Can you make that
but
a
the
handle?
symbol's not in my name. Like,
So
So you're
what
saying
is
it's
your name?
Ghost the Second? Is that what you're saying?
It's but like
Yeah,
it's
I
a,
can
It's six
guarantee
host.
that.
It's 6 host the second.
it's
Ghost
Ghost
the
the Second.
I
Yeah,
guarantee
exactly.
we're not going to solve this problem today. I put money. on it.
fair enough. Okay, it's okay. All right, we can move on. All right, that's fair. But we can begin harassing her over this today. Then we can start the process.
I put the little ghost emoji in front of it. Okay.
that
I
solves
think
it.
GSU and I should change all our G's and our names to 6s too in solidarity is what I think we need to do right here.
Let's do it. Let's do it immediately. Hold on.
How do I do
well,
that?
While they're working on that, you can just write. There's like the dot symbols when you hover over your face. Change your
Yeah.
yeah. Ali, thanks for being here, friend. Nice to have you. Hope you're doing well. Didn't you move to like Texas or something? Or where did you move to? I forget.
No, I'm in Massachusetts.
That I was so close.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Too
thanks for
close.
being here, friend.
It's super nice out
The
here. Thanks
Boston
for
Austin
having me.
connection.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for having me. It is my sworn duty as a Lebanese person on this panel to tell everyone in the audience today to take a chance, take it to your time, look into what's happening in the world, see where your government dollars are going. Make an informed decision, right, one way or the other, as long as it's informed. But yeah, thanks for having me. I can't wait to get into the topics today.
Kamala Harris won't save Lebanon. She'll watch it burn. Just putting that out there. And do you have any family members who have suffered?
Yeah, my mom's side of the family's over there, so it's pretty tough right now.
I'm so sorry.
Pretty tough right now, but you know what? The Lebanese people are pretty resilient. We hail from the Phoenicians, so people of the Phoenix, and that city knows how to rise from the ashes. So they'll be all right. They'll be all right. Just got to give it some time.
That's a root word for Phoenix? Phoenicians? I never
No,
put
the
that together.
Phoenicians are just people of the Phoenix.
Like, are those two words actually connected?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
even in
there you go.
Arizona, people from Phoenix are called Phoenicians.
Really?
In Warhammer,
Really?
they even had like the Palatine Guard and like the children of the Phoenician.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
the Phoenix and stuff. Is
I'm
the
just
symbol.
learning this too again.
Really?
Like, I didn't put this together before. All right, fair enough.
Amazing.
Yeah, today I learned.
I got me on board.
But yeah, Ali, the Lebanese are tough, and in fact, they kicked the Israelis' ass last time. So they can do it again, hopefully. Let's go to our friend Gambit. Thanks you for being here. I'm really happy that you made it, friend. How are you?
I learned something on the prime panel today. This is rare. So yeah. Hey. But no, but I'm happy to be here. Yeah, life is going extremely well. So I was happy I could make it today. This is dope. I haven't been on Reverie in a minute. So yeah, I'm on a wired headset. Hopefully my audio isn't too bad. I'll switch to my wired as soon as it's charging. So
Yeah, no, your audio is fine. Thanks so much. And Wick, thank you for the kind raid. So let's get started. We've been along, and if you're coming from a Wick channel, you haven't actually missed the topic. We had a long preamble here, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and I hope everyone's doing well. Okay, so topic one. Today, many people are now far more open to non-traditional relationships. This includes polyamory, open relationships, quote unquote ethical non-monogamy, and etc. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. Whether this is a sustainable trend is yet to be seen. A study from the dating app Field, which I had never heard of before today, yesterday, says that Gen Z may desire more monogamy than millennials. In any case, are these new types of relationships healthy? Could they ever possibly be a positive environment to raise children? If not, should society keep them stigmatized? So yeah, I'm sure you guys have all encountered these in the wild, right? Whether you've engaged in them or not. But people who have opened their relationships up so it's more than two, or at the very least, like not closed at the very least, right? Or maybe it's just have some sort of other like configuration that is just non-standard, right? Maybe something else I haven't listed here. But there's definitely attitudes are changing, and people are more open to these things and more tolerant of these things, right? And they're more interested in discovering more about them and all that. So now we have people actually trying to make these things work, right? Rather than talking about it, trying to make it work. But then children get involved. And like, is that a good thing? Can we raise children just as well in those sorts of environments? Or is this all a complete fucking disaster? So let's discuss that. Start with our friend, Lactoid.
Yeah, so ultimately, people have a right to do what they want to do in terms of their relationship status, as long as it's with consenting adults. That being said, polyamory appears to be a bad idea. I just linked a couple things. There's a meta-analysis that was done on 24 different studies, 23 of which had a low-risk bias, and the consistent finding was that women in polyamorous marriages had a significantly higher chance of experiencing depression, about 2.25 times greater chance of experiencing depression. And the children also had a higher chance of being rated a global severity index. So essentially being a little bit more maladaptive. So the children of polyamorous couples don't do so well comparative to the children of monogamous relationships. And the women in polyamorous relationships also do worse. Now, the biggest I think concern here is, well, is there a correlation causation problem? Could it just simply be that the kind of people that are going to have more issues are going to be more likely to be polyamorous That could be true. And there's no way I think that we could really define that out for sure. But the evidence does appear to indicate that polyamory is a bad idea. If you want what's best for your child and your wife, don't do it.
Okay, thank you so much. Gibbs.
Yeah, so Lactoid's wrong, and I'll tell you why. Empire building. It's real simple. We can look back at all throughout history. The Romans, hedonists to the max. Guess what? Greatest empire all the time. The Mongols, hedonists. Vikings, hedonists. The Greeks, hedonists. Some of the most cultured, powerful empires in history. Hedonists. The Persians, we've all seen 300. It's not exactly accurate, but we know the Persian elite. Hedonists. We all know this is what they were doing. This is what rich and powerful. Look at today. We saw Diddy go down. He's a hedonist, but guess what? Rich and powerful. We see lots of other people at the higher levels, rich and powerful. Hedonism clearly it brings the manliest attributes to the men and feminizes the women to be successful. It's really that simple. And people like Lactoid here will have you believe, oh, polyamory, these people, it's failing. Yeah, it's failing the scrubs. What it really does is weed out the weak and allows people that are man enough to take charge of the country. It's the reason JFK, hedonist. I'm just saying all these famous people. Are you going to tell me that every single one of them was wrong? No, you're not, because we do have the evidence. We know that when the Romans started being Christians, their empire went to dog shit. We know that the more and more they went to the monogamy aspect, you know what happened? They got invaded by people that were monogamous, and they lost the stuff. You know, Vlad the Impaler, he stopped the Turks from invading. Guess what? Also hedonist. Everybody's hedonist that was successful. That's really that simple. Hedonism for the win.
All right. The results speak for themselves. Thanks so much for that. Corey, are you thinking of building an empire? I mean, I think you've you've gotten the blueprint. So muted, friend.
Hopefully better now. But yeah,
There we go.
I'm not man enough to build an empire, obviously. And I also I would not have thought of someone invoking P. Diddy in his current state as like a metric of success. And well, I guess if you're not concerned with good ethical behavior, then like yeah, I guess Diddy's an appropriate role model. But yeah, all that being said, so I think there's a conversation to be had in terms of let's say differences between Gen Z and millennials. Where I think on average, in some ways, Gen Z appears to be more conservative in some ways, as in I think compared to millennials, they tend to drink less alcohol, and they tend to engage in less casual sex, although there might be an interplay in terms of like, I think some of the reasons why Gen Z, according to the data, don't engage in casual sex as much as millennials because they drink less alcohol. And also Gen Z, in addition to one of the reasons why they don't engage in casual sex, because Gen Z, especially Gen Z men, more likely to live with their parents. And, you know, no surprise, it's hard to have casual sex when you're living with your parents, generally speaking.
Unless you invite them in. But
yeah, true.
Wow. These are different types of
Whoa.
relationships.
I mean, say.
You're a millennial, so that flies and that tracks.
I'm a millennial? Anyway. But,
are you not? From what I
am I?
He's definitely yeah. You're definitely millennial.
Okay.
If you're, I'm pretty sure you're. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure you're born between like 1980 and 1995, 96.
No, wait, that's Gen Y. That's Gen Y, right? I'm Gen Y. 1980 to mid 1990s.
Gen Y is millennial.
That's
Gen Y is
millennial.
millennial.
Yeah.
Gen Y is millennial.
Oh, you got me, Gambit.
Oh, no, okay, got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I always think of
we
millennial
get-
as like year 2000 and later because it's millennial.
No.
But yeah.
No.
Yeah,
But we
yeah,
get two
That's
titles:
insane.
I got you.
Gen Y and millennial.
Yeah.
Okay, we got two names. Okay, got you. My bad.
Maybe Gen Z might be like course correcting in terms of like maybe millennials, swung the pendulum in one way, and Gen Z might be recalibrating. Or also there might be the fact of like certain lifestyle factors play into it in terms of like less rates of alcohol consumption and living with your parents. I don't know, but all that to say is like in terms of monogamy versus polyamory, polygamy. On average, I think monogamy is probably the overall healthier option, as in I think most people one relationship in and of itself is complicated. I think most people in general don't have the relationship skills to balance, multiple people relationships, and so probably not the better way to go about it. And so I'll leave it there in terms of monogamy, probably better. I'm not saying polygamy is bad or unethical, but rather like you should probably like weigh your decision carefully and make sure you actually have the skills to cultivate a healthy polygamous or polyamorous relationship. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, well then I think you agree with Gibbs. It's a skill issue. All right, fair enough. Let's go to our
Yeah, but I think the skills he wants are, I think, totally different than what I want.
We'll get to it. Aiko, please.
Yeah. So speaking of Gibbs, I've heard post hoc ergo propter hoc arguments before, but the Edict of Milan was in 313. The empire falls a mere 12 and a half centuries later. Yeah, it must have been because of that. There's a very slow burn,
It was a decline. Don't act like it wasn't. They fit into two different ones. Then they hated each other. Like, come on.
Yeah, sure. And we all know Europe stops being Christian around 3rd century. So yeah, makes sense. 12. So anyway, it's yeah, that was fun. No, actually, listen, I'm not going to give you the answer that you think I'm going to give necessarily, but I do think that there is there's a difference between what should be permissible in society and maybe what is advisable. And even Destiny, who sort of famously has open relationships, has said that this is not for most people. He says he makes it work for him because of the way his brain works or whatever, but the vast majority of people wouldn't be happy in relationships like that. And I sort of, in my experience, the people that I've known in those relationships, I have seen relationships like that work over the long term, but I've seen a lot more of them fail. And I've seen way more successful relationships be your sort of traditional sort of monogamous relationship. So I certainly wouldn't ban it. I think people do and ought to be able to live the way that they want. But if you want to play the odds, you're gonna have sort of a more traditional relationship in that way.
Okay. I'm hearing someone's notifications, Discord notifications. If you guys could
not me, I don't get any notifications.
Going crazy.
Yeah. I mean, someone's got a social life there.
That is definitely not me.
Let's certainly not. Yeah, or not me either. I wasn't making fun of you. Ghosty, please.
Okay. So research says that people in polyamorous relationships, successful ones, are just as satisfied as other relationships. I think maybe it might be harder to find, maybe just because it's already hard enough to find one person, let alone two people that get along. The dynamic is just a little bit more complicated. But if you look at regular relationships too, a lot of people aren't happy in those either. But as for Gen Z, that could also be an age thing because they're so young. Again, they maybe haven't even had a relationship yet, or maybe they've just had one relationship. Whereas millennials and the people older have they're probably more open to trying something different because they've already tried the monogamous route. So that's why you probably might see that amongst millennials more than Gen Z. But also it's just portrayed in movies and TV, and it's the normal thing. So if you're going into your first relationship, that's most likely what you're going to try, I guess.
Thank you. Ali.
Yeah, so for the Gen Z thing, I think Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they got to see what all of us were doing, and I think they hated it. I think they get to see, they live vicariously through us, through social media, through YouTube, through whatever it may be, people's shared experiences, these debates, they're making their decisions based off the internet, because that is where most of them are residing right now. They're not outside. Right, their lives are primarily on the internet. Unless they're in school or work, that's probably where they're meeting people. They're not partying, they're not clubbing, they're not drinking, and they're not fucking. But I think that's because they saw how they saw the failed relationships of us. They saw all the millennials and all the Gen Xers and all the boomers go through their shit. They saw the divorce rate. They see that maybe rushing into a relationship or a marriage isn't the best thing. Just having a bunch of sex could just end up leading to a bunch of maybe you getting someone pregnant. I think they realize these things. And so in terms of the polyamory, I kind of agree with Gibbs. It is a skill issue. It really is a skill issue. But that's like the thing is most people, 99% of the people don't have the basic skills to have a regular relationship, much less the skills to handle like juggle it, right? And if like religions have all essentially kind of banned it. Islam has kind of kept it up there. Like they've been like, hey, you can have up to 4 wives, but there's rules that come with it, and it is the skill issue that we're talking about. It's like, hey, if you can maintain equality amongst all 4 of these houses, sure, go for it. You have the ability to, because in times of war, there are widows, there are kids, there are families that need help. So if you can take them on, sure. But it's not just so you can fuck. And that's kind of like where religion like comes in, is like the intention of marriage isn't so that you could have sex. The intention of marriage is so that you can establish a family, grow the religion, and go on and go forward. So it's so like this whole like hedonism of like, yeah, everyone should just fuck everyone. It doesn't work out, because in these empires, monogamy was still the preferred method of every king had his queen. He may have whores on the side, but damn well, we all know what happens when the whore gets the other kids pregnant. There's a new prince or a bastard prince, and the prince comes and kills. It just doesn't work out long term. Even if you're rich and powerful, you still come down. Diddy's in jail. So like, money, power,
It's
and
not
fame.
for polyamory though, but.
Well, I'm just saying. Oh, he's saying for the. Well, I mean, it kind of was. He was part of the freak offs. It was hedonism. So, all in all, I mean, 99% of regular relationships fail. I highly doubt that the statistics for polyamorous relationships are going to be better. They're probably going to be worse.
And finally, our friend Gambit. I was thinking of our friend Gambit when I made this up. It was like, we've had discussions about this before. I know how Gambit gets down, right? Some freaky shit. He's not going to mention it here on the panel. So he has an expert opinion on all of these things. Gambit, please.
No, so I think outside of P. Diddy, all of the civilizations that Gibbs mentioned are playable characters in games like Civ and AoE4, and that's because they all died. I think we should take something from history. But yeah, so I feel I'm always about optimizing the lives of kids. So I feel like all data shows that I've ever seen on this topic that the most preferable situation for a kid is their biological parents being together and alone. I think all data on the topic that exists points to that's the most successful combination that produces the best kids. So I think when it comes to kids, there's never going to be anything better than that. But when it comes to people that perhaps don't want to have kids, or people that perhaps their kids are out of the house or blah, 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 I think maybe that's a situation where this stuff becomes more tenable and more possible and less likely to cause harm to others and things like that. So like Aiko was saying, I think from a like prescriptive standpoint, if somebody has kids, I would definitely prefer that it's them, the other biological parent and their kids. If it's a configuration that's outside that, I'm less prescriptive and whatever kind of goes. But yeah.
Okay. Up to the panel.
Gibbs, you fuck.
Yeah, Gibbs has just been waiting.
Yeah, listen, first of all, first answer, so logic here. Redundancy, that's what the second prince is for. It's good to have lots of heirs. That way the lineage continues. You're welcome. I mean, third, that's first, second, and third right there, because you have a lot of kids. Second, right, we got over here, Lactoid over here, and what Ike was saying, it took so long for these empires. They fell, and we can trace it back directly to them not being hedonistic. It's very simple. And as for what these kids are, fuck them kids. They're little bitches. And it's real simple. Like, they said here, it's not the millennials' fault that we lived through every terrible thing known to man. How many life-ending, world-changing events? We had Y2K, Twin Towers. We got
Y2K was
million wars.
Y2K was like nothing happened.
Yeah, every week I hear it's the world. Every year I hear world ending. No wonder we're all doomers and like, hey, let's get the seed spread. Like, let's have some fun. I don't know why y'all are coming to this. And then now we got our parents and not our parents, the generation right before us like raise these kids, and they're terrible parents, clearly. That's why these kids aren't having sex. That's why they're all in here listening to us jackasses, because their parents were scrubs. These kids are scrubs. They should be more like the millennials who have learned to persevere despite the bullshit. That's what they should be doing. We should be exemplars of morality
really quick to end
through
of that.
hedonism.
Let me add something really quick to the end of that, because it was something Ali was moving towards, but like I have a slightly different take on it, is that I think millennials grew up watching their parents. The parents of millennials are boomers, right? And boomers were the ones who were going through the reorganization of marriage, right?
Wait, really? I thought the grandparents of us were boomers.
No.
So Gen X is boomers?
No. Gen X is the one before. Okay, so it's
like
boomers,
the 40-year-olds
Gen X,
now,
and then millennials, right? So it's like
so Gen Y parents is not boomers, right?
No,
what you just said
they are.
wrong.
No. Gen X.
You got to get your generation sorted there, Gambit.
No. Just like how millennials aren't the parents of Gen Z; they're the parents of Gen Alpha, right?
Yeah, right.
It's the next generation. There's 2 generations later. Those are the parents.
Okay, maybe it's just different for me. I got you. Okay, yeah, I see what's happening. My mom was younger than y'all's mom, and like, yeah, I got you. We're good.
Fair enough.
My mom is definitely Gen X, but yeah, okay.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But millennials watched boomers who went through a reorganization of marriage, right? With women getting the right to it's a no-fault divorce.
Have a bank account.
Yeah, and a bank account, right? Having economic freedom. And so divorces skyrocketed, right? We took the shackles off of women and decided to flee us. Like, I don't know why. They watched that happen.
Them government assistance so that they would leave us. But yeah, go ahead and keep going.
They watched monogamy fail. People looked at that as, and this is the way that was reported, is that this is some sort of like flaw within monogamy. So people are like, all right, well, I'm more interested in like monogamous relationships, but then, or non-monogamous relationships. But then for Gen Z going up, they have the chance to observe millennials and others who tried this, and so far, like the results haven't been like stellar, right?
Yeah,
and so that might be a reason why there are some people who are turning away. That being said, the one thing I'll just push back on that, and then I want everyone else to jump in. Is that like I sent you guys that article, and it links to the study. I don't think the study is actually a strong link between like whether like Gen Z's attitudes here, right? It's just like it's not even a study really, it's like a kind of a
survey
type thing. Yeah. So the evidence here is weak as to what their general attitudes are, and I don't think they fully formed it yet. I don't think they've had time to fully form their attitudes here. So just putting that out there. All right.
I just want to let y'all know the generation y'all are talking about has much lower divorce rates, and I posted a link to that in chat. But so this is my experience with this, and I don't have a lot of experience with poly stuff. But my experience is that people always choose that for like a less for reasons of like that are not primarily to be poly. Like even if you take Destiny, for example, which I don't know how much we should go in that, but he said the reason why he thinks poly is good for him is because he doesn't have enough time to spend with this person. He can't be there everything. So he doesn't want them to like feel differently because of that and blah, blah, blah. Or like I hear people that are like, well, everybody cheats, so we might as well be open about cheating rather than lie to ourselves in a monogamous relationship. I rarely see that people chose polyamory for polyamory. They chose it for some other inefficiency that they believe is happening. And I think that bears out probably in some of the data that Lactoid sent about why this doesn't
you're not getting
give the
cheated
best
on your
results
poly.
to those people.
I no, that's a good point. Thinking about it, well, think about it this way, right? What if there was like a poly relationship, one man and a bunch of women, of course, right? I don't think
of course,
even Gibbs would agree. Like, if there's like a bunch of men and one woman, that's just
doesn't make sense.
That's not for us, okay? So one man and a bunch of women, of course, right?
Good for her though.
Yeah, look, she can do what she wants, but I'm not going to be part of that.
He's building her empire.
Thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's doing good.
she's doing the Cleopatra thing, whatever. I'm doing the Augustus thing. I'm doing my own thing, whatever.
The Caligula thing.
And so, what if
that's what I'm trying to do?
What if they were all bi and they could keep themselves entertained while I'm sort of like doing my own thing, and I just stop by to like cycle impregnate them? That's kind of a cool idea.
So the way that I've seen these relationships work mostly is that they each have like their own relationship with each person, and then they're all like fine together too. But it's like the other people, I guess I usually see this in threes. So like the one person in the relationship like provides you something, and then the other person provides you like kind of maybe something slightly else, and you both love each other, and then those two also have their own relationship with each other, and it's like a whole three-way thing. I have seen this done successfully, but I agree with Gambit that a lot of the times people get into these relationships for the wrong reasons, and they don't really fully understand what it is.
I want to like jump in here real quick and say there are differentiating like roles, right? Like I think there are acceptable polyamory roles, and then there are unacceptable roles, right? If you are doing one of these roles, then yeah, it's going to be unhealthy and bad for you. For example, if you are the man who's married to a woman and she's got a boyfriend, and you're getting cucked all the time, guess what? That's not good. Now, if you're the woman in that role, or you're the cucker, then that's great for you, right? And the other thing I want to tell you is, I don't know if y'all want to call this traditional polyamory, but I think this is actually more traditional than the current idea of polycules. But swinging. Like, and I don't think it's some inefficiency. I think like people like to experiment. I have a lot of friends.
That's not polyamory.
Well, it is kind of a form of polyamory because you are inviting other people into your relationship to have sex, right? Or some kind of sexual intercourse.
It's open relationship. It's an open relationship.
That's just open.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily. But it's not necessarily open, right? You might be closed except for when you go to the sex club, right?
Yeah.
And that's polyamory.
So that's open relationship. That's an open relationship. What you just described.
Yeah, so it's still polyamory.
I think we should consider that a form of polyamory.
Yeah,
I don't think we should argue about that here.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit on that. But my point is I don't see a problem if you're successful in your day-to-day life. You even have kids. I know people that have kids that are swingers that go out to these clubs and they do whatever. They come back, their kids don't even know, or they have some idea that mommy and daddy like to go on dates on the weekend,
that's
right?
Why we're saying it's different. That's why we're saying it's different because you're going to a party.
You need to include it.
Wait. So, like, if you have kids, and polyamory is when people hear polyamory, they're thinking multiple relationships. They aren't thinking, mommy and daddy still go out on Saturday night, and we don't know what's happening behind closed doors.
Like that's 10
They're thinking, mommy has. Guys, chill for a second. One second for you. But I'm in the middle of my statement. Guys,
listen.
I'm in the middle of my statement. Can't interrupt the beginning of yours.
He's finna waste a lot of time explaining non-monogamy.
We got Ali.
Hold on.
No.
He's finna.
Go ahead, Gambit.
He's just finna explain non-monogamy. Let's just say non-monogamy and monogamy. We don't care about the difference between open and poly. Let's not waste our time on that. Let's just say monogamy and non-monogamy.
Hey. There's people watching, and this is called the discussion. So I'm going to continue with my point. So there's a difference between, mommy and daddy going out to a night on a club or like going to a party and like the kids aren't aware of anything versus polyamorous relationships where the implication is that, like, yeah, daddy has two girlfriends, mommy might have an extra boyfriend, and then these people are all hanging out in like in the
but that can be the same thing. Like, so I know same thing with these swingers. They'll have couples that are over all the time. They're not dating per se, but that's the same kind of relationship that you're describing in the polycule.
It's not that important. No, we got it. Let's just
exactly. Thank you, Prime. Yes, monogamous people. Both of these things are in the same bucket, so it doesn't really matter. I understand that polyamorous people see open and poly differently, and there are different forms of non-monogamy. I don't think it's important to this topic, though. I think we should just say non-monogamy and monogamy.
And don't be the cuckold.
Sorry, I do have a bit of pushback there because I do think actually the method matters, right? Like, because of what like Ali just said, right? Ali just described the situation where like these kids now have multiple people, significant people within their lives, right? If it's it's not just mommy and daddy, it's mommy and daddy, and then the boyfriend and the girlfriend and all that, right? Now that is one dynamic that the kids might have to navigate, right? And then another one is what he says, like, well, mommy and daddy go out and they spend the night at a hotel, right? But to me, all this, it's invisible. I'm just like with the babysitter, right? And I have no idea about that. So I don't say it's the same. Yeah.
I agree that could have a drastically different effect on kids and probably stats about those relationships. For sure, I agree with that. I just don't want to argue over what's poly and what's non-monogamy and that
I want to disagree
I
with that.
agree with everything you just said.
I want to disagree with that, right? And here's why. I could use examples I know from real life, right? Where these are, maybe they're not dating, but they go out and hang out together all the time. So like, all right, we have this couple. This is a couple of our friends that are swingers. They have their own kids. They hang out together. It's kind of like a village thing almost. They're not dating per se, but they are definitely like all fucking. And the kids might not know that they're not fucking, but they're all like, they're hanging out all the time. Now you have 4 parents basically raising 2 sets of kids. You know, because they're there all the time. They hang out on the weekends. This is what they go on vacation together. You know, like this is basically a polyamorous relationship in everything but name. And y'all are trying to differentiate it by getting in the weeds. And go, well, this doesn't really count. Well, that's bullshit.
Well, okay. Well, we can acknowledge a non-monogamy is a spectrum. Okay, all right. So we can we'll pass that. But all right. So the thing that like the heart of this, you know, that I always want to tackle is like you guys have talked about how you know, according to the data, you know, there's more adverse outcomes with these non-monogamous relationships, right? Well, my question is it that it's the structure of relationships that equals disaster, or is it that society's stigma, right? If society is aware that your family, you know, is opened up, right? Like, there's again a lot of people who are going to be adverse to that, going to treat you worse, right? Like it might make it difficult to integrate within a community, and that'll be a problem, right? There's also shame that might be involved in it. Well, like within the context of your relationship, you're fine, but like you're more depressed because like society is telling you that this thing, which otherwise to you is fine, is problematic, right? And so like, you know, we see that within like gay relationships, right? Like society tells them like this is wrong, and so people engage in those relationships can have like suffer more depression, but it's not necessarily because they're, you know, with another man or another woman. It's because, you know, like they're being told they're gonna go to hell, right? Like that shit, like that'll have an effect on your mental health and your satisfaction in life, right?
So like Lactoids brought up before that like he'd never work with like in especially in law or business or whatever. You don't work with people who are liars because they'll lie to you. And I feel like the same rule extends to like people in polyamorous relationships. I feel like people in monogamous relationships might see that and they're like, if you have no loyalty to one individual, right? You can just be swayed. To say that you can love multiple people is like, sure, you can have love or you can have affection, but then that has to mean that you're losing love somewhere else. That has to mean that like you're taking from somewhere and giving to somewhere else, which is why people are bringing up Destiny. His relationships don't work because he's getting into a relationship with an individual. He's saying, hey, we're both I can't afford you the time.
I don't think that's true.
That's what the person in the relationship
there's a time problem. There's a time problem, which is why I was thinking that like maybe you could work out if you arrange some kind of like I don't know, harem cult where like they keep themselves occupied with each other. That could maybe work. But like the reality is
perception. I'm not saying
that. I agree with I agree with you that for the vast majority of these things, like maybe you could find me one that's set up that like doesn't suffer from this issue.
Yeah.
But for the vast majority of these things, we're running into basic problems, right? Not only are we running into the basic human emotion of jealousy, which I think is going to be ever present, but then we also are running into an issue of just simply time. Like if you're working a full-time job and you're doing a hobby and you're doing other shit, like how the fuck are you going to make time for 3 different women? Holy shit!
Sometimes
like that is incredible
for one woman.
But yeah,
the trick is if you're good, they make time for you.
Even if they make time for you, you're fucking busy. You're doing shit.
You can't create time. Time just is like just not a thing.
Fake news.
Dude, there are people who work. There are people who work. If you work 60 hours a week, for a lot of people, if you work 65 hours a week, you don't have even enough time to go date. You don't have enough time to go meet people.
See what happens.
Not everyone's a weekend warrior. Not everyone has the ability to do this, man.
No. If you this goes once again, it's a skill issue. If you're good, like
it is.
This is why I always rail
the skill. That's what I'm saying.
This is why I rail against guys that do the, for lack of a better term, like simpology, right? Where they're like whatever, giving her. I know women, for example. I could give you examples in my life where women will tell me, "Oh, I'm having a money problem," and then like you're like, "Oh, that's rough." Like I'm thinking they're about to ask for money, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna make these dudes pay for it," and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing this weekend?" Because they're gonna go out of their way. Same thing with the not time issue, right? If you have women in your life, a lot of them, hey, guess what? They want to do things for you because they like you, right? So you're like, "Hey, I can't meet up with you today because I got to clean the house." They're like, "Oh, I'll come clean the house," or "I can't do this day. I got to cook dinner for the kids." Oh, why don't I bring you food and then we can watch a movie? Oh, wow. So
what if you're
having these
late at
women
the
around,
office, she can't do
they will
anything for you
they
then?
bring you food. Well, then they give you under the desk support. I don't know. There's lots of sorts of stuff that people can do. Like, and this could be for men too. If men like the women, they'll do the same thing. It's a give and take here. Like, so
That
no,
feels
I don't
wrong,
believe you're
though.
tied.
That part feels worse.
I'm with what Gibbs saying,
What?
but then I'm gonna tell him 99% of people don't have the skill. It is a skill issue. So can we talk about the people with the skill issue?
So,
Yeah, get good.
So,
That's the solution.
so my thoughts on this, and Jordan Peterson was the first time I heard this term. There's a term called
So we can
enforced
discount
monogamy.
it right off the bat.
There's a term called enforced monogamy, and I think there's two different flavors to it. I'm just talking about socially influenced, not really law-based stuff. But I think a lot of the things that we're talking about that plagues people when it comes to time is this idea below that, which is this female in the relationship should have access to her husband in large amounts of time, right? And that sets the game to where now there's discomfort because I'm not getting this time. But I think polyamory is at odds with enforced monogamy. And I think it's a good thing to have enforced monogamy because it's prioritizing kids. So I think the turmoil that we're talking about that polyamorous couples have, I think it's a good thing for this. So the stigmatization that Prime was talking about that hurts polyamorous couples, I think that's a net positive for society because I want to optimize things for kids and not necessarily hedonic people.
Okay, I gotta push back. So we had a Gambit. It was a long time ago, but he's shown up in the chat every so often. But there was an individual. He was Canadian, actually.
So we can ignore him.
Like Jordan Peterson, we can ignore him. Yeah, he's Canadian.
No,
right?
Not
that Canadian.
No.
Yeah.
Be careful. We don't ignore that Canadian. Just others.
He
was, no, go ahead. Just like Toy. No, I'm joking.
He was a black, and he would come on the panel and talk. But he never.
Did you just say that?
You can say that. You could just say that. I didn't know that.
What?
Well, I mean,
Canadian
Prime
black?
can, but like, just
You said he is a black.
He is a black.
No, I didn't say.
Yeah.
I said a black.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I said. He was
I don't feel
Canadian,
bad about
and-
You've been hanging out with Black
black?
Boy way too much, Prime.
I didn't even hear myself say that. Then if I did, then
Yeah,
I
Wait,
it's
a black is a black. So even if he said a black, which I don't think he did, but even if it,
Well, what if
So I
Black
think
Boy
he
said
meant
it?
like
What if Black Boy
like
said
it was
it?
like it was just
That's what I heard.
It sounded like
yeah,
a
that's-
Well, I was talking to a black the other day, and I just
So, yeah.
that doesn't sound bad to me, but maybe it should. I don't know. But go ahead.
Anyway, this guy, he would come on the open panels. But he talked about how he was in a poly relationship. And the perverted kind was two men and one woman. Where I know. He was a good guy.
I was there and I allowed it.
He was one of my mods.
What was his role though? What was his role in the relationship?
That's just satanic.
I don't know. Okay. Anyway, but he talked
That
about
matters.
The point I'm bringing this guy is he was actually a wholesome individual from everything that I can tell, right? And
No, he wasn't.
Lots of time talking to this guy, right, and debating with him. But he seemed like a wholesome individual. Just because you engage in polyamory doesn't mean that you're a hedonist. I think that's like
Yeah.
some people engage in polyamory not even for sex, right? They're just like, hey, I'm gonna have this emotional connection with this other person, and sex is leads to it. You'll have people who are asexual engaging in polyamorous relationships, right? They're not doing it over hedonism. They're doing it for
People
the
that are
connection.
asexual are a special brand of, like neurodivergent people that we just shouldn't talk about. But, yeah.
Well, You take that up with Levy, okay? All right. But
I have.
I'm sure you have. But yeah, so I want to push back on the idea that
Like
it's
those
like
strange
necessary
people who aren't
hedonism.
addicted to cocaine, you know?
I want to push back against on that part, but I also want to say that like unless I'm missing a certain form, which I can't think of, right? Like polyamory is like the most involved form of non-monogamy, right? The most time intensive form. That's why the differences actually matter here, right? So if you're saying, so you guys are talking about, well, you don't have time for like three other people, right? You have your wife, and then was it the two other girlfriends? Like that's like too much. And I would agree with you. I would agree. Like that makes it extremely difficult. I would say that in the polyamorous defense is that they may not need equal time, right? Because they have levels to these things, right? You have your primary, and then you have these different ones that are on different levels. Like some of them are just like an emotional connection, and then but they have their own primary, so they don't need that time for you. So it's a lot more complicated than that. So I'll put that out there. But beyond that, like yes, that's extremely time intensive. But if we're talking about again an open relationship, right, where the husband or the wife, right, or both, are allowed to have some fun on the side every so often, right? But keep that shit away from home. Well, that's different,
Yeah, that's
right?
different.
And that's a lot less time involved.
Let me ask this, because
Yep.
this is kind of on the same path, right? So, in the expression, like with children, albeit I'm not a parent, but isn't it that takes a village? You want the whole like village involved. Wouldn't a polycule just be an extension of that philosophy then?
No,
Why
because
not?
it's
Because you always
a
have parent
different.
figure there.
It's a different interaction pattern though. Like when we talk about like a village for children, I'm not interacting with three moms. I'm interacting with my mom, and I have a perspective on my relationship with my mom, and then I have a perspective on outside people who care for me, and I'm digesting that relationship differently than I would if this was second,
Well,
like literal second mom.
but y'all are just arguing that time is a big issue, right? Now they're having more time with a parental figure, whether that there's mom. How's that any different than like an extended family? Like, okay,
No, that
I come from
matters.
like a big family. If I have an aunt,
Because
that's a
That
mother
matters.
figure,
That
or
matters.
a big sister.
no,
No,
no.
it
So
doesn't, because
It
it's the
does.
same. If I have an
No.
aunt or a big sister that takes over the mom role, yeah, it does affect some, but you still have there's still parental figures. Isn't it better for a kid to have multiple parental figures
No.
in their life
No,
than the
no, no.
opposite?
so
Have
this
It
is
zero?
isn't.
this is what
Wait.
I would say, Gibbs. Hold on, wait. We've been having like
Go ahead.
slight back and forth. It's just short. I think hierarchy is important. And I think in a village situation, there's still a tier to the relationships, and there's clear, like, this is the most important relationship. And then there's these other relationships. And you digest the rules or the values that those people have with context for that hierarchy. I think when you remove that hierarchy is more flat, it creates confusion. And I think that's the detriment to that. So that's what I
You
would
could
say
still have the
would be
hierarchy,
different.
right? You could still have the hierarchy, right? You could have like one of the wives gets like the title of like first wife if she does certain things, and then like they compete with each other over the title of first wife.
I like that
Yeah, but the
system.
baby. Okay,
Maybe.
babies also like as woo-wahs you don't want to be like they do have a natural connection to their birth mother, like the skin to skin connection, the heartbeat, the heart rate, the whole spiel. Like they were like growing within the mother for 10 months. So it's like, it is very important for like one to, yeah, like, Gambit was saying, it is important to know like who your mother is, and then other people in your life is very different than just, okay, these are just parental figures in my life.
Were you a late birth?
10
Me?
months.
Yeah, 10 months. Like, were you a late birth? Were you like a?
No, so if you look it up, it is actually like it is actually like 10 months, because the first no one counts
40
the first month,
weeks.
because you don't know that you're pregnant the first month, because you're waiting for your period to be missed.
Yeah, it's 40 weeks.
The more
so
you know.
you could have like the children have a connection with their birth mom. Like what I'm saying is like I think that there's some truth in the idea that you could arrange this in like such a hierarchical way, and that could work out.
Can.
And yeah, and you could like under like for example, if the head of this sort of arrangement is somebody of like superior morals or like superior intelligence, and they can
Like a
set up
libertarian.
like a libertarian, for example, right? They could set up like
Yeah.
the training and the theory for children, the children that are a result of this this hierarchy. They could set up the system to benefit those children, perhaps more than they otherwise would have been benefited. But Gibbs, where I think that maybe you're missing like the mark here is like when we're recommending this, the vast majority of people are not libertarians, right? The vast majority of people are lesser than, and their arrangements are going to be just like not work out. And this is what we see in the data, right? Like the women just are not happy, the children are not as well off, like there's just negative results. So I almost think as though the best solution would be to like encourage perhaps like libertarians to begin this, or like other kinds of like superior peoples, and then like discourage like other people from doing this. Right?
Actually,
New Hampshire.
I agree. I actually fully agree with Lactoid, as in libertarians should marry other libertarians and set up the polygamy, and we'll see how the gender dynamic plays out, and we'll see how many children
New Hampshire.
libertarians have.
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of cults that have similar setups to what he's saying, and they got a lot of kids coming from these cults. I'm just saying.
I think it's possible to raise children in unconventional ways healthily. I think a lot of the problem is that our society isn't set up for that. So there's a lot of disadvantages these types of families have, and you can see that like even in the healthcare system, and then just like in society, like a lot of them are ostracized from their friends at school, or other parents don't want them hanging around their kids and stuff like that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, because it's out. One, it's out of the norm, and two, to sit here and say that we need to like societally help poly couples. How about we help just like the normal couples first? Individual cisgendered hetero couples are having a problem maintaining relationships or marriages or families before like we start talking about like before we start talking about othering like
right.
But I think helping children is the thing. So if you want to help families in general, but I wasn't even like necessarily advocating for, I mean, I would, but like my statement was that that's probably why there are a lot of disadvantages to these types of relationships currently.
I think that's a good thing, though. I just want to continue to say this.
It's not a good thing. It's just a norm.
No.
People make fun of people. That's just what happens.
I'm telling you what I think. I'm not saying what you think. I think the stigmatization of these situations is a good thing and is healthy for society. That's my position in this, to be super clear.
Why?
Because I think enforced monogamy is a great thing for all of the data that we see around what is beneficial for kids, and therefore I think not demonizing but stigmatizing less than situations is a good thing for society. Because
did you just say it was a great thing for data?
No. I said all data says that a kid with their biological parents in a two-parent home come out to be better. So that's a true statement. And I think what we should optimize for is healthier kids. So by extension, I advocate for this style of relationship because it seems to be what's best for kids. If for some reason poly relationships became better for kids, then I would probably switch my whole axiom and maybe I would start to advocate for that.
So are we then saying that anything that's suboptimal in the terms of family results that it gets should be stigmatized?
I'm saying that. Yes,
I would agree with that, including using
so like a biracial relationship. If a study came out that showed that a biracial relationship like had some suboptimal outcome for kids, would then be against mixed marriages, or you would be for stigmatizing mixed marriages.
Wait. We don't have to be hypothetical. This is my current position. And what I'm talking about is my prescription. My prescription for others is not to live in bisexual relationships with kids. My prescription is
biracial.
Stay with the.
He said biracial.
Oh, he said biracial. Oh, I thought he said bisexual.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's data that shows that biracial parented homes produce worse outcomes than non-biracial parented homes for kids.
I don't know. I just pulled that out of the air.
So,
if that were the case,
and the results were something that we would consider substantial, then yes, I would absolutely probably advocate for that. Yes.
Wait, you don't think bisexuals should have kids?
No, I didn't say that. No. So I am very big on personal freedom. I think people should and can do what they want when it comes to this. So I'm not at all for like making laws or anything. I'm talking about my prescription to others. And my prescription. My prescription will stigmatize other things. So if you ask me, hey, do I support whatever the question was you just asked me, I would say, no, I don't support that. And these are the reasons why. And I would be stigmatizing against that thing. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay.
100%.
I'm just trying to test. So, like, you're against like gay adoption and like stuff like that.
I think it's not optimal for kids, but I also think.
Do you have
Hold
to
on, wait,
stigmatize it?
wait. Hold on. Let me finish. I also think there are incredible problems with our adoption situation, period. So I don't advocate against gay adoption because of how bad just the adoption market is.
But should it be stigmatized?
Oh, you stigmatize it.
I think, no. So this is what I stigmatize. I stigmatize putting your kids up for adoption and you being a better parent.
But my
to be there
question
for
is
your
the
kids.
type. Yeah, but my question is, you stigmatize stuff. You said you would stigmatize suboptimal relationships in terms of kids. So like, I tried to like ask you, do you think like this? And you said there's no data, but like,
wait.
Yeah.
I feel like I answered your question and maybe you didn't understand it. Okay.
You didn't.
Would I stigmatize?
The answer would be yes.
Hold on. Let me answer this fully. No, but I'm here. Like, y'all don't have to talk for me. I can talk.
That's my answer.
Pretty smart. Okay, listen. So, when you talk about gay adoption, what isn't important is the gay adoption. What is most important is that there's a kid without their biological parents. So what I stigmatize, hold on. What I stigmatize is anything that's not living with your biological parents. So it's not something that I'm pinning necessarily to the gay parents that are adopting.
Adoption in general.
Yes, exactly.
No one should be adopting.
But you said I didn't answer your question, but I did answer your
question. Well, okay, because I'm going to say, like, obviously adoption in general isn't bad, but it's going to be beneficial to the kid either way, that like they're getting adopted because
it's the best of a bad situation. So I'm not gonna prescribe that anyone willingly enter that market if all options to me are bad. So when you put out that there's gay people, you can also put out that there's straight people, or you can put out that there's trans people. I don't care about the sexuality of the people involved.
Well, I mean, I could make an argument that straight adoption is better or more optimal than gay adoption, and then gay adoption would be suboptimal. And then
but I wouldn't advocate for either of them because
there's so many kids that need homes that, like, you could fill up all the homes that are looking, and you would still have more left over. So
exactly.
But I think the idea here of like generally things that are suboptimal should be stigmatized compared to other things that are more optimal. Yeah, it's obviously true, right? We should stigmatize women smoking while pregnant. We should stigmatize women drinking while pregnant. We should stigmatize women choosing formula over breast milk if they can produce. We should stigmatize whatever makes a child's overall well-being, like challenges them or makes them a little bit worse off. That should be like proportionally stigmatized compared to what the best outcome is and what the best solution is. I think that's perfectly, if we're looking for the well-being of the children, that of course makes sense.
Does anybody disagree with this?
I want to respond to that before
yeah. Well, I'm sort of going to touch on this or like clarify where exactly your line is. So like based off what I heard, Gambit, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like basically, use the word, I think, suboptimal for the children, as in pretty much anything that is suboptimal for the outcome of the children, like you would stigmatize that. And I think that
proportionally stigmatize, I think he means.
And that generally alludes to, like, if you're not close to this 100% outcome, this optimal outcome, then we should stigmatize the suboptimal outcome. And so I'm curious then, like, would you potentially stigmatize like people of lower socioeconomic status for reproducing?
Would I stigmatize? Yes, I do. Yes, for sure.
All right,
for sure. So
yeah,
I would not.
But to be clear,
why are they having kids? They barely keep themselves alive.
Wait. This is the advice that I give for that situation. I say kids are important, and kids are like the fabric for even wanting to do better for yourself. So what I tell people is you need to create a better economic situation so that your kids are better before you engage in that.
Yeah, but then those people don't have
but in that way, I am discouraging having kids in that situation. So yeah, for sure.
Okay, and
but to be clear, hold on, to be clear, because this is yikes, because this is close to eugenics. I don't advocate.
I understand.
Yes, I am completely against laws on these axioms. For sure,
we're just talking about stigma, right? I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Yes,
but yeah, I think that, like, yes, if you have two poor people who like can barely afford to keep themselves alive, the idea of them having children is probably not a good idea, right? You should generally focus on becoming like financially self-sufficient and then have children.
We wouldn't have kids.
Everybody agrees with this, right? Doesn't
No, no,
everybody
the-
do
the-
this?
We
the
wouldn't
problem-
have
the
kids because
problem-
Lactoid knows that the higher you go up in IQ or the higher you go up in like job status, the less kids you're likely to have, and the lower, the
It's a big
lower
problem. It's
socioeconomic
causing a reversal of the
but
Flynn
that's why
effect.
we
No, that's how it's always
Stigmatize-
been.
Hold on, hold
That's
on.
how it's always been.
But
It has not always
wouldn't
been.
you agree that we should stigmatize affluent couples who are choosing not to have kids? Because that's what I would do as well.
Stigmatization.
Why?
Stigmatization produces no results, though. It
Wait,
doesn't
why
actually
would we-
change
wait,
any results.
That's the whole
Wait.
the whole conversation
I don't know
of
if that's true.
heteronormativity
You won't
is
wait,
because
hold on. Why should we-
stigmatization is causing.
Wait, are
it
you
actually can
advocating?
create problems. Go
Wait,
ahead.
just to be clear, are you advocating that rich people that are not having kids should be having a bunch of kids? Is that what you're saying?
They should be, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Fuck that. That's bullshit.
No, listen.
Kids are
listen,
expensive.
so-
like,
so-
that's
no,
outrageous.
rich. They can afford it.
Hold on.
Okay, let me explain
Hold on.
classism to you. Let me explain. If I'm a rich dude, I only need one winning child, right? Listen, when you're poor, you're gonna need lots of kids because they're gonna feed them to the meat grinder. That's how it works. I'm sorry.
Stop.
Hey, that's the privilege of being rich. Hey,
No,
guess what?
you are dooming America with this fucking line of thought. Okay,
this is crazy.
This is how we fight China.
Look what's happening.
We fight China. I'm just saying.
Gibbs, I take it this far.
If you're poor, the goal is
wait.
that at least one kid's gonna bring you out of poverty.
No.
That's the
Gibbs,
goal. That's what you
listen.
see.
No, listen, Gibbs. Even my black friends who I view as intelligent, my black friends that I view as intelligent that don't have kids, I even tell them they're bad people. Like, you should be having kids because it would be better for black people if you, who are in a good situation or a good IQ, it would be better for you to propagate more people that are in good situations and
yes.
have
What
a
if
higher
it-
IQ.
Lactoid.
What if it's not
I
better
am
for
fully
them?
on board with this. I'm fully on board with this. I don't care what race I want. Look, high IQ people of all races reproduce, have children,
Yes.
please. Yes,
Yes.
100%.
Nah. Just listen. We know it works.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Just spam method.
Wait. Well, no, Gibbs, wait, please.
Spray and
I
pray.
don't want you to. No, I don't want you to meme. I really want to know your.
Please, I'm
Chili.
If you disagree,
Nah, this is me.
I'm
This is
100%
I don't
serious.
feel like.
Why would I
feel like
want to invest in a bunch of little rugrats when I can invest in one winning child and this comes out to kill Vince McMahon? He fucked up with Shane, but guess what? He had his daughter. She's a beast. I'm just saying. Listen, you just keep having kids till you get a winner. It's simple. That's what rich people do. They all know it. This is what emperors did. They'd have a fucked up kid. They'd have a couple more backups. One of them would be like, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna pick
Look
that
what
one."
you've done now, though. Look what you've done. Now you've got like 8 fucked up kids that are running around society.
Listen,
Like,
all
that's
you
not
need is
good.
one.
Yeah,
You
one-
then you send them to war or the factory. It's real simple.
Donald Trump got Ivanka.
They yearn for the mind.
And then
They yearn for the minds, bro.
forgot about all the rest. Okay, so hold on, but before that, all right. So, Ghosty, I think you want to say something. I'm gonna go to Aiko. I will respond to you, Gambit, but yeah.
It's
No,
the
I
best
was
thing
just
ever. This
saying-
is awesome, by the way. But go ahead. Sorry.
We see across the board, like, stigmatization really doesn't produce any results. Like, we stigmatize things all the time, and they still happen a lot. And lots of times, it can actually like create problems. So again, like even with the example that.
Hold on, I just want to narrow it down. What you mean?
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
want to
yes.
ask you a question.
Okay, doesn't
Positive
do positive
results.
results. Okay, go ahead.
Positive results. You're right.
Can I ask you a question? And when you're done, not now.
No, go ahead.
Before we move on, no, I want you to finish your thought. I just want to ask you.
I was just like repointing out, like even in the result or the example that I gave with the poly families, like a lot of their problems come from the stigmatization, and even with their children and stuff, that comes from the stigmatization, and then the how it's just like the healthcare practice system with birth certificates and all this stuff is just like it causes problems for those families, and that has to do with the stigmatization.
Yeah. So my question would be like heteronormativity is a popular conversation amongst us on the left, right? And the like concretization of gender roles, which I think is a good thing, which people who want to live in different gender scenarios, they don't like heteronormativity because they say that this creates that stigmatization of trans people, xenogender people, people of all different fluids of gender, right? If we're going to say that stigmatization has the power to create all of these negative outcomes, why would you not think that that same energy has the power to keep people in line and create positive outcomes?
Well, do you have an example of it working?
Smoking.
That has to do with no. That has to do with health facts. That has to do with science. Once we started learning how bad smoking is for you, lots of people stopped doing it. That doesn't just saying that smoking is gross doesn't make people stop smoking.
No, it's combined. It's combined. So a lot of the like social smoking. There was a lot of social stigma against smoking in certain areas, in certain contexts. There is pointing out health problems and reinforcing that and saying you shouldn't do it. It's bad to do it. It's bad to do it. It's bad to do it. And then like here's XYZ health reasons. This is this is stigmata. This is you're saying this is stigmatizing the practice.
Wait.
Sometimes
now we have low T-men because of that. Now we have low T-men. Smoking also increases testosterone. This is why you.
I have pointed this out.
Dictates like
but lung cancer is worse.
Listen, you call the weak. That's what lung cancer.
So go see the stigmatization was.
Either have the money to get fixed, or you don't.
Was that it was like gross? It smells bad, and it did. I used to be a smoker. I used to smoke Newport hundreds. All right, no one was getting off of those. But then you have the innovation of like vapes, right? The stigma of vapes is way less. And everyone's doing it way more, even though it's technically way more harmful since that thing is in your hand 24/7. You're not going to have to go outside. There aren't people can sneak.
That's why it needs to be stigmatized.
So now people are stigmatizing vapes because we are seeing the long-term effects of it.
That should happen.
Yeah, because you need a negative reinforcement to get people to stop. Otherwise, why would they stop doing it?
But you do agree that vape smoking likely will go down over time because of this new stigmatization? And this is another example of the question that goes to X. And can we give examples?
Wait,
look at Bud Light sales.
Go see. You can. The problem with the polyamory relationship with the kids is not the stigmatization of it. That's a part of the problem that people get made fun of. But the other problems is like we've been discussing. Regular relationships are hard enough to maintain. Regular marriages are hard enough to maintain. It's not going to be easier to maintain a poly relationship. It just isn't going to be statistically.
No, but they can be just as successful, and they are.
But a minority of regular relationships are successful. So like they can be just as successful, and regular relationships aren't successful. So they're just not successful.
So how
that's kind of what I'm saying. Different axioms. So.
The difference is that they're going to be
if even regular relationships aren't successful, but the successful ones are, and the polyamorous relationships aren't successful, but the successful ones are, then like what's the difference?
Because the probability of a regular relationship being successful is higher than the probability of a poly relationship being successful.
How do you know?
Because you're adding
the data.
Well, one statistics,
two.
I posted it in chat.
Well, yeah, I don't believe it, but there's not a thing.
I posted it in chat.
Anyways,
it's not
because me and you aren't going to play the definition. Me and you aren't going to play the definition in source game. We don't play that game, you and I.
You're making a claim that hold on. You're making a claim, and this hasn't been posted by Lactar, to be clear. You're making the claim that the success fabric of poly relationships is somehow based in the success of monogamous relationships. No, you're just making this as a claim. That's just like you haven't given anything to prove that that's true. That's not true, probably. You are. You just said that. You said poly relationships aren't going to be successful, obviously, because regular relationships aren't successful. I'm saying that thing that you're intuiting, I don't know why you're intuiting that. There are different modes of interaction from humans. It doesn't mean that interactions from this pattern of human behavior will somehow dictate results in this other pattern.
I'm saying humans seem to have a problem maintaining one-on-one relationships.
But that doesn't imply that they will have to have a problem in poly relationships. That doesn't logically follow.
Does it logically follow that they have an easier time with multiple relationships if they can't handle the one relationship?
That's to be determined. If you give me data that says that, then I'll start to believe it. But it doesn't make sense.
I didn't know we were all like statistics and scientists here. We make inferences as the debate panel.
I'm fine with you making an inference. I'm just saying you're stating it as a fact, and I'm just giving you pushback. That's all. You can continue. I'm just giving you pushback on
that. Finish your point. We did get Aiko. He's been waiting quite patiently.
Yeah, there's really no counter argument to my point. So that's like how I'm stating it as a fact. Hit me with a counter argument that tells me that they're better, then we'll go with that. But
I hit you with a counter argument that you have nothing to support.
We got to move on. Sorry.
Go on, Aiko.
So there have been several studies on like parenting styles and what their outcomes are. And even if we don't look at the studies, we can just know by reason that a conservative parenting style versus a liberal parenting style, or let's say libertarian parenting style, aren't necessarily going to exactly always 100% of the time give you the exact same results, which means that one of those parenting styles is going to have a suboptimal position, right? And if a study show, and I can link to some of them because I've been looking them up, but let's say that conservative parenting style or libertarian parenting style or any of them is shown by some studies to show suboptimal results. Do we then like?
How do you differentiate between those two? Because I don't understand that. Maybe everybody else is understanding this. I don't understand what you mean by conservative versus liberal parenting style.
It all depends. This is why I didn't point to one specifically, because they all do it in different ways, right? But the one that I just read, I think from about 20 years ago, was about enforced gender roles. Families with like more harshly enforced gender roles have emotional development gets stymied in those kids when they grow up. Okay, but would that be a reason then to stigmatize conservatism or stigmatize liberalism or whatever your political ideology? Or are we exempting that from this idea that we're going to stigmatize everything that doesn't have the absolute highest optimal outcome?
So I think that's a question to me. I think there's like a penumbra of different axes to rate these things. And I think just because you find one specific thing that might have some significant departure from like the norm, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should demonize that thing. So that's what I would say. I would say if you could find various different, very important factors, then yeah, I would jump on board with you immediately. But it's just saying that there's one.
I also think it's a matter of degree, right? Like smoking, for instance, the benefits from it are so minimal compared to the harms of it that stigmatization of smoking I can absolutely see. But stigmatization for like a political view, like I know plenty of families from both sides of the political spectrum, and they turn out just fine. But one of them is going to end up suboptimal to a degree. But you're saying it has to be more suboptimal than that in order to
I'm saying that there has to be a number of important metrics that we care about that are degraded for me to start to stigmatize one over the other.
Maybe I can help explain. So what he's saying is that there's multiple axes here that we have to evaluate. So you might be able to point to a study saying, look, families that have more rigid gender roles, they have XYZ negative outcome. And then, like, obviously this is associated with conservatism, therefore conservatism bad. But there's also aspects such as like internal locus control versus external locus control, which is that when conservatives are much more likely to have a stronger and be brought up with a much stronger internal locus of control. That is, they are responsible for their own destiny, as opposed to an external locus of control, which is my entire life is dominated by systems. I can't do anything to prove my own position. I'm fucked, et cetera, et cetera. And
agency.
Yes, agency. And research has shown that people with a strong sense of internal locus of control, like just simply believing that you can do better, makes it more likely that you will do better, right? It's important to teach children an internal locus of control, and conservatives are much more likely to instill that value into their students, right? Or sorry, into their children. Right. And so the question is like, okay, well, now we have two competing variables. We should look at every variable, and for any one variable that has a negative outcome, maybe that should be stigmatized. But you can't. It's not. But
you see, this is what I mean. This is
one political angle compared to another political.
This is why I brought up the fact that there's so many studies that all sort of pointing in different directions, because we know what we're like politically, especially in the age of social media, is people are going to latch onto the studies that say their own ideology results in the best outcomes, and other people are going to do it the other way. And now everyone has another reason to stigmatize people that they disagree with.
Yeah, well, which ideally we would have like
important. No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, ideally, then what you would do is you'd be like have an open mind and like adjust your parenting style to try to get the best of all worlds. That'd be the ideal scenario.
Yeah, if you're picking your own parenting style, yes. Yeah, but if what you're doing is stigmatizing other people's parenting styles, that's when I think we're running into like some risks.
Yeah. So, Aiko, what I would say is, if you are going to be a person that stigmatizes some other parenting style, I think what you're hinting at is that you should be very sure that the thing that you think is best has some number of axes in which is better. And that's how I feel about biological parents raising their kids for all important attributes that I've seen that have been a part of these studies across all of these different axes, that's a better environment. So that's why I advocate for that. But I do agree with you that you should do a significant investment in your opinion to see that the data bears out in your favor across some number of important axes. So I agree that we should take caution with stigmatization if we're not sure.
But there's a lot of unintended consequences to this too. Like let's say you do stigmatize adopting kids because you think it's suboptimal, and now people are just getting more abortions because of it. Like you just don't know.
Well, I don't stigmatize adopting kids though. I stigmatize putting kids up for adoption.
Yeah. But these are the people. That's their choice. Very often, that's their choice, right?
Well, you can react,
or do I not?
You can react to this.
Adoption is one of the alternatives to abortion there, right?
You can react to this and then like either lessen the stigma on the thing if you're realizing it's having an unintended effect, or you could stigmatize the unintended effect even more, right? You would say like, okay, we're gonna scale down our stigmatization of like adoption, and we're gonna ramp up the stigma on abortion. That's what
teenage girl's gonna go and look up the final stigmatization number before she makes her decision.
But hold on.
In an ideal world, this is what we would do. I understand it's not like the world's not ideal, but
you're focusing on the wrong thing here. No, hold on. You're focusing on the wrong thing. I don't care. I'm getting in. You can finish. I'll be quick. It's real interesting to me what y'all are focusing on. Y'all are focusing on stigmatizing something, right? Well, to me, it's clearly not the relationships that are the failure. It's the people that are the failure. So what are you going to do? You're going to start stigmatizing all these scrublets and these failures? Because if people can do it at a higher level, then it can be recreated at a lower level. And we see billionaires do this all the time. We see millionaires. We've seen emperors. We've seen all these people do it. For centuries, we've seen polyamory work. And then you're sitting here and going, oh, it's so bad. No. What we should be stigmatizing is the scrubby behaviors that lead to these things failing, because it's pretty clear it's the people that are the problem, not the relationships themselves.
If the people are the problem, why do you want them to have more kids?
No,
because we need them for the grist mills.
In the societies that you're advocating for, the dispossessed men tear the system down. There is no solution for them but to tear the system down if there's not proper mates available for them. So the good
if there's more kids, there's more mates for everybody.
Wait. So to be clear, what I would advocate for in a super polyamorous society is I would advocate for revolution. That would be the proper thing to advocate for in that situation. But back to Aiko's, so yes, I agree that you could stigmatize adoption or putting kids up for adoption, which could lead to an increase into abortion. But I also stigmatize the root of this, which is promiscuous sex in situations that aren't productive for kids, right? So I also stigmatize that.
How is that working out?
I don't think there's a way to do a unary analysis on how stigmatization promiscuous sex is affecting abortion rates.
This just doesn't work. Like if
wait. You're using a argument that because things are bad, that means this isn't working, and I don't think that's true.
No, because like even if you stigmatize like abortion, if a woman's in a situation where she needs to get an abortion, okay, now she just hates herself even more, and she still has to get the abortion. Like, what does that fix?
What is fixed is hopefully less women put themselves into situations where they need to choose.
People aren't purposely putting themselves in situations to get abortions. Obviously, that's.
If you don't believe in agency, you may believe that. But if you believe that people have agency, I disagree.
That's not.
He's spitting. He's spitting. Let him keep going. This is good. This is good shit.
This is Blacktoid. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Good shit.
No, it's awful. And I
y'all have to believe this is true.
I cannot. All right, so I want to give my thing because before we're gonna change topics in a second, and I want to get my thing in here. But oh my god, were you gonna send me down a fucking rabbit hole of that comment? Holy shit!
You have to believe in personal autonomy.
Oh my god,
we don't believe in autonomy.
You're Gambit, you're fucking baiting me, and you fucking know you are.
No. Listen. Right. I mean 1,000% serious. I know you
are, and you're baiting me into a larger discussion on that bullshit. No, hold on. Okay, so, So many things that have been said. I won't only be able to address a small amount of it. I'll start with this. Gambit, should we stigmatize your relationship?
No, by my relationship, I'm not sure what you mean.
Your
Wait,
relationship.
I don't know. No. I don't know what we're about to go into, so I should say we should change the topic because I don't know what's about to happen. Because I don't know what.
No. It's not. No. I'm not going to try to blow your.
I don't know what you could be referring to.
Yes, get into it.
Everything that I'm going to refer to are things you said in public. I swear to God, right?
Gambit, what are you doing, you dirty dog?
You have kids. We know you have kids, right? We know you have kids, and we know that you're not married currently. Right?
Okay, got you. Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna try to blow up your life, man. Don't worry.
Yes, no, for sure, absolutely. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
People should pressure us to become married like they do, and I think that's a good thing that there's that external pressure that is.
Wait, so then why aren't you married if there's stigmatization towards the relationship that you have?
Right. How did that happen if it was so stigmatized?
Okay, so wait, we're talking about.
I'm not literally
things.
asking you, but like the point is
I think this is a fair question. So one thing is the stigmatization is meant to create internal conflict in a person to get to some behavior that you would like, right? What I think that is doing is that is working, and that is a good thing. Why I have not chosen to succumb to those internal pressures is a different conversation, though.
But you advocate to.
But don't you have agency there, Gambit?
Sure.
Just make the choice.
Wait.
That's pretty.
Wait. I don't think y'all understand that I'm fully biting the bullet.
That you're a hypocrite.
I have
so. Oh, this is not a hypocrite. This is this is not hypocritical.
Yeah.
This is like saying, hey, look, we've been discouraging smoking, yet you're still smoking. Yeah, you can find examples of people smoking, but that doesn't change the fact that we should be discouraging smoking.
Wait. If the person doing it is saying that you should stigmatize people, which is to
a lot of smokers want to discourage smoking because they can't fucking stop.
Exactly.
A lot of people who drink don't want other people to drink.
That's a little bit of a different situation.
Yeah, we're talking about addictions,
and a lot of people who are living the dirty dog lifestyle. They want to advocate for other people to not live that lifestyle. I get it.
How are you?
Wait. To be clear, my situation is monogamous, so there's none of that nonsense.
I know.
But yes, I think that pressure is positive, and I think it's a good thing. I think when we talk about the institution of marriage in this country and what is represented over time, I think there's complex conversation that we shouldn't go into here that factor into that. And that's a factor into this whole situation.
But like losing half your shit if she decides she's tired of you. What a crazy fucking idea. Like, why would you do that? Dumb idea.
Addiction is a perfect example of how stigmatization doesn't work. Like stigmatizing junkies. If you stigmatize junkies and stuff like that, it actually prevents a lot of them from being able to get help and then understanding what the actual root cause of the problem is and all of things like that.
Hold on, another take. Wait. This is small. Another take could be that the internal conflict created by the stigmatization is not greater than the chemical addiction. That's also possible in that world.
And so what I can use this as a jumping off point. So what I'm putting out here is that stigmatization, like you don't have control of it, right? In the wild, I think it's telling what Lactoid was saying before. Now I know he wasn't being like ultra serious. I get that, right? But when Lactoid talked about we've observed that when we stigmatize this thing, right, it causes an adverse reaction here. So maybe we'll lower the stigmatization here and then increase it in this other area, right? And eventually we'll find some sort of balance, right? But that's not how this works, right? You talked about that works. That would be an ideal society, right? But sorry, I don't know. There was feedback there. That doesn't mean that we know that in actual society, like when we put these things into the wild, when we say things are bad, right? Oftentimes, because doing a thing is bad, right? It makes the person doing the thing also bad, right? Like again, like we just talked about this in terms of addiction, right? Where we put a moral weight onto these things, right? Where drinking alcohol to excess is bad, and we could just leave it at that, but we don't leave it at that, right? We say this person is a moral failure. Right now, you guys may not subscribe to that, but that's a thing that exists.
I understand, but we can only advocate for what we advocate here on this panel. We can agree that we can agree that stigma generally can be misused. And I think we both would combat stigma when we think it's being misused.
You
But we're,
stigmatize it.
we're advocating for a very precise, like surgical level of stigma, which is we're targeting the bad things and saying we should like discourage these bad things while simultaneously lifting people up and to tell them you're better than this. You don't have to do this, right? We can come together and not be like this.
What I'm saying,
exactly.
Sure, I hear you, right? And I, to a certain extent, I agree in that, like, there are certain activities I want to stigmatize, right? You know, like being a libertarian, right? Like that, disgusting.
Yes, absolutely.
No,
I'm on board.
I have studies that show libertarians are better.
No, you don't.
I do. Right wingers are taller. They have more upper body strength. They happen to have higher testosterone levels.
They look better. They look better. They got more money.
Hey, speaking about successful marriages, conservatives have more successful marriages and better sex lives.
I mean, anecdotally, that's true.
So they can die for all of that. I agree.
I got the studies.
I agree.
I got the
anecdote.
anecdote.
Which way, sorry, hold on, let me finish this because we are way over time. So I would agree with you, Gambit, right? If we could do that, right? If we could very precisely balance these things. But like looking at how history actually works is that what we'll do is say, well, a gay marriage, like let's say it is the case, and I don't necessarily agree that this is true, but let's just say that like within a gay marriage, it's less optimal than a heterosexual marriage, right? Let's stipulate that. If that's the case, well, the result we're going to get, because the result we've always gotten, is that gay people are bad. Right, that gay people are a problem, and then it'll be gay people are somehow a danger to children. Like this is like that was and is the way many people conceive of this. And again, I know it's not what you're advocating for, so I'm not trying to put that on you.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying.
For sure.
This is the danger of going down the stigmatization route, rather than trying to, especially when we're talking about like identities, or I don't know the exact vocabulary to express what I want to get at here, but we'll just leave it at identities for now. But I have a larger thesis on this. But when we're talking about identities, like when we're stigmatizing those things, we stigmatize the people, right? That the people engage in these lifestyles, rather than like making space for them. I think the better option is to say, well, we have gay parents now. We're going to have more gay parents coming to our schools. How can we accommodate them, right? How can we make them feel safe and included within our community so we can help them achieve better outcomes? I think that's the better way to lift these people up. Same thing with single mothers, right? Now, I would agree. We don't want like single parents in general, single mothers, single fathers, right? That's less optimal. But they exist. And so rather than saying that, like, you know, you are, you know, some sort of failure because you aren't, you know, paired. And then, again, we weren't trying to do that. But rather than do that, say, okay, how can I give this person resources? How can I make sure that their kid will be as successful as possible by stepping in as a community, coming in and filling the gaps in whichever way that we can? I think it's a much better strategy than stigmatization.
So, can we roll that example you just gave about single mothers? Like, when we stigmatized it more, wasn't there less single mothers?
Yes, there was.
No,
for sure. Without a doubt. Look at all the data. But
no,
wait,
correlation.
We can't argue
causation.
That is a strong correlation. What change? Look, we got more birth control, and less stigmatization. Yet we have more single mothers.
No.
Terrible.
Come on.
Back when we had shotgun marriages, better time for children.
No. Come on, Lactoid, please, Lactoid.
No, I'm not backing up this point. Single motherhood has increased. Single motherhood has increased. It's going up. It's going up.
So we had multiple social factors involved with this. One, it would be women.
Stigma.
Women having access to birth.
No, it's like no fault divorce and birth control.
No fault
divorce and
no fault divorce.
And I'm not saying that we should roll those things back, but I'm saying we can't say that those things weren't more impactful to lowering divorce rate. We just can't argue with the actual real data that we can all look up.
Okay, sorry. I can't deal with right now.
You can't deal with both of us at the same time. You can't deal with it. You're getting attacked at all sides.
Yeah, so wait, so Brian, one thing that you can try to argue, which won't work, but you can say that you think even though marriage rates were better back then, people were more unhappy or some ethereal like if you're thing like that. But
they were happier. Rates of happiness were higher.
Yeah, exactly. I know, right? We can kill them on this all day. But Brian, but
I got the studies.
What I do want to say, you and Aiko are important to this in making sure that we're being surgical and precise with our stigmatizations. Now, it happens to be that on this point, me and Lactor are just, some of the greatest of all time. And we actually are surgical and prior. And you're pointing out the intellect that went into the decisions that we're propagating here. And I like that. But I do agree with you that we should understand the secondary effects that other less intelligent people do when they apply these principles. And we should stigmatize that behavior as well. Okay. So in total, I agree.
I couldn't say it better.
Just like with the Second Amendment,
last thing.
We'll just add more gun situation, we'll add more stigma situation. Eventually,
I can't.
It'll work out.
I can't go into the Second Amendment. But
I'll bring you on board.
I think what's important to talk about in the situation that you brought up about, I can't remember what example you brought up was, but I look at these things as like a fire hose, because I think you said something should be primary. Optimizing for the bad outcomes, you said, should be something that we should invest more in.
We should invest more in lifting up these boats, right? Rather than the community involvement.
So I agree with that, but I look at this as a water hose and like a sinking ship. What I optimize for most primary is stopping the boat from sinking. Then we deal with the water. So I want to make it clear that in your example where you're saying the most important thing is making sure that I don't want to say abnormal, but the suboptimal use case is made better. That's less important to me than actually stopping water from entering the boat.
You're talking about preventative measures. But again, stigmatization isn't a preventative measure. So we could look at other things that could be preventative measures that aren't stigmatization.
If you're going to say that heteronormativity has a positive impact on traditional gender roles, then you're going to also say the opposite in a separate. I think I can bring up many examples where you say the exact opposite of what you're saying now. I think social stigmatization, I think we can be sure that has impacts for the intended outcome, for sure. I think Corey would even say this. I'm pretty sure. Corey, aren't you you're a sociologist, right?
No. I mean, I know I'm a biochemist.
Oh, you're a biochemist. My bad. But I'm pretty sure.
Scientist.
Yeah, well, here's the question. Corey, do you agree that we should discourage assault and battery?
Well, so.
Yes or no?
Yes, but
okay, there you go. You've had it. There you have it. Social stigma against assault and battery.
Wait. Wait, Corey, I want to ask you a different question.
I want to finish my point. No,
go ahead, Gambit. I want you to go ahead and ask.
Because hold on, wait, because I want you to include this because I think it's important to the conversation.
Okay, go for it.
The question that I would ask you is, do you think the stigmatization of assault and battery creates less assault and battery? I think that's more on the point.
No, it leads to more like little title pricks who are
can I please respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I please? So I would rather have the conversation because this is where it gets really messy in terms of like what does stigmatization mean? And this comes up in like when we talk about shaming and let's say fat shaming, as in I'm never in favor of like fat shaming. Okay, and so it's like when Lacto brings up the question, should we discourage? Yes, absolutely, because I'm okay with discouraging. I'm okay with making people feel guilty. I'm not in favor of making people feel shame. Those are two separate things and two separate constructs.
Guilty? What's the difference between making somebody feel guilty and making somebody feel shamed?
Because shame generally comes from a place of the person is defective or bad versus guilt is associated with the action, as in the action is bad, as opposed to you being...
We're
just talking about shaming in action, right? That's all we're doing.
Social guilt. That's it. Like shame is about... guilt is about something that you feel bad about internally, like for yourself. Shame is something that you feel socially.
I think what Corey is saying, if I'm understanding you, Corey, is you want to increase conviction, and shame doesn't necessarily lead to conviction. So conviction is what you want to optimize. I can understand that. Yeah.
No, but it can lead to deterrence, right? Like I've long said that we should have sex workers on the side of the road that you can just throw, or sex offenders.
Shame
Sorry,
is
not sex workers.
reactionary, though.
Sex offenders on the side of the road that you
different
can just throw. You can just throw eggs at, right? That's like I think would be a good like reinforcing. Like, hey, if you do this, you'll end up like this, and everyone will see you.
Yeah,
and everyone
yeah,
will
yeah,
show
right.
you.
Discouragement and
that counts
shame
for
are two
sex
different
workers
things.
too.
Shame-
You can't be fine throwing eggs at sex workers.
Literally, I'm not. I'm personally not a fan of sex work, but I do think it should be legal.
Wait,
okay?
discouragement
I'm
and
not a
shame.
fan.
Discouragement and shame are two different things. Like shame happens after the action, and discouragement happens before. So like you react with shame by shaming the person, but like to discourage.
No, but again, if there is sex offender, we should shame them both before and after.
So
I don't know.
It's like a caste system without like the regeneration or whatever it's called. What's it called? Where you come back to
A caste system that based on behavior instead of birth.
Reincarnation.
That's good. Yeah, reincarnation. Yeah.
So I'm really about stigmatizing primary like causal factors. So in the case of sex workers, I think there are bad economic choices that have been made to create the sex worker. So I stigmatize bad economic choices. Or bad financial choices. I shouldn't say economic. Bad financial choices. When it comes to the sex offender, I think they are making bad decisions because they're evil people. So I stigmatize sex offenders much differently than I stigmatize sex workers because I think there's a difference between the primary and the secondary.
Yeah, and we still stigmatize the sex offender. Like we isolate like what they've done is wrong, and we say, look, we're gonna shit on you for doing this bad thing, which I think is a good thing sometimes.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think it helps.
That's why we throw people in prison.
That's why we put them on lists. That's why we make fun of them at the grocery store. That's why we do all these things. It doesn't help
prevent going forward if people only feel shame after an action happens. 1, 2. That's why the discouragement works different. Like works better. If you want to discourage people from doing something, sure, but to tackle like at a shape, like you would have to wait for people to do things.
But you
shame
can't
them
give
and then have
people shame though. We don't have agency to create shame. The discouragement is what we do, and shame is an internal way to avoid conviction.
The shame is also a deterrent for future behavior, right? Like,
no,
you think it's really you think that like in a society where we all say like, look, if you're a sex offender, like X, Y, like, no one's going to want to be around you. You're not going to get any job. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that.
But to be clear,
right? This has no effect on discouraging.
No. Wait. To be clear, the thing you just meant.
We already have that. We have a shame against sex offenders and especially like pedophiles, and we still like we.
Are we advocating removing that shame? I'm not.
Wait.
Why? Why don't you want to get rid of it? Your argument falls flat. That's what I'm saying.
It's not that I want to get rid of the shame. Wait, one second. It's just that we're seeing that the shame isn't doing any preventative measures. We're not handling anything preventatively.
I disagree. I think that if we just accepted it, it'd probably be a lot worse.
Please. You're allowing them to remove personal autonomy. Shame is not something that we create in individuals. I do not have the ability to create shame in Lactoid. I can discourage behaviors, and Lactoid can react to my discouraging proclamations to create shame within himself. But I have no ability to. No
goal though by stigmatizing. That's your goal.
Yeah, like
shame isn't an action that you use to interact with others. That's not.
Hold on.
You
Let me ask this.
No.
What? Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I don't agree with this. I think
Wait,
the whole point,
you know what
the whole point is to make somebody less likely to do the behavior.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Wait.
I've been waiting.
No.
We could just like Clockwork Orange them, right? Make them not where they are.
Gambit. I promise we'll get back to you. I promise the conversation comes.
No. No, Prime, listen. No, Prime, I want you to create shame in me right now. I want any of y'all on the panel to create shame in me. It's not possible. Shame is an action that you take based off your values.
This is simple. This is simple. Okay?
No, it's not simple.
No, it is simple. Okay, hold on. It's real simple, fucking simple. All right, like shame is a thing that we try to instill in others, right? So I can say action.
No.
So I can say
no.
Hold on, listen, and maybe you might agree. Okay?
No, I'm just saying but I'm listening to you. I'm just.
Oh my God.
Are you trying to shame him into listening to you right now?
Yeah, and it's not working. So maybe he's right.
He's saying no to what he imagines you're about to say.
Exactly.
Yes. So I'm not interjecting though, but my bad. I'll mute.
Give it. Okay. so I can make statements at you, right? I can like try to attack your personal life in the ways in the ways that I understand it, right? And I can say things that are negative to try to instill shame. Now you are correct that like that doesn't mean it will work, but that's because of resilience on your part, right? Like you have a certain level of resilience, and so you're not going to necessarily react to that. Or it might be from the context that it comes from a person you don't respect, right? So if a person you don't respect says something about your character, right, then it may not mean nothing to you, because who the fuck are you, right? But then if it comes to your mama, the exact same words, then holy crap, then maybe I did do something bad, right? These are all work in tandem. But like if your point is simply that like the words that I say don't, right, like, therefore equal, like, Gambit has shame. Well, then, true, but, like, that's not how we're using this.
I'm saying that's always true. I'm saying that there isn't a case where that's not true.
I know.
Shame is a self-reflective process on some stimulus.
But that process can be caused. The stimulus could be caused by somebody else. So
yes.
But the shame is Gibbs, and then
no, we don't.
Yeah, so like you know what
you can say this about any emotion, though. That's the problem.
Hold on. Listen, you know what y'all aren't factoring in that I think is really interesting here is when shame and stigmatization and codifying these things backfire, right? And they like create a new problem. Like y'all argued earlier, assault and battery, right? Let's just talk about that one. Oh, this is a bad thing. We should stigmatize it. Great. I actually disagree. I think we should like embrace a little more ass whippings, right? Because too many people are willing to go run their mouth and not afraid of getting punched in the face.
Focus on your side, Prime.
I'm same thing. Yeah. Same thing. We got the same kind of problem.
Oh, you guys agree with this? Is that
I mean,
okay?
really, it's the same issue. You like it's participation trophy kind of mentality. What do we stigmatize losing so much that now nobody can lose, right? Like so, you have these unintended backfires that are just clearly way worse than the real problem.
Don't you agree we should stigmatize losing?
But not to the extent that we can't even have a competition because it might hurt their feelings if they might feel shame if they lose.
That's we're reversing the stigma. We're normalizing it.
You being a pussy. You're instead of normalizing losing, right, or like winning or having ambition.
We should stigmatize it.
You want to take away ambition. You want to take that's what you're doing by
no. We should stigmatize losing.
You want to allow people to be self-centered assholes who aren't afraid to say whatever they want because hey. I can say there's no repercussions. That's the society you want right now.
Sorry, we're gonna go to.
Wait. Are you accusing me of wanting people self-centered? Don't you literally advocate for like just do whatever's in your own financial best interest?
Sure, same thing.
He's a little hedonist, but okay.
You're arrogant for it. Yeah. Look, I think to build a bridge with Gambit, I think all emotions, I guess, are going to be experienced by like the person experiencing them, of course. But like. There are different stimuli that, of course, we can implement on somebody else that's going to cause them to feel XYZ emotion. Like the goal is to introduce like the shame trigger, the shame stimulus upon people, like in a calculated and precise way to achieve change, right? And so, if you got a sex offender, stigmatize them for doing that. And explain why it's wrong. Don't just say it's wrong because I said so. Say it's wrong because you hurt somebody, and here's why hurting somebody is wrong. And then build on that foundation, right? Have an authoritative approach as opposed to an authoritarian approach.
We're gonna go to Aiko.
So here's why I disagree.
No. We're gonna go to Aiko. Yeah, you will respond.
Get fucked, Gambit. Get fucked.
You will respond.
Go ahead, Aiko. That's what I thought.
Well, he'll respond after this anyway, because what I'm doing is I just wanted to clear up this whole thing about shame, like sort of definitionally, because I'm going to pull out some Freud here. When Freud first started talking about the difference between id, ego, and superego, the part about superego development came from parental punishment. The idea is you get punished for something, like something bad happens, and just like with the pain response, you try to avoid the punishment, and so you start avoiding doing the things that might trigger a punishment, and as a result, the child starts actually avoiding certain behaviors before it results in the punishment. And over time, what this does is it creates an impression in a child's head of what might bring parental punishment. And then as we age, as we become adults, that turns into our superego. And all really the superego is, among other things, is a shame detector. It's something that causes you to modify your behavior based on the trigger that your superego thinks it might trigger. That's literally what shame is. And this is what I meant earlier when I said that the difference between shame and guilt is that shame is social, because that parental figure that you're avoiding when your superego kicks in is that external person to you that's triggering something in you that would be akin to guilt, except guilt doesn't have the social component.
So I disagree, and I also disagree with what Lactoy said. And I think
you
if we look
disagree
up the
that
definition,
Freud said what he said,
no longer based.
No.
or you just think Freud was wrong.
I'm saying I disagree. I think Freud was wrong. This is why. I think the current definition of shame is what I'm saying, and it's not what you're saying. And we can go into it deeper. It says a painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by the consciousness of wrong or foolish behavior, and it's self-reflective in this and like, so where I would disagree with Lector and I disagree with
how's that not guilt
about Freud.
Who's the humiliation caused by?
The humiliation is caused by a recognition of your behavior. So what I would argue with Lactoid is we aren't trying to influence shame in people. We're trying to create a difference of values in them such that their behavior more acts in line with a new value structure. That's what we're doing when we're discouraging behavior. I'm trying to get you to believe that this action is better and more just than another action.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get, but I'm not trying to make you feel shame about the bad thing. I'm trying to make you feel more positive association to the good thing. The shame is how you feel once you listen to my argument and you come to either you're going to come to a conclusion of
you got to do both
when you want to change your behavior. No,
I think you do. I think you do. Like for example, the sex offender, the example that I brought up earlier. Like the only way you're going to get this person, like you're going to make sure this person, like, hey, just so you know, this is bad. This is wrong that you've done it. And they're going to say, well, why? Like that's an important component of it, right? To make them feel shame for doing that, while also emphasizing like the good feelings associated with, not being a sex offender or like engaging in consensual relationships. Yes, I think that both the carrot and the stick are necessary to move a stubborn mule.
There's no
and when you have people.
Shame.
What would you say?
Like if there's no stigma, there's no stigma, there's no shame, right? Like you're using stigma to that's literally how it works. If
that's not true.
What do you mean?
I agree with this idea that like the things that we stigmatize are things that invoke shame.
If I have an internal value system
and
I'm not living up to yes, I do, and I don't think you understand this. So if I have a value system, like I want to be a good Christian, and I am not being a good Christian, what is creating the shame is my reflection that my actions are not in line with my beliefs. That's what's creating the shame. It's not that there's some social enforcement always that leads me to shame. It's my analysis. It's my analysis of where I want to be and where I am now, and that creates shame. I'm shameful for the actions that I do that are sinful, not because of external pressures. It's because of internal self-reflection.
Unless that ties into what Ika was saying previously, and then what you're describing in that moment, because it's individualized, is guilt rather than shame. Which
no,
I don't. Hold on. Okay.
I think if you look up the definition of shame, you all will quickly see the way that you're using the word.
We need to clarify. So in your mind, in your world, Gamut, is there a difference between shame and guilt, or those are synonymous with you?
Let me specifically look up how the word guilt is defined because I want to answer you exactly.
Why are you doing
look
that?
Up the difference between guilt and shame.
Yeah, while you're
that's an easier way. And I can also give you. I'm sorry, I just put this in chat. It's just a link to a 2019 Scientific American article about the nature of shame.
Okay, I was just gonna say something real quick.
I think they're the same.
It's just I want to say something real quick. It's completely off topic though. Gibbs, I wanted to say that I agree with Gibbs on a narrow point. And I was even just thinking about this today. Yeah, everyone should at least once in life catch an ass whooping. I think everyone it's good. It builds character, right? It lets you know that when, like if you are going to step out of line, right, the shit might happen, right? And you should, and you might want to do that. You might be prepared to do that, and that's fair, right? But you should know what's going to happen when you do that. No, I'm not asking for like regular abuse of people. No. But I think like it's helpful to like lose a schoolyard fight one day, right? Like getting punched in the face like focuses the mind, like in a very sharp and direct way. But I wouldn't necessarily say that we like to lower the stigma on assault. I wouldn't do that, right? But like, yeah, everyone just at least one time in your life catch an ass whooping. It's healthy for you. But anyway, we'll pass that.
I just want to call out.
I disagree with that.
Eiko's article agrees with me.
The thing that you just pasted that said that it agrees with you specifically ends with unworthy of connection. Connection to whom? If it's only internal to yourself and it's not social, then there's no connection involved.
No, wait.
Shame is all about the ways in which we're connected to other people and the way we think other people see us with regards to
No.
Do you remember that scene? What was that scene where they say shame about that woman in Game of Thrones as she's walking down? That's what shame is.
Oh my God, I feel like wait. This is what I want you to do, Aiko. I want you to point to
shame
anything
gambit now.
Wait,
not getting it.
This is so simple. Aiko, point to anything in your article that says the agent of shame is external to the human being. So what
the thing that you just posted. The thing that you just posted. What's the last 3 words of the thing that you just posted? It's unworthy of connection.
Yes, it's how the person internally feels they are unworthy of those things. It's not an agent of the external entity that put shame on them.
Connection to whom?
Wait. I don't know if you're like purposefully doing this, but I need you to read the sentence. I define shame as the intense. Wait. I define shame as the intense, painful feeling or experience of believing. This is all self-reflective, self-introspection, internal. Believing that we are flawed and therefore unworthy of love and belonging.
Love from whom?
That is saying
belonging
that I have created an
love and
belonging.
Love and belonging are 2 social terms.
Wait. I have created an opinion that I am flawed and I am unworthy. It didn't say that an external entity made me feel this way.
You keep cutting out the most important word. Connection.
No, it's not.
About being unworthy of connection.
So then,
you posted this. You picked this.
Answer the question. In your mind, is there a difference between shame and guilt? That is like the.
He already said that. He said no.
For him, there can't be, right? Because he doesn't understand the difference.
Yeah,
but what I'm telling you is that the very thing that he posted, it's like his brain sort of blocked out the words that are inherently social, which is love, belonging, and connection. Those are 3 social words that are in the thing that you cherry picked out.
That has nothing to do with the people that you feel unworthy of connection to.
Wait, hold on. Without them,
wait. I'm talking to Aiko. Aiko, you're a smart person. You understand that me feeling unworthy of connection to Prime does not mean that Prime is an agent in me coming to this realization that I'm unworthy. These things are not connected.
Hold on. In that scenario, your own self-worth depends upon your connection to Prime. So that means that you do inherently mean.
It depends on my perception of whether I'm worthy of that connection. This means nothing about
connection with that person who is outside of you. Connection with Prime in this case, right? If you feel like you have to be worthy of Prime's connection, then it's social.
No, it's not saying that I feel like I have to be worthy of it. It's saying that I have determined that I am unworthy of it. I can't believe that this sentence, all of you all on this panel can't read this and understand that it's saying shame is an internal phenomenon. It has nothing to do with the stimulus.
Are you trying to shame us for not reading it?
It's not an exclusively internal phenomenon.
It doesn't work if you feel no shame.
I make us feel guilty. There's no difference.
Wait, Prime. I want you to read this statement. I want you to respond to this conversation. I just want to hear your thoughts on how you.
I don't really feel empathy, so I don't understand all this that's going on.
You feel empathy.
Fair enough. He said. So I'm going to read it again. So it says, "I define the excerpt says I define shame as as the intensely painful feeling or experience of believing that we are flawed and therefore unworthy of love and belonging. Something we've experienced, done, or failed to do makes us unworthy of connection."
And I think you should read the paragraph that I posted.
No, wait. I just want to get his response to this because nothing about this relates to the external stimulus. Do you agree with that, Prime? Do you agree that this is introspective, everything that you just read?
I would say yes. I would say that narrowly is self-introspective there, right? But it's in response to it's related
Social
to
stimuli.
the external, right? Now I understand what you're saying, that like that doesn't mean that there was an external agent that caused it. I hear you, right? But it's related to something external.
Everything is cause and effect. I'm not saying there's not a cause. I'm saying that the effect is the effect, and it's. I love using this word. It's irregardless of the cause. Like the effect is something that you are engineering yourself.
Terrible word. It's a terrible word. I'm going to shame you for that word. It's regardless.
No, I like irregardless just because it's
irrespective.
But no,
you can say irrespective.
No, I like irregardless specifically because it makes people mad. But and I have no shame. And I have no shame.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe shame doesn't work. Fuck.
No, but all I'm saying is, Prime, is that the cause presents the conditions in order to self-reflect, and the result of that self-reflection process can be shame.
That goes to like every emotion in like
shame is a verb. The second definition of shame is a verb.
Over their emotions.
Wait. The second definition of shame is a verb to make someone feel ashamed. Like you can shame someone, just like you said. There's no difference between guilt and shame. Right now, Lactoid's like shame doesn't work. He wasn't trying to guilt you into the not using irregardless. He was trying to shame you into it. Shame is a different definition than guilt because it's associated with someone.
You should feel guilt over that.
Someone can make you feel guilty. They can
was...
shame you into making you feel guilty. They can.
What if it empowers them?
I mean, it doesn't matter if it empowers them. There's positive stigma. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's not the point right now. But like shame is a social.
So to be clear, we've been talking about the noun shame this entire time. It is true that there's yes, we have. Aiko, do you disagree that we've been talking about shame as a noun this entire time?
The definition isn't just one thing. It's multiple.
It's also a verb. I am shaming you.
Yeah, we all understood that.
Is that where the confusion is? Are you seeing it as an action?
It doesn't matter either way.
To be super clear. Wait. To be super clear, Aiko, I just want to make sure. This entire time we've been talking about shame as a noun. Is that true or false?
You're talking about the feeling of shame.
I mean, I think people have been using it as a noun and a verb. Also, it doesn't matter.
But I'm talking about me and you. No, I'm not talking about everybody else. I'm talking about me and you. You agree?
I don't remember if I said you can shame somebody into something, but I might have. In which case, it was a verb in that instance. But it means the same thing.
Mexico, they call it agua.
Yeah, like to feel shame. Yeah, it's obviously a personal thing. No one can make you feel shame, but people can shame you.
But your argument was that your argument a minute ago was that yes, you can make people feel shame.
Stigmatizing.
That was Prime's argument. That was Aiko's argument. That was Lactoid's argument.
You can use stigma socially to make people feel ashamed for the thing they did. Otherwise, they have no reason to feel humiliated.
I don't want to argue about this for the rest of the time we have.
Yeah, true. That's true. Much time. Agree.
And we don't have enough time for like the next topics. I will continue on with this thing, and I'll try to recenter us. Before then. Hey, guys and gals out there, we haven't got any support tonight, and we do need that support. So if you have valued this conversation, and it's gone all over the goddamn place, if you've gotten something out of it, consider supporting the channel. To channel give bits or give subs. We do again need your help. If you're on YouTube land, consider giving us a super chat. Haven't got a super chat in a while. Consider giving a super chat. We will react to your super chat. Oh my god, why am I doing this during an ad break? But anyway, I just realized that.
You did that last time.
I've been waiting for a while to get this, and as soon as I'm done.
To be fair, I think having the conversation about the shame pushes us forward in the conversation about stigma because, we have to understand one without, we have to understand how one works, because if stigma without shame means nothing. And if stigma doesn't equal shame, then we don't get anywhere in this conversation. You can't move forward because we're going to keep reverting back to this.
No, stigma can create conviction, and conviction can change actions. I don't think shame is important.
That's kind of that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I don't think shame is important at all.
Agree to a definition before we can really.
So hold on. All right, so we'll work on that in a second. Corey Campbell, thank you for using your Prime Gaming sub here on the channel. It's really kind of you. Thanks so much. Thanks for helping out the channel. And thank you, Michael Light, for using all your Prime Gaming as well. Hey, thank you for kindly supporting the channel. But we could use more support, guys. Tonight is the last night, I believe, of September. And I think it's like today and like yesterday, like Twitch is running a special. It's for every 5 subs a person gives, right? So you get like 5 subs. Twitch will also donate a random amount of subs between 1 and 50. Right, so some people, a person has donated 5 subs, and then the person receiving it has gotten like 30 subs. That's the thing that can happen. So tonight would be a fantastic night to support the channel. Of the time that we have remaining, consider supporting the channel. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. How about first of all, get us on the hype train? That would be helpful. There, so we need one other person to either donate bits. Or subs to channel, resub, all that counts, right?
I did a Prime, but I don't know if it came up.
Michaelite, was that you? No, not Michaelite.
No.
It didn't come up. Yeah, I don't know why. But anyway, we have 2.5. It's weird. We have 2.5 minutes. Consider helping us out getting a hype train started. But remember, for every 5 subs, if you donate 5 subs, we have a chance. We'll get at least 1 sub, I think. I think that's how it works, that you at least get 1 sub free from Twitch, or you can get multiple subs. So now is the time. If you haven't supported the channel yet, today is the day to do that. If you're on YouTube, consider actually she just got a super chat. This is from Manny the Max, Manny to the Max. Gives $2 American. What's your people's favorite food? What's you people's favorite food? So I'm guessing you're asking the group. I like anything potato. I love potatoes.
What?
Oh.
I fucking love potatoes. Oh, you
Potatoes
don't know
are
this about
fire.
me? I've talked about this before.
Potatoes
I
are good.
love potatoes.
I just had shepherd's pie today.
There's so many ways you can make a potato. Like,
Yeah.
I just had
So many
shepherd's
that's a
pie
good
today.
choice, Prime. That's a
Fire.
good choice.
Yeah. Thank you for this super chat. I'll get the rest of your answers in a second. But we do need to help us save this hype train. And again, if you give 5 subs, tonight is a great night. We all literally have an hour left in this promotion. Gambit, thank you for the kindness. Twitch gifted 1 sub to the community after Gambit gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Gambit, for the 5 subs. And thank you, Twitch, for the 1 sub. Unfortunately, we didn't get the 50. Unfortunately, the 50 didn't happen. But we can try again. So consider supporting the channel with 5 subs. And we can. Thank you for that. Twitch. Thank you, GSU, for being a real one. Gifting a sub, and Twitch has gifted 1 sub. All right. Well, look. Hey, it's helped. That's 2 free subs we've gotten. Thank you so much for your kindness. But yeah, consider helping out the channel. If you haven't done so yet, guys, this is the perfect time. All right, your money will go farther. Sub to the channel. Gambit being a real one. Twitch is gifting 2. Twitch has gifted 2 subs on the 3rd time that Gambit gifted 5 subs. So we're going up there.
Oh, that was my goal. My goal was to try to get them to gift more than 1. They finally did. What, guys? Give 5 subs.
Give 5 subs. Support the channel. Now would be a great time. So we're, because of the kindness of our friend.
Last day of September.
Last day of September. I don't think they had this. My understanding was they didn't have this all September. Yeah, I think it's just these 2 days.
It's just been the last couple of days, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but tomorrow you won't be able to do the discounted subbing, so you should do it today.
Oh yeah, and plus the September ending which way. Yes, even if you gifted 1 sub, it's discounted, like our friend Aiko just said. Because of Gambit and
30% off.
Twitch, we are at a level 3 hype train. 18% done. 68%, 62% left. No, that's wrong. Shut. No, it's not. I got it. I got it. All right. It's
All right.
82%. Okay.
Very, very close. Just a hair off.
It's a hair.
Hey, one thing, Brian.
Yeah.
I want to make a quick concession to the panel. Okay. The reason why I have this framework is because I believe shame is not useful. I think shame is a result of a internal reflection in which one doesn't.
You cut out there, friend.
You cut
better
off.
behavior. So they just, oh, I cut out. Wait, you
Yeah,
hear me?
now we can hear you again.
Okay. Yeah. So I feel like when somebody feels shame, what has happened is you've presented them an argument and they understand that their actions are bad, but they don't understand how to change their behavior in order to get to a good place. So instead of feeling conviction, which would cause you to change your behavior, they feel shame, which causes them to feel bad about whatever action they're doing, but they don't understand how to make the change. Now, what I will say,
That's what
I
she's
don't
saying.
think we
Stigma
hold on,
does.
wait. Hold on, wait. And I disagree. But what I will say is I will use you all's definition in the way that you all mean it for the rest of this panel, because I don't think we should continue a conversation of what is shame. So, but I just do want y'all to understand this is where I think shame and conviction are different. And I think shame is not useful, and I think conviction is useful. And that's all of the connective tissue between.
Yeah,
but I don't want to
Migos
continue
and
that
Corey were
argument.
saying.
Yeah. Hold on,
Migos
sorry,
and Corey were-
sorry.
oh.
I don't want to. The hype train's still happening, so consider supporting the channel. Now is the time. You haven't done so yet. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. You get a discount amount, and if you give 5, then we have a chance to play the lottery, and maybe we'll get the 50 subs. Maybe. But it's up to you. We have 90 seconds left on the clock. Quickly, while we're waiting, and hopefully someone will help save the hype train, or hoping some people will come and help out. Remember, you can give subs, give bits, resub if you've got a resub out there. Use your resub. We love our resubbers. They keep this channel up and running. So shout out to our resubbers. And whatnot. But also, we did get that super chat. And so, just quickly, we're going to run down the line, right, while we're waiting here, for, like, what's your favorite food? So, Lactoid, favorite.
A great big bucket full of crawfish, butter, and lemon beer. Very spicy crawfish.
Interesting. All right. Huh. Like I said, Lactoid, full of surprises. Crawfish. All right, Gibbs.
Beef.
Beef?
Beef is what's for dinner.
Goddamn right. Because it directly affects his pocketbook. All right. Let's go.
Nuts.
Fair enough. Right. Yeah, I guess it would be my favorite too if I was rich off of that. Corey.
A vegan version of fettuccine alfredo.
Okay, interesting. Aiko.
I'm gonna go with red curry.
Okay, red curry. Interesting. All right. Ghosty.
Maybe like crab legs.
All right, not the rest of the crab. Very shameful. Very European. All right, thank you. Let's go to. But I mean, you're super rich, so she doesn't really care. Like, I don't know. I'll just take the one piece.
But she doesn't have to shuck them herself.
Yeah,
Yes,
servants
Oh
do
no,
that.
they're already
It gets fed
peeled,
to her.
buttered.
Save the hype train. Now's the time. Support the channel. But Ollie.
Love a good pot roast.
Pot roast. All right, interesting. And finally, Gambit.
Number 1 is grapefruit. Number 2 is red curry. Number 3 is shrimp.
Nope. There we go.
Where's red curry?
Another red curry.
Grapefruit.
Sorry.
Yes, grapefruit by far.
What was number 1? It was grapefruit first.
Grapefruit.
Yes, number 1 is grapefruit.
Then red
For
curry.
sure.
Again, shrimp.
That's one of my least favorite fruits. It's so bitter and tangy.
I don't like grapefruit either.
Okay.
That's what I love
Little
about it.
sugar. Little
All
sugar
right.
on the top.
A lot of cheese with it's not bad.
Are you?
Okay. Well, we've answered your question, your super chat question.
Yeah.
So Ali. What? Sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna continue with the topic.
Yeah, Ali, go ahead.
Yeah. So like, what like me go see Corey, and I think I count to this point saying is that like stigma only leads to people feeling shame or feeling ashamed, right? Stigmatization doesn't lead
I
to
just
any
pasted an
preventive-
article that says that word for word, exactly what
Yeah.
you just said.
So like that's because like because
And I wrote it though.
because the tactic of stigmatization that people use isn't tactical and surgical. It's usually just like fucking being an asshole, making fun of someone, trying to make someone feel ashamed for the actions that they're doing, rather than like helping someone to prevent the action that they're doing that they see as harmful to the individual. Usually you're just shaming people into trying to use that mode of action to change someone, to which you just said isn't great, because that doesn't lead to conviction. It just leads to self-hatred. So we're saying that, like, in order to get people to feel conviction, stigma probably isn't the best way to do that.
Country ass weapons are. That's the real answer.
Probably, but
I
don't know if he's still there or not.
Gambit, he's there. So we can respond later. I do want to try to like recenter us a little bit here with the idea of family, right? So especially when, like, okay, I think one of the problems with like introducing shame into this is that, like, the children are immutable, right? Like oftentimes, like, we can say, oh, maybe we'll shame a person from starting a family. Okay, that's one thing, all right. And like maybe like and you were saying it before, like Lacto, like I agree that, like, hey, if you aren't in a financial position, if you're in an extremely perilous financial position, right, what's not a good idea is putting a baby in this situation. Agreed, right? But oftentimes, what we're talking about, I think mostly what we're talking about, is when the children have already existed, right? And they're being thrust in some sort of family situation once they get out of the vaginal canal, right? And since the children are immutable, right? Because lactate won't let Democrats, post-birth abort, right? Then that means that, like
and
that
they want to.
Shame ends up being more toxic for the environment of the child, right? We can't unless you're saying we're taking the child away from the family, which is its own barrel shit, right? Unless we're taking the child away from the family, right? That family unit, it's going to exist. And we can acknowledge that there are some family units that are less optimal for whatever reason, right? Like, it seems like the better idea than trying to heap shame on that family unit that will exist. It seems a better strategy to simply help that family unit to succeed.
I agree that we should, I don't know, have some positive reinforcement too. Like, hey, here's the correct way to do it. But I also think it's reasonable to shame people if they're doing it the negative way. So, like, because it's not just about that particular family; it's also the example that they set for other families as well. So, yeah, like if I think that smoking while pregnant should be heavily stigmatized to the point where people feel uncomfortable doing it in public, and ideally, they feel so uncomfortable that they might give it up.
That's not a family configuration. It's different, though, right?
It is shame, though. It is shame about a behavior, right? A woman is smoking while pregnant. We are shaming the fuck out of them. We're giving them the evil eye, or maybe like making mean remarks. We're spitting on them.
But I think it's different. Yeah, when you're talking about shaming a discrete action rather than, like, again, someone's ongoing identity. And I know you're not trying to shame people for being gay. Like, I'm not putting that on you, to be clear. But once we say that, like, this being gay, like being a gay couple, having a child, is less optimal. I don't necessarily agree with that, but let's just say that it is. Then, and we're saying that we're going to apply a stigma to that. That will introduce shame, or guilt, or it'll cause other people to react negatively towards this family, and there will be worse outcomes.
Well, no. You can follow it up. You can follow, especially with the gay couple, you can follow it up with the also very real statement, which is, well, it might be suboptimal to a straight couple, arguably. I'm not even sure the stats on that are particularly well founded, but let's just say arguably that's the case. Mm-hmm. It's still better than being in a fucking group home. It's still better than being in an orphanage. It's still better than not having a family. And so, like, really make sure to emphasize, like, it is a good thing when gay couples adopt. It is a good thing when these kids are taken out of the system and given a family, because a family unit has been proven consistently to be the best place to rear a child. And it's not something that you can just dump money into, right? You can dump a whole bunch of money into a fancy group home. Those kids are still not going to do as well as the kids of a family unit.
But
So
there's an economic
and we should encourage people to form family units and shame them if they don't.
I hold on. I agree. Okay, sure. Well, okay. Hold on. I think for most of that, I might agree with you, but I think there's an economic term here, and I don't know it off the top of my head. Maybe you do, Lactoid. But like, so we have a child, right? So we're you and me, Lactoid. We've formed an adoption agency, right?
Okay.
And we have a child within our agency, and we're trying to get this child out. Now we're saying that we understand that some parents are more optimal than others, right? And the goal of society, the society that we live in, is to do what's best for the child, and what's best is like the most optimal, obviously, right? Well, a gay family approaches us, right? Two men, right? Good income or whatever. They approach us and they want this child, right? Well, what's stopping? Why wouldn't we not adopt to this family? Because there's probably another one, right? It's a baby, especially a baby.
No.
Babies are the most like it's a white baby. Yeah, a white baby.
In America, there is way more children who need adoption than there are people.
I hear you. But there are people who want to adopt, right? And
we should stigmatize adopting from other countries.
We have people coming to our door, right? So this appointment is with a gay couple, right? We know the next appointment is with a straight couple. Now we don't know that straight couple because we haven't talked to them yet. Why wouldn't we wait and like gamble with the next straight couple that they might be more optimal? Because the gay couple already has a strike against them as soon as they walk in.
Let me answer it this way. Let's assume that the situation was opposite in America. That instead of having way more kids that need adoption, that we actually have the opposite problem, where there's like a shortage of children and a lot of people want to adopt. Let's say that's the situation that we're in. Yes, I would prioritize with who gets the kids based on factors that I believe are best conducive to a child's well-being. And so I'm going to prioritize the rich family over the poor family. I'm going to assuming that the stats are the way they are, or assuming that the stats are beneficial for straight families, I'm going to prioritize them. I'm going to do whatever's in the child's best interest, and I'm not going to, I guess, sort of fall into this. Well, I can't treat people differently, because you have to treat people differently because people are different. And yes, two parents who have like an income of $500,000 are much more prepared to raise a child than two parents who are homeless. And they're not getting the kid over the family who can give the kid a better life. Of course not.
Agreed. Right? But then, and you're correct, at least to my understanding, at the very least, right? And that we have less parents willing to adopt than children need to be adopted, right? But still, then within this world, right, there was it was a famous case, right? I believe this was a Philadelphia, Catholic, like the Philadelphia Catholic group, right? Who was in charge of adoptions. Like the city decided they weren't going to contract with them anymore because they wouldn't give kids to gay parents, right? Place kids with gay parents. Is that a problem? I mean, they were saying, well, okay, this is suboptimal. As far as our understanding, it's suboptimal. It's like
no, but it's not the only suboptimal trait, right? So, for example, if you had like in front of you again, let's say there's a shortage or whatever of kids to adopt out, and you had in front of you a gay couple who together made $500,000 a year, compared to a straight couple who are both homeless. Like the stats would indicate that the gay couple would be superior in that regard, even if the fact of like being gay compared to being straight, if there happened to be some kind of statistical difference there. So you got to look at a holistic view of each couple. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that's fair what you're trying to say, right? Even if I don't, I agree with you for the most part. But the thing is that once we've accepted in our society that to stigmatize gay parentage, once we do that, when we say that's an acceptable thing, well, then we'll have these situations where this the Catholic parent orphanage agency, I don't know what it's called, decides that we're not going to provide for gay parents. Don't even bother. Right?
Well, then the city can do what they do and say, look, unless
And
you
they
give
were
a holistic analysis, and then they were. So what the city can do, because it's a government contract, is they can say, look, you're going to have a holistic analysis to provide the best possible life for this child, every child, and if you don't, we're going to find somebody who will.
Sorry,
that's a very reasonable thing to say.
Don't quote me on this, but my understanding is that the city lost that case, and that and so the Catholic agency is allowed to stigmatize and to discriminate in this way. That's my understanding.
I'll have to look more into it, this particular case. If you're asking for my opinion on this, my opinion would just simply be that I think that agencies that are adopting children out should be required to have the whole.
I'm not asking your opinion. Sorry.
What are you asking for?
Yeah, sure. What I'm asking you to react to is the thought that we live in society currently where we have the stigma against gay parents, right? Where these individuals
stigmatize the poorest more, and so then gay people are less stigmatized, so they're prioritized over poor straights.
I don't know what you just.
My solution is to stigmatize poor parents more, so that the gay rich people are prioritized over the poor straights. What I'm saying
is that we live in the real world. That we
yes, I can only choose to stigmatize who I stigmatize. So I'm going to choose to stigmatize the poor, and I'm not going to stigmatize the gays so much. I'm going to definitely stigmatize the poor. Okay, great.
But I'm just saying that, yes, that's what you want as a solution. I'm saying it's an impractical solution. This is what I'm trying to get at. It's an impractical
solution. I am but one man. I can only do what I do, and what I do is
solution.
It's not a solution. It's because it's impractical.
Why is it impractical?
Hold on. How am I supposed to change anything? I'm one person.
It's not impractical. In fact, adoption agencies do this all the time. They look up socioeconomic. If you go to a non-Christian or if you go to a non-Christian adoption agency, they would probably actually do exactly what Lactoid said and prioritize a gay couple that had money over a poor couple.
It's not that. There aren't some agencies that aren't shit, right?
Then.
I agree that some agencies, adoption agencies, are better than other agencies adopt other adoption agencies. I agree that there's a range here. Understood, right? But I'm saying that once we as society say that we're going to use stigma,
I think you're missing the point. Let me explain the point that you're missing. What we're trying to say, Prime, is that when we talk about stigma is a personal connection relationship. We are saying, well, we can only affect the stigma that we do. I can't stop you from stigmatizing somebody. I can't affect how society stigmatizes people in any which way. Hold on. When you say prescription, how am I going to change the way society stigmatizes people other than through my own stigma?
Wait. It's okay. Sorry. Now I don't understand what the point here. Right. We're not. This isn't a prescription for society that we should as a society stigmatize. Are you
No. It is. But then when I said that, you said, well, that's unrealistic. Well, yes, changing society's stigma to anything is unrealistic. We are but one person. Nobody here has the power to change all of society's stigma. I'm saying that, yes, I would like society to stigmatize poor people more and gay people less. That would be a good thing. That's what I do personally. But again, I'm one person in a society of 320 million people in this whole country. I can only do what I can do. What do you want me to say?
So you're going to stigmatize people out of being poor? You think that's
if they're trying to adopt a child as opposed to a rich gay couple? I think the rich gay couple should get dibs, honestly. If they're rich, yes, rich people should get dibs over children.
Stigma, though, that's just a preference.
Right.
What's the difference?
Them just because you're giving them.
Well, stigma is just a preference that's widely adopted, isn't it?
No, stigma is an action. To stigmatize
is your expressed preference in trying to make an argument to change.
But to stigmatize is to do something to
stigma is just a negative preference. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Stigmatizing is to describe or regard as worthy of disgrace or disapproval. So as a society, choose to stigmatize something.
Yeah, you say it, don't be poor. I don't understand how you can.
Things. Yeah. Disapproving of people being poor doesn't do jack shit. That's what I've tried to explain to you.
It does when it comes to ordering children for adoption.
No, hold on.
But that's not
well, you guys are saying two different
stigmatization.
things. You guys are two.
That was the example that Prime was asking me about. What example do you want now? I mean, we can go through different examples if you want.
No. Lacto. Your point is that you should stigmatize poor people more than you stigmatize gay people in terms of like adoption.
We're talking about adoption,
Therefore, less gay people will be stigmatized because we have a different group of people that we're stigmatizing, right? And what Gibbs is saying is, and what we're saying is that the stigma in that regard, like, only equates to the groups of people that are being stigmatized always not getting the kid, regardless of like hierarchy of stigma. So just because like poor people are less stigmatized than gay people,
I reject this.
Stigmatization isn't appropriate.
Yeah, but I reject this. This idea of like, oh,
I think we should codify it.
If we say like a behavior is generally bad, like. Look,
because I'm not saying that like stigmatization is just like can never work in a positive way, or that it shouldn't be alongside with other things.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that like the hierarchy of stigma works.
Doesn't exist, isn't universal, right? So like if we can say right now that like we should as a society stigmatize broke people more than like gay people, but the church or the religious group is never going to see that hierarchy. They're always going to like stigmatize.
Why would you give them
as is their right? As is their right.
It is their right, but but like the point is that the stigma doesn't always lead to a positive outcome. It can lead to a lot of negative outcomes because
I said earlier.
Look, my stigma is not based off doctrine. My stigma is based off empirical results. If you and I sit together and we find out that rich gay people make better parents than poor heterosexual couples, then obviously there's going to be an order of preference. My argument is that stigma is just simply a dispreference. Somebody has to be at the bottom of the totem pole, and that person has the most stigma against them. The person at the top of the totem pole has the least stigma against them. Like you can frame it. You can frame it in terms of more stigma or less stigma. That's all preferences, right? When you prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream, that just means you have more stigma for chocolate ice cream than you do vanilla ice cream.
No,
stigmatize is to imply is to apply your preference. Is to apply your preference and hopefully societally, right? You want that preference to be adopted by the society. That's what you're doing when you're stigmatizing something.
Yeah, ideally, I want society to adopt what I'm saying, but I want society to adopt what I'm saying because it's a societal prescription. I like the idea of children having a better lot in life, and if they have a better lot in life with gay rich people as compared to straight poor people, then I would want them to be with the gay rich people, assuming that again there's a shortage of kids that need adoption. But the problem with the current society is, holy shit, we've got to get these fucking kids adopted. We should probably be reducing these fees. We should probably be like letting people fucking adopt kids. Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, why there's so many kids in fucking homes? Like, this shouldn't happen.
Sound like you said we should be letting people fucking adopt kids. Just FYI.
Not. I said fucking adopt kids. Fucking adopt kids. Not fuck and adopt it. Jesus.
How do you like it, Lacto?
Do you think it makes sense? Do you think it makes sense if we found data that showed like gay couples had the most successful children and the most healthiest children, that we just start like stigmatizing heterosexual couples? Just because the data shows...
if you prove that, then homosexuals should be moved to the top of the
You see how crazy that is?
No.
That's what it should be.
If the data reflects that gay couples make the best parents, then they should be moved to the top of the adoption list, of course.
Why do you think it would be because they're gay, though?
It doesn't matter if like the actual reason. The question is just like, is it true that gay people, with all other factors being held constant, make better parents? If that's like a consistently predictable phenomenon, then in order to guarantee the best life possible for children, we should probably let gay people at the front of the line.
Or we could we could look at why heterosexual couples are lacking and look at the actual specific details that like go into these things and try to like maybe
yes, and you can do that kind of social
address those problems rather than stigmatizing people to be gay.
We can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. When you want to do your little sociological study to find out what the problems are, you can do that. But in the meantime, there's children that need homes. And in the meantime, I'm not going to play scientists with these children who need homes.
I'm not talking about adopting children right now. I'm just talking about...
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, no, but I gave an example. If we saw that gay couples tend to have healthier families and whatever, should we start stigmatizing heterosexual couples from just getting together and like having family?
More than gay couples. Gay couples should be moved to the front of the line. Here's why it makes sense. Like if you think that like the reason why gay, like you think there's some kind of nefarious systemic reason why gay people make better parents that we got to look into, you're free to do that. I think that we've been probably should do that, right? But in the meantime, like my priority is the children's well-being. If it was within the children's best interest to be adopted to black families, I'm sending them black families. Okay, I don't give a fuck about like being called a racist as long as the children are better off.
I'm not talking about
You
adoption.
said better families. The only way gay people are going to have kids is if they adopt.
No, because you guys are. This whole started with the whole polyamorous thing. So like we should stigmatize polyamorous families because they have issues. Right?
Yes.
So we should just stigmatize them, not from adopting, just from having families in general. We should stigmatize those families. So if we found data that like bisexual or homosexual couples had better families, should we just start stigmatizing heterosexual couples and families? Because that was your solution to the polyamorous.
It is a hierarchy, right? So, like again, the top of the hierarchy has the least stigma, and the bottom of the hierarchy has the most stigma. If you can prove to me empirically, it makes sense. Because again, empirically speaking,
this happened, and I can give you this, and this doesn't have anything to do with adoption. This is just something that happened socially in the 1980s. There was a big question as whether or not we should stigmatize homosexuality just in general, because that was the thinking at the time back in the 80s. Because gay people had a much higher chance of contracting AIDS, which is a bad outcome. And then it came out, and people were making this argument in the evangelical communities and stuff, because I was one back then. And then we found out later on that the cohort with the smallest risk of AIDS.
You were a homosexual back then,
lesbians.
or you were
lesbians were the chosen God.
He was an evangelical.
By that logic.
Okay, no, I was
context clues.
Yeah, I was an evangelical. I was raised Baptist, Southern Baptist.
Sorry, your point was that like lesbians had the least amount of transmission that we
lesbians, were the group that had the least incidence of AIDS, is what came out later on. So lesbians were themselves God's chosen people by that logic, right? But of course, once that data came out, people stopped making that argument.
Exactly.
No, it's important.
One direction. It didn't work.
No. Wait. I can make that I can make that argument. I think lesbian sex is honestly like one of the safer sexes compared to gay sex, and I think that like gay sex, like there should be a level of stigma, especially around the promiscuity within the male gay community, compared to among lesbians who do not have the same kind of cultural.
Right. So therefore, we should stigmatize like heterosexual
lesbians can be extremely.
No, wait.
More than lesbians, I don't
know about that.
To be super clear, though, like Aiko pointed out earlier, which just sounds like he's going against that, which is wild. We want to see negative outcomes on a number of different axes. So the idea of only being against homosexuality because of AIDS was always dumb, because that's not enough axes to say that this is.
It's a pretty big axis,
we should stigmatize this.
No, I mean, it's a death. It was.
You should look at the fucking rates. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Like for example, I think it was in 2016. The CDC estimated that 1 in 2 gay black men would get HIV in their lifetime.
Okay. That's interesting. I would like to look at that. All right. Let's look at this. We don't have much time, but let's look at this in the other way around. Why? Okay, if there is a theoretical optimal, configuration, right, or as close as we can get to it, why wouldn't we take children away from suboptimal parents? Right, so if we're not going to put them in a group home, right? We're going to take them away and we're going to put them in homes with an optimal configuration. Why wouldn't do that? Wouldn't that be best for children if we take?
No, the empirics show this is not good. So there's been some studies on this. So CPS removing a child from the home is even in cases of mild to moderate child abuse, it's still more harmful for CPS to remove the child from the home. Only in cases of severe child abuse does the well-being of the child actually improve once the child is removed from the home. It's because the family ties that are built up are so significant that disrupting that is more damaging to the child than the alternative. It's very similar, honestly, with dogs. Like a homeless person having a dog. Yeah, you remove that dog from the homeless person, the level of emotional stress and disruption that dog is going to feel is probably going to be worse than just living with the homeless guy.
I remember I thought this wasn't true, and that was a panel, Prime. It was one of your panels, that someone showed the data that even kids in homes that have domestic violence do better with their biological parents and domestic violence than alternative scenario, which was wild to me because my whole thing coming into the argument was that there's no way that that's true. On aggregate, they have to be doing worse if they're in a home with domestic violence. But even that was true. So yeah, I think, but even more so to the point, I think personal autonomy is important. And if someone is raising kids because they've made decisions against public consensus, but they're not doing direct harm, I think that we should not engage, like we should not affect that situation. So I'll never be for like, oh, you don't live in whatever we think is the most statistically great thing, so I'm going to take your kids. I'd never be for that because that takes away agency to make choices different from status quo.
There's also another argument here, and you might have an issue with this.
Polyamory couples?
So what now?
Does your opinion change for polyamorous couples and whether or not?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. I would never say you're polyamorous, so we should take your kids. That's insane to me. Like that's like.
But you said you want to stigmatize against those types of relationships, especially when it comes to kids, because of the
but we just got done saying.
Wait. You agreed that stigmatization and creating laws to make the behavior criminal, or yes. So you understand that I can advocate for stigmatization while not advocating for draconian laws.
Okay.
Yeah. There's also another element to this, which is personality traits are genetically heritable. The top 5 personality traits are extremely genetically heritable. And so it's unfortunate reality, like children just tend to do better with their biological parents in terms of like compatibility, emotional compatibility and personality compatibility than with adoptive parents. Now, again, adoptive parents, infinitely better than like the system, infinitely better than group homes. Definitely something to encourage. But like, if we can keep the kid with their biological parent, that is priority. That is good compared to the alternative.
And I would even say this. I think I believe this. I'm thinking through this because of what you just said. I think if somebody gives their kid up for adoption and they later want them, I think it's just to take that kid away from their adoptive parents and maybe home them with their biological parents. Maybe. You should be able to like rescind adoption.
I don't know about that.
I have adopted. Are you telling me right now it'd be better to live with like my illegal alien?
No, wait.
Yeah, sounds good.
To be clear, I'm saying a situation in which the biological parents pass some test, and it seems like this is going to be a good idea.
This would discourage adoption, though. That's like a major downside to this.
I agree, there would, but I think it would be better for kids. So
yeah, but in the long run, would it be better? Would it be better for kids if like less parents, less people are adopting now?
I think if you have like a coked out mom and dad that go to recovery and have made themselves better, and then they could have a way to get their kids back. And maybe there's consents when they sign them up for adoption and everybody is in the know that this can happen and it can be reversible, blah, blah, blah. I think that would be a better world. But I know that there's
if they agree ahead, but I'm saying that like the negative, like the other side effect of this would be like people who would otherwise adopt would be like, I'm not going to fucking adopt if this kid might be taken away from me at 8 years old.
That's possible. And I think if this became obscure and not supported because the public didn't buy into this, that would be an okay thing. I'm not saying that this should have to be a law. I'm saying
you're saying in the individual case it could be better.
Yeah, because I could see a person saying, "Hey, the mother is cleaning herself up. I'm going to take in this child for some period of time while the mother does, work on themselves."
More like fostering then.
That's like foster care. Yeah,
exactly. So if there was a way to give up your kid for foster care while you make yourself better, there's some parameters that we set that you need to pass before you can get your kids back. I would like that system.
Then that's fostering. Yeah, that's pretty much that's what that.
I don't know if fostering is specifically that though, but yeah.
I mean, I think
it's like temporary.
Temporary,
it's like temporary adoption, basically.
No, yeah. You guys there's temporary placements like that. On the condition that like the parent. I think this is more short term. I don't know how long term these things and like if it takes you like 10 years, right? But
I'm just calling out that fostering can also be a type of adoption where it's short term adoptions, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the kid is going to go back to their biological parents.
It's not exclusively.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. We'll leave it here because we've run out of time. Even though I think there's much more to say on this. But this was an interesting conversation. and it ran way over. We ended up doing the whole night. That wasn't the plan, but that's fine.
Never happened before.
Never happened before. We're usually all the time tight on our schedules, right? Especially on the All Black Everything panel, where where everyone
I wouldn't know
shows
anything about that.
Okay. But thank you to everyone. Hey, if you're out there and you haven't done so yet, consider supporting the channel. Thank you to Kitten Nat before for giving 100 bits. But yeah, thank you for consider supporting the channel. We still are in September for the next few minutes. So support the channel if you liked this content. Thought it was valuable, want more of it, consider subbing the channel yourself if you haven't done so yet. A super chat on YouTube land would be kind and helpful, and we'll react to it. But thank you all so much. Thank you for people who did support. You guys are very much appreciated. So we're going to give an outro to all these wonderful individuals, and we'll hand out. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. Thank you for always being here, no matter what we put you through. But this turned out nicer than the last 2 weeks. But thanks for being here, Lactoid. Really appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Yeah, generally, well-being of children is good. And then also, don't forget to catch the vice presidential debate tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to. Oh boy. So we can see JD Vance. Let's see if we can have one likable moment. That's the play, right? If JD Vance can manage a single likable moment, right, where he can say, "Now that's why we picked him as a VP." That will be amazing. That's his goal. Just one likable moment. But it's gonna fail. Next we'll go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, thanks for being here, friend, and being fantastic. We've missed you. We didn't have you. I missed you. I didn't have you here last week, and there was a Gibbs-sized hole in my heart.
I missed being here. I wish I could have been, but driving. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me as Admiral Gibbs everywhere. Not with a 6, but we're 6s in solidarity today. I also noticed that when me and GSU changed it, for promoting all these Christian values, we don't count her original 6. We got the Mark of the Beast in there. Kind of concerning. On that note, yeah, listen, after going to California, vote Trump, folks. You got to vote Trump. We don't want the socialist hellhole to take over. Vance, I'm looking forward to Vance whooping Wall's ass because he doesn't understand what walls are. And I'm pretty excited to hear him talk about, how he wants to trans the kids and maybe explain why he's got these really close alleged ties to the Communist Party of China. Kind of excited to see him explain that on national television. It's going to be good times. So looking forward to seeing the Vance Trump train roll. In fact, I might have something for you here. In a brief moment. Oh, here we go. We got it. Woo! Make America great again.
Do you mean like a border wall? He doesn't understand what a border wall is?
Yeah, he would say that.
Yeah,
if he,
walls.
Hey, where was that hat made, Gibbs? Read the tag.
Hopefully China, because it's good business. But what I'm saying is, listen, yeah, he made that comment about how if there was a 25-foot wall, he would invest in 26-foot ladder factory. I was like, yeah, that's real productive. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean,
it should have been a bigger ladder.
It's a very capitalist thing to say. You should respect that, right?
So yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't. There'd be a demand, right?
I mean, I obviously would buy stock in the company. I'm not a dumb. Yeah. Things are going against me.
We love Gibbs.
Yeah. He bites every bullet too. He bites even more bullets than Lactoid.
Yeah.
Which is hard to.
We're gonna get gunpowder poisoning one of these days. All right, let's go.
It'll be all right.
To our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for coming through. This is the Barrel of Fun.
Yeah, this was definitely always fun. I was a little bit under the weather today, but this makes me feel good just being here. And always a great discussion. And what I will say, I'm gonna bait Gambit a little bit, where I do find it ironic that just like Lactoid, they were sort of on the same page. They're all about the well-being of the children. It's got to be for the children, and yet Gambit, it's permissible in his world to hit children. Okay, that's a non-starter in my world.
Absolutely, and I've won that argument.
But not for me though, Corey.
Yeah, I know, and I'm absolutely your ally in this, Lactoid. So I just want to sow the discord between Gambit and Lactoid since there was alignment there. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell, Gambit, Ali, Ghosty, iCal Rich, Gibbs, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Pride.
Love you too, friend. Next, let's go to our friend iCal. This was great having you here. You didn't we didn't get to exercise was your Catholic side here. Didn't really discuss that in much detail.
Yeah, that's true. I did bring in some Freud though, so my like history anecdotes, like that streak has continued, so that's good. I just wanted to say tomorrow the debate is going to be good, but it's only the second most important thing happening tomorrow, and I was kind of hoping that we would be around for another 20 minutes because in 20 minutes I would be able to say happy birthday, President Carter.
Okay.
Yo,
He's turning,
the only president
what,
from
like
Georgia,
100?
Plains, Georgia.
Turns 100 tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. I can stick around for 20
That's
minutes.
the most important event happening tomorrow.
I was sticking around for 20 minutes just for my friend Echo, right? No one else has to stay.
Oh, okay.
But I will stick around for the next 20 minutes, hang out with our friend.
Well, now I just gave a spoiler, so you know.
Everyone else can stick around with if you'd like as well. If not, that's fine. Next is our friend Ghosty. See, with Ghosty, I've decided it's probably best that I watch my P's and Q's around her. See, Ghosty's got fuck you money, right? She's also got like I'll disappear you money. Ghosty could I mean if she want, I'm not that she would, right? And I wouldn't say that she would, but I mean theoretically she could hire people to make her problems, you know, poof, just disappear out of nowhere, right? And what's worse would not be if like, you know, two in the back of the head. No. Well, it'd be worse if I ended up in Ghosty's vast basement.
My lair.
Because as we learned during the prison discussion, right? Ghosty isn't kind to prisoners.
I don't fuck around. I
The
don't
burn
fuck
pits.
around.
The burn pits. She's all for the burn pits.
Yeah, the burn pits. Holy fuck.
That's my stigmatization, okay?
Well, that's
It's a
stigmatized
threat
prisoner.
of danger.
So just, you know, watch yourself. I'm just saying that you should watch yourself around Ghosty. Ghosty, thank you humbly for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I just want to say I really don't see any benefits to stigmatization in like the general sense. There are some exceptions, but in general, like again, with abortion, you can stigmatize abortion. If a woman still needs an abortion, she'll get it, and now she just hates herself. With the addicts, you can stigmatize drugs and addiction, and then they'll just like not seek getting help because they feel so ashamed and they feel like they can't reach out or tell anybody. You could even stigmatize women smoking cigarettes when they're pregnant and they'll just do it in private. So I just like, again, these things suck, sure, but stigmatization is not the solution. I'm Ghosty, spelled with a 6, and you can find me on YouTube and X, but mostly YouTube. I do weekly live streams. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, friend. And next we have Ali. Ali, you were fantastic. I love when Ali's firing all cylinders. I really do, right? Because you're like a fantastic guest. I think so. You've got like good opinions. You're very forceful and you can argue them. I'm very happy to have you, is what I'm saying.
I appreciate being here, arguing with you guys. Honestly, like I said, Mondays I will always try to be here, right? But once again, I go by Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And once again, I really implore everyone who's watching, just do some research on what's happening in the Middle East, Palestine, Gaza, Lebanon, and fucking Israel. But take the time, make an informed decision. But I do think it's time to make a decision. Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
Why is it fucking
Lebanon.
Israel?
Sorry, what?
Why was it fucking Israel? You didn't say
It's
fucking
fuck 'em.
Lebanon. Or...
Yeah,
Fuck them.
fuck them. Yeah, and Kamala Harris won't save Lebanon. She'll let the slaughter go on. She'll support it from the beginning to the end. She said as much. So it's
you heard Prime, vote Trump.
And Trump will send your boys and girls to die.
And all your tax dollars.
A pointless Middle East conflict. Indeed. Thank you so much. Oh, and tax dollars, because guess what Gibbs cares about? He doesn't care about the other parts. But the
280 billion.
There's no oil in Lebanon. I'm just saying.
There isn't.
All right, good to know. And Gambit, thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting the channel earlier. That was actually really kind of you, friend. But like I knew you would love this topic. We've talked about it before. We'll talk about it again in the future. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for everything.
No, yeah, this was great, man. I like everybody on the panel. I think y'all made people think. I think some of the call outs that Aiko, Prime, and somewhat Ghost as well had are important. I think when I think about positive and negative reinforcement, I am much more a fan of using positive reinforcement. I think there's lots of axes where stigmatization or negative reinforcement can be bad. So I think we should be very purposeful and intentional in the way that we use stigmatization. And I think that my angle, anytime I am using stigmatization, is to create conviction within a person so that they change their behavior, not to create shame so that they like live in their bad behavior, but they just feel bad about it. So, yes, I think we should be very careful with the way that we use stigmatization. I think it's more important to prop up positive things that we want to see in the world rather than focus on stigmatizing the negative.
Okay.
But second thing, everyone should look into any research that Corey gives you on beating kids. I think beating kids is bad. I think whippings are important. And I think any data that Corey gives to you, I've done this with him multiple times now and won every single time. None of those talk about
absolutely not.
socio political nature of the people that they're studying, the economic status of the people they're studying. None of those factors are taken into account. And because of that, all of the research is bonked. So don't believe anything that Corey gives you, because all of the methodologies and everything he will ever link you on it are ridiculous, and there's situations where people are obviously going too far. None of it takes into account.
Ass whippings, kids need more ass whippings.
Okay.
None of it.
I was just going to say there's a difference
neurotransmitters.
between the whippings that Gambit's talking about, right, and what Gibbs calls a whoopings. Those are different.
We
those
need
are
more of
different
those.
things.
So if you need to leave, you can leave if you have to. I'm gonna stick around for a little bit. But like I want to discuss this for a little bit then.
I'm going to be bad faith though and say pretty much GSU Gambit is pretty much basically defending child sexual assault or the sexual abuse of children, because you could say the same thing about
disavow.
he would say I'm not convinced about the evidence of child sexual abuse, and so we should throw it all out. The methodology is bad, the socio-demographics are all bad.
What would make you think that?
I'm just really suspect of child sexual abuse research.
Wait, why would you think I would? First off, I don't have that position. I'm trying to understand. I understand to make a bad argument, you have to make more bad arguments. So you're like digging your heels into your bad argument. But I want to see how you connect for the audience here. How do you connect my position on whippings versus beatings to support of child sexual assault?
Absolutely. So name me any piece of research that convinces you that child sexual abuse is harmful, and I will give you the exact same research for child corporal punishment.
I think there's a level of intuition that removal of agency is bad. And I actually want to finish.
Just say you don't have any evidence.
I actually want to wait. If you don't want me to finish, that's fine. If you want to talk to yourself, but if you want to engage with me, just as I let you speak, I like the same respect. Is that cool? Okay, cool. So I think that we can clearly see that something like removal of agency, especially removal of like sexual agency, is likely to lead to bad outcomes. I'm not even as much interested in the data because there's a rule being violated for me. So even if there was data to support that this rule should exist, I would be against it in principle because I don't believe the removal of agency in that way is a good thing.
Okay, what I will say is I will let the lawyer decide. Lacto, do you think that's a good argument when he just invoked intuition?
I think he's appealing to the Institute of Applied Intuitive Knowledge. It's a well-known institute that, as I think Ali said before, you may have the data,
but
Corey, he's got the anecdote. Yeah. So, I mean, can you really argue with that? I can't.
You're right. I can't argue with ridiculousness. You are absolutely correct.
No, on some axes, I think intuition is important because in data, if you've studied data at all, which I study things like big data, it's about what you go looking. No, it's about what you go looking for, the hypotheses that drive you to look for this, and even the motivations to create those experiments. So when something is wrong, like just completely viscerally. I don't care that someone might be able to somewhat construct audience or something that can lead to bad outcomes. So if I said enslaving people is good, hey, look, here's this data that enslaving people is better for enslaving people. I would not start to advocate for the enslaving of people. It sounds like you would, which is fine. But some people have based rules that they understand intuitively are bad, and they won't let bad experiments change their perception of what's obviously wrong. But if you can be convinced out of all of your principles just by a mere sheet of paper saying something to the obvious, that's true. I think those people have low intelligence.
It would not be one sheet of paper.
I think those people have low intelligence that do that, and luckily I'm a high intellect being, so I understand the construction of experience, the construction of leaving out controls and how that impacts the output of an experience.
You touched on another
Intuition
good point
tells us that the sun goes around the earth, right?
Well,
But
hold on.
data says the opposite.
Hold on. He touched on another good point there, Iko. Like he touched this. So like, what if you what are the results? Like, what if you disagree on the outcomes, right? Like, so like, I know if Corey, I feel like in good faith, Corey's probably going to present a lot of data that's probably accurate, and we'll say this result is good, right? I don't necessarily like on this topic, right? No, not slavery. On the kids.
On the whipping side. Okay.
Yeah, I think where you and I would agree though, and because I also think the kids need ass whippings. Is that it's real simple. Is that I don't think the results that they're giving us are actually a good thing. I think we're getting more entitled little assholes that need ass whippings and that can sit here and screech and turn into visible, like basically borderline. I don't know what word we want to use, but there's something wrong with them. They're screeching. They're like turning into all sorts of wild things. Like I had a girl over here the other day, and she just goes, "My kid's bad," and I'm like, "Well, give him an ass whipping." "Oh, I don't hit my kid." Well, guess what? I was a bad kid too. I took a little bit of the rod and I stopped being a bad kid. It's real simple. Like spare the rod, spoil the child. And I don't think that this outcomes that Corey's advocating for is actually the better result.
Yeah. So this parallels back to
your
what
point, Gambit.
Sure. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I believe you mentioned the words, correct me if I'm wrong, about like intuitive and like viscerally. Okay, and what I would say, since obviously you're not going to respond to data, and like as Lactoid correctly characterized,
Wait. I said on certain issues, those things are more important. I didn't say sum total in all issues, only care about your intuition.
I understand, but what I would say, I can make this, if you don't have a visceral or intuitive reaction to hitting children, then like, yeah, you just have a poor intuition, and you arguably don't
that's
have
fine for you to say,
proper conception of love, and you don't actually love your children.
Yes, I think it is very okay for you to make arguments that support your bad opinion. I believe in free speech as well. So I believe in personal agency. So you, Corey, should be able to make very bad arguments that lead to people.
I support my arguments with data, and you just like brush it away.
Yeah,
just
very
like,
bad data. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. About child sexual abuse, I understand. And you literally appeal to intuition.
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump created data that there's Haitians eating dogs, and he used that bad data for his bad opinion that's actually.
I'd like to see the data. I want him to present that data.
I want to see the data. Yeah, exactly. If you showed that data, I would view Donald Trump differently if you actually showed data ever.
No, I'm saying that he can create this bad data. But
hey,
I think more. Hold on, wait. I think more importantly, what Admiral Gibbs has highlighted is that negative reinforcement is a skill issue. And there are certain parents that understand emotions of kids, emotions of themselves, how there's an interplay there, and they understand how to use whippings and also use conversation with our kids in order to create good behavior. And there are others that litter all of the data that Corey is going to give you that have bad skill. And what Corey has said is there are bad skilled people. So this object is bad rather than saying these bad skilled people are bad. So, and that's sum total what I think is happening. But go ahead.
You can just replace everything he said, replace like whatever whoopings, and just child sexual abuse, and it naturally follows.
Everyone believes that. Right, Prime, you believe that, right? You believe that people that advocate that there's a difference between whipping and beatings are somewhat okay with sexual assault to kids, right? You believe you think that logically follows just like Corey does, right?
I will keep out of that. Lactoid, what do you think about this idea though? About I guess it's principle versus data, right? So you can have a principle or a rule. I however you Gambit would externalize this, but like a principle or rule that dictates how you see life, or that like this is what's right, okay, and then that is incongruous with data that's presented, right? And let's say it's good data. Should that ever trump this rule, right? Like again, let's say slavery turns out to be good, right? And there's good data behind that. But then you have this idea that people shouldn't be enslaved. What happens there for you?
So I'm a little bit more of a consequentialist, I think, just in the way that I think about things. So I'm going to be looking more at the end result. When it comes to this particular topic, though, I think one of the reasons why I agree with Corey so much is that, like, not only does not hitting children, like that my intuition is not to hit a child, right? I don't want to hit children. Like this is like
intuition.
Yeah, this is like naturally like a bad thing, right? Because it's a child, they're defenseless. I don't want to hit them. And so the question is, okay, I would hit him, I guess, if the empirical evidence demonstrated that it was like very good for me to hit them in certain circumstances, right? If the empirical evidence like overrode this intuition that I have of shouldn't hit children, then I could be convinced to do it. But
can I ask you a question?
All the evidence appears to demonstrate the opposite, right? And you can have issues with like the methodology, and that's fine. But for me, the burden of proof is on the person been trying to convince me to hit the child. I got
the evidence for you. Like thousands of years we've been doing this.
No, wait. We can easily debunk this. So, Lactoid,
okay.
There's a kid that's about to run into the street and run into a car, and the car is going to hit them. The only way that you can intervene is some physical force against the kid that's about to run into the street.
Not childhood corporal punishment.
Just clock him.
Would you make
we all agree with that. Everyone here agrees with that.
Wait. I'm trying to talk to Lactoid. Would you agree that there are certain situations where you would intervene physically because you think that's for the better outcome of the child?
Well, it's yes, but keep in mind, like I have, I guess, empirical reasons to believe that being struck by a vehicle is detrimental to the health of a child. And so if I am witnessing a child about to be hit by a multi-ton vehicle, like there's I have an empirical understanding of cars hitting children is bad for the child. So yes, I might take physical steps immediately to intervene if that's the best solution that I find possible. But I think what Corey's referencing is using physical punishment to affect behavioral changes in children, right? And so I'm unconvinced as to the data presented because again, naturally, like my intuition, don't hit the children unless necessary. Necessary for getting to avoid getting hit by a car.
There's
necessary,
data for this.
I agree. But when it comes to like, okay, I'll open the data.
Like, so isn't if they're like reaching for something, for like if they're reaching for the stove and you tap their hand real quick,
sure, smack a kid on the hand.
That's not hitting.
There's data that shows that you actually need something that's sort of like painful and memorable, so that the child associates pain with what he was about to do in terms of
really.
No,
yes,
really?
That is interesting.
Wait. That's different than punishment. You're not punishing the child and putting.
No. I'm saying this to. I'm not saying this. I'm saying this to agree with Lactoid. I'm saying that that's fundamentally different than correcting like behavioral.
That's not punishing a child. If a child
is punishing,
right? It's not a punishment.
No,
it's an
it isn't.
association.
If the child is reaching if the child's reaching for a flame, they're going to burn their hand. You're not punishing them for potentially burning their hand.
We're not talking about punishment.
Wait, but I know. Wait. Let me finish my statement.
So this is ridiculous.
So your reaction to like smack a hand away isn't punishing the child for the action that they're doing. It's prevention of them burning their hand. They're going to associate the small tap and that small pain with knowing that if I reach for a flame, it'll probably hurt, if not hurt more. But then there's difference between like your kid coming home with like bad grades and you beating them because they had a bad report card. Those are two different things.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Aren't they going to do the same thing though? Isn't that the same
likelihood? No, they're not the same thing. The likelihood that your kid is okay, what's more likely that your kid's going to have?
Hey, don't come home with bad grades.
What's more likely is your kid going to come home with better grades because you beat them, or is it because you helped them with their homework?
Yes, I came home with better grades. I was an all A student. I was an all A student for the rest of my life. I got beat for having bad grades, and I wasn't an all A student.
Hold on.
You had a parent with a skill issue. That's fine. It's okay.
No.
All of our parents have skill issues.
I got whooped pretty heavily. It's just eventually you get big enough to where you can whoop back, and it's not really a thing.
No, but then you broke them.
Yes.
Hold on. No.
You had a parent with a skill issue.
Man.
I mean, I got to be a lot bigger than my dad. I still wouldn't have gone back.
All of our parents have certain skill issues. I think one time I brought home a B in my life, and my mom was careful in the way that she created conversation, in the way that she created negative reinforcement around that, such that I never did it again because I understood that this is something that's not acceptable. And there were positive conversations that happen, and there are negative conversations and whippings that happen. And I was able to look at this and say, okay, wait, so I need to prioritize being the best student so that this situation doesn't happen. And there are certain situations that come up where a high-skilled parent on that issue can create positive change through something like whippings.
You can do that without physical intervention, though, too. You can
some people can't. You can't do that.
I don't think.
Can I go down a line of like let's think about this like realistically.
I want to go down a line after that.
Let's say that like
is this to me or
well this is to you and Gibbs, right? This is like a line of questioning. Okay. I don't want to do a line of cocaine. This is a line of questioning.
Damn.
So
happy birthday, President.
Maybe to like I guess really to eliminate when I'm saying like my intuition is not to hit children. Let's say that like your wife,
which is also my intuition.
Sure. Let's say your wife does something stupid. Would you be okay with like getting your wife to associate doing something dumb with immediate physical pain?
That is not a fair equivalent. That is unfair equivalent.
I am asking a question.
No, that's not the same scenario. Actually,
I'm asking a question. Why?
No, the answer is no. It's because it's a totally different situation. Like, that's not a fair situation.
Nobody's answering my question. What's that all about?
It's not a fair question.
Adults can't understand associations.
No.
I'll answer it.
Actually.
Wait. To be clear, Admiral Gibbs is answering you. I'm going to go next. I'm not running from your question. I'm waiting for my turn.
I did not accuse you of running from my question.
Yeah, no, that's I guess you could call me running. That's a false equivalency. It's not a fair 1-to-1 ratio. Right?
I think hitting a child is worse than hitting an adult. I would rather hit my wife than hit a child personally.
Well, that's crazy. But let's expand.
I would do neither, but I'd rather hit an adult than a child.
Let's just depend on the line of thought of the. Well, okay, I'm not even going to go there. Listen, first we're going to go with the stove's there, right? First, you'll say it's not punishing, like boom, and then GSU are brought up. Hey, the example of the studying. What wasn't just the grades? If you had like consistently bad grades, they're sitting there taking time out every night to go through the stuff with you, or hiring tutors, and it's still not working, or you're like, hey, sneaking off the day before the test and drinking out at the party in the pasture, and then going to the test and failing. Maybe they need to come in here and give you an ass whooping. Like you can take a whooping. You don't go out to the pasture party the night before the test. It's real simple. Same thing the coaches used to do. You fuck up on the field. What do? You're going to run in practice. Guess what? We're going to run in practice. You're going to have the failure. Then you're going to do fumble drills so you don't fumble. It's the same kind of thing. You have the pain that goes, it sucks. Then you have the reinforcement with it. So it's both. You have to have both. Otherwise, you get Gen Alpha.
Don't forget the CTE. Don't forget the CTE. We always got to include the CTE.
Yeah. This is not an answer to my question. You're just describing the mechanism. I understand you have an answer, but just real quick to Gibbs. You're just describing the mechanism of like physical reinforcement. What my question was not that like I understand the theory behind this. Okay, now unfortunately this theory doesn't appear to be empirically correct. But I'm rolling with the theory. Why wouldn't this apply to my wife? Right? She did the dishes. No. Think about this. Right? She did the dishes incorrectly for the 4th time in a row. Right? Every time she does the dishes incorrectly, she gets a black eye. Now she knows to not do the dishes incorrectly. Now she knows she's not going to fuck up again.
Well,
right? She's not. She forgot to pick up the kids. She forgot to pick up the kids. Now she's broken arm. She's not going to remember.
She's smart. She's going to learn to put arsenic in your food. That's the secret. Like we have the negative.
What does that have to do? I know. I'm trying to teach her a lesson.
Well,
she needs to properly dry off the bottle opener. Like this is what Bill Burr said. Like you can properly dry. Otherwise, it's going to rust. Otherwise, it's going to rust.
This is a child. This is totally different. You're not going to go.
The child is innocent. The child is innocent.
Answer.
Child needs the woman.
GSU. Yeah, go ahead when you can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that there's a difference in adults and kids. In one, their ability to understand things, and I think 2, there's a different commitment that you have to kids than you have to something like your spouse. So if I am raising a kid my understanding of my relationship with my kid is that I have a commitment to create the best environment to get the best outcomes for my kid. With my significant other, it's like, if we have accesses that we agree on, that's fine. And if we have accesses that we don't agree on, that's also fine. And that person has personal agency just like I do, and we can decide to leave each other's. But when it comes to kids, that's not a thing for me, at least. Maybe that's the thing for people
So
who
you should
put their
beat
kids
them
up for
because they
adoption.
can't
But
So
for
you
me,
can
that-
keep hitting them and they can't leave you.
Catholics don't believe in divorce, brother.
Wait. First, I had to make sure Lactoid understands my difference in the commitment that I think we have to kids versus a spouse. Now, secondarily, like I talked about with understanding, I don't think kids have the ability to process at the levels, at the ages that I'm okay with corporal punishment or whatever word we want to use. I don't think kids have the ability to process the primary, secondary, tertiary effects of some of their behavior. And I think that barbaric behavior, and I'm using like probably what's the second definition of barbaric, which is like primitive or unsophisticated. I think there's something about corporal punishment that helps shortcut that process for them to understand, because they don't have the ability to process the situation. And you can't make an argument to them on why they shouldn't run in front of the car. You just need to help them to understand that.
That's not corporal
Wait. Just to be clear, like if my wife was about to step in front of a moving car, I'm also going to physically and very violently.
Hold up, wait.
Wait.
You're saying they don't have the process to understand like a conversation or understand like discipline through forms of conversation, but you think they have the wherewithal to like understand like that they're being beat and not internalize that into something?
Absolutely.
So
when we say beat, I'm not talking about beating.
Wait. So you think kids can, like, they can't process conversation or discipline, but they can process abuse?
No,
it's not abuse. Hold on.
I mean, it is abuse.
Wait.
No, spanking is not abuse.
We're not talking about spanking.
Hold on. To be very clear, he's asking me this question, right?
Yeah.
So the very reason why you have to push your kid out of running towards the moving car and you don't have to do it for your wife is because they don't understand the primary, secondary, and tertiary effects of that action.
You have to push your wife if she's running towards the car anyways.
Probably running for the car to get away from us.
If you're out with your wife and she's just like running, like, you guys are just out and like she just happens to like run around, whatever it may be, and she's unaware of the fact that a car is coming, you have to push your, like, the reason you're pushing the kid is because they're unaware of the car that's coming.
You're presenting a different situation.
No, I'm not. The kid is getting hit by a car because he's unaware.
If you let me explain and you keep interrupting with nonsense, you'll understand. The kids aren't always doing things because they like don't see the car. They're prioritizing fun and other things over their safety. It's not that they don't know the damn car can run them over. It's that that's secondary to right now. I want to
they're
have
unaware
fun.
to their situation. They don't think the car's going to hit them.
It's not. No, it's not that. It's that they're prioritizing that branch of reality less because fun is more important.
There can be other forms of punishment.
Hitting them doesn't solve that. It's one.
Yes, that's why you hit them. That's why you push them out.
You push them to prevent them. You push them to prevent them from being hit by the car. And then when they fall and they're crying, you talk to them afterwards and you explain. That's literally what happens. You explain to them.
You don't hit them afterwards.
Oh my God!
You don't hit them after saving them.
I'm not saying you hit them afterwards.
You push them. Wait. You push them out of the way of the car because you don't want them to be hit by the car. That moment where they're getting pushed, they are not realizing or aware of literally anything. Their adrenaline is spiked to the max. They're not. No, they're not. Have you been hit by a car? I've been hit by a car. I know what the reaction is. Go back to what I'm saying.
So it's possible that since you're the type of person that would get hit by a car, you're too ignorant to understand this conversation.
But my kids
You don't
understand.
understand
why
Are you
my dad
retarded?
pushed
Are
me.
you retarded? Let me finish my fucking
No,
point.
no, no,
So when when you
retarded.
push a kid, when you push a kid, the reason you're pushing a kid is so they don't get hit by a car. You're not doing that to teach them the lesson of not getting hit by a car. The way you teach them the lesson is afterwards, after the crying, after the adrenaline comes down. You sit and you explain to them, hey, the reason you got pushed was because you were going to run into a car and I had to save you. Therefore, they realize, oh, I shouldn't be running into the street. You explain to them, hey, you can't run into the street because cars can come and hit you. And if a car hits you, it's way worse than if I push you. That's not the push that made them realize that the car, they can't be.
You're going to keep regurgitating. I'm trying to interrupt you because you keep saying something over and over
I don't
and over
give a fuck what you're trying to say. I want to regurgitate. It's my fucking point, bro.
Okay,
all you've been doing is
keep
cutting
going,
people off, man. No, I'm done now. I'm done now. I finally
It's all
finished my
loose.
point. But Jesus Christ, let someone get a point off.
You want to say it again? Do you want to say it a third time?
No, I'm good. Just fucking reply.
So listen,
Apparently, it's very important.
There are certain people like you that have very low intelligence, probably less than 80 IQ. When I push my kid and then they see
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, I'm gonna finish. Actually, I'm gonna finish.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Can you mute him?
No, shut the fuck up. You want to sit here and talk?
Hey,
Jesus Christ, man.
Hey, knock it off. Knock it off. We're gonna
learn to have a conversation without just shitting on people or cutting them off. Calm the fuck down.
You cut me off all night. What are you talking about? You've interjected with stupid point after stupid point, and now I'm fed up with it.
So but anyway, you were cutting me off all night because you think I have stupid points.
Okay, so we're gonna let you finish. And then if you want to spawn Ali, we can do that. Let's go.
Yeah. So thankfully, I have a high IQ child. And when I push my daughter and she notices the car that runs by, yes, I can have a conversation with her about the fact that a car could have hit you and you could have died. But also my daughter has enough intelligence to understand, oh, this is why dad pushed me, because he can understand that this car would hit me just like now I understand it. I was prioritizing fun over safety. Fortunately, there are high IQ beings that understand that. It is okay to have that secondary conversation, but it isn't true that necessarily you always need to have those conversations.
What? Not that helpful at all. Wait, what?
You don't think most people understand that cars hitting you hurt? Wait. Do you think
your children are just so smart that you can just prevent them from getting hit by a car and not have a conversation with them afterwards?
Absolutely.
They just get it, Ghosty. They just understand it.
To be clear, I think this is true for most kids that are above the age of 2. Maybe I'm in a different arena somewhere, and just like people understand that cars can hurt, and maybe this isn't just intuitively true for most people that y'all hang around, or you yourselves.
You just wouldn't understand, Ollie. You just wouldn't get it.
Fortunately for me, I've been immersed inside of people who understand that cars can hurt you.
Yeah. So,
what was your Mensa gambit? Did you take Mensa?
If you can set an IQ, but I'm curious, since you like to talk about high IQ. So, I think generally speaking, the conversation we're having is about childhood corporal punishment. Okay. Do you think the car example and the oven example qualifies under childhood corporal punishment? And why do you keep bringing that up? Or like that's in your mind, just like in your mind.
Y'all brought up this topic. Y'all brought up this topic, so I just responded to it.
What did I just say? What words can you repeat back? What I just said in terms of childhood corporal punishment?
No. You don't understand that Lactoid said, I'm going to ask a question to Admiral Gibbs and Gambit, and I want a response. And now I'm just responding. So you
Sure.
Wait. I didn't interrupt you. You're not smart enough to understand that Lactoid asked a question.
Oh no, Corey's not smart either.
Wait.
I'm dumb, Corey.
Wait. Can I talk? I'm just being a good interlocutor to Lactoid, and I'm responding to what he asked. Now, if you say, do I think this conversation is pinnacle or important to the conversation of corporal punishment? I don't. But Lactoid said, hey, why is nobody answering my question? And I said, hey, Lactoid, I'm not running from you. I just haven't had a chance to answer. So the answer to your question is no, I don't think this is important for the other conversation, but I do think if Lactoid asks a question and then he presents it as if we're running away from answering it, I'm going to answer it.
Okay, and when did I
say that anybody was running from the question?
You didn't. No, we weren't. So maybe you didn't mean to do this. You asked the question, and then Admiral Gibbs didn't give an answer. I was trying to interject and say, hey, y'all be quiet so I can answer. And then you did say something like, oh, it's funny how nobody's answering the question. I can't remember what you said.
Gibbs didn't answer the question. I was holding Gibbs' feet to the fire. I understand that you hadn't had a chance to go yet.
I'd also
when you said it the first time, it sounded like it was to me and Gibbs. Maybe I wasn't smart enough that moment to understand that. But I think if we rewind the tapes, you'll agree with me that you were making a general statement that wasn't directed at Gibbs. But I don't know if we need to go into that.
Okay,
But go ahead, Corey. What's your question?
So I don't want to put words in Lactoid's mouth, but when you're going under your line of questioning, okay, and I'm pretty sure you were going under the line of questioning of childhood corporal punishment. Do you think the car example and the oven example is applicable? Like he's really speaking to your point and to your question.
Wait, are you asking me or Lactoid? I heard you say Lactoid.
I'm asking Lactoid when he's going under that line of questioning.
So I was just making sure it wasn't to me.
Sorry, ask one more time.
So when you were going under your line of questioning, okay, whatever it was, but under like when you were pretty much we're on the topic of childhood corporal punishment, okay, do you think the car example and the oven example that Gambit is invoking, that falls under what we're generally talking about?
No. Well, so there's a couple things that happened. I specified that I don't think that. Gibbs went on to just explain it. Right. And then Gibbs kind of just went on to explain like a theory behind how this could like work. And I said, I told Gibbs that no, it's not answering my question. And then I kind of like went back and forth with him a little bit. And Gambit, I'm pretty sure I specifically said that I'm not accusing you of running. I think I specifically said that. I can recall that.
After I called it out.
This was going back and forth with Gibbs, right? You said I'm not running, and I said I haven't accused you of running.
No, this is what I'm telling you. The reason why I said I'm not running is for the statement that preceded that. It is true that when I called out and I said, hey, I'm not running, you then said, hey, I'm not talking about you. Yes, I understand you're going to respond later. I'm telling you why I even interjected into the conversation that I'm not running. It was because of that previous statement that you had made.
Look, that was directly to Gibbs, not referred to you.
The topic of corporal punishment became equated with the hand situation because when we were talking about corporal punishment, you brought up, you're like, hey, so like you brought up the hypothetical of your kid running into the street, and if the only way that you could prevent them on the street was by pushing them or invoking some type of physical like action. So like this whole conversation then stemmed into that, but now what Corey's saying is that has nothing to do with corporal punishment, which is what we're talking about. That's not corporal punishment. Is like
and since you know,
can I respond to him? Can I respond to him?
Yeah, sure. But if I just want to get since I'm the only two person here, like I put a definition of corporal punishment in the Discord, and maybe we can go with that since it seems to be really important to define our terms here.
Okay, so socio, they're calling you something else. I don't know what your name is. So I'm just sociologic. But so the reason why I brought that up to Lactoid, we're on a panel, because I wanted him first to admit that there are cases in which someone intervenes physically with kids because they think there's a necessity to do so. Now, I asked that question because I was planning to lead into more argumentation, and then it got interrupted and that question got asked. So I brought that up for a greater reason to go into a different argument, and then a different question I brought up because we're on a panel, and then that started to be reacted to. So first I wanted, because what Lactoid was saying is, I don't think we should ever physically intervene with kids because the data doesn't support that. So my first thing was to say there are cases.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. Wait, and two, you have to infer what he's saying. So when he's saying like you shouldn't be,
that is not what I said.
He means punishing. He means corporal punishment. He doesn't mean that you can never tackle a child out of the way of a moving car. Those are two different things.
I answered your car question directly and immediately. Yes, you can grab the kid out of the way of the moving car.
Yes, those are two different things. Exactly. And that was the first point of several points that I was going to get you to concede. But what happened is the conversation then went off the rails.
That's not a concession. Hitting kids and pushing a kid out of the way of a moving car. Those are two different worlds.
If you rewind the tapes from the statement that he said, you will understand why I first had to get him to concede that. Now that you've conceded that, you've said that there are times where we interact with children physically when we believe it's necessary, right? And now what we're talking about is the difference in what we consider necessary or what we consider just. And there are, just like Gibbs was saying, there are situations where we think this will derive a better outcome than the opposite, which is not to intervene physically. So, and I've talked about this with Corey a lot of times, I don't believe in, I don't know how this is going to define corporal punishment. Corey, I'll look at this in just a second, but I don't believe in this into perpetuity. I think it becomes harmful at certain points in a child's life. I think early on in a child's life, it's very important to intervene this way in certain situations. I think as your kid matures, as they hit age 8, age 9, age 10, blah, 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 we shouldn't be using these tools because there are better tools. So with my kids are 8 and 6 now. I rarely ever intervene with them physically. The younger they were though, and it wasn't like I was like hitting them with like extension. I don't believe in hitting people with objects and shit. I just slap them on the hand. And that's what I would consider maybe multiple times, depending on what they did. I would intervene with them that way. But this is because they were at a young age where they couldn't understand all of the consequences of all of their actions. As they grow, their intelligence grows, their ability to understand grows. And I use those tools much less unless it's a more and more egregious violation of something that they shouldn't be doing.
You gave the example of like having bad grades and how
Absolutely.
like using physical intervention would help
Yes.
that. So you think that works better for younger kids?
Wait,
You think
I
like
was wait.
using
The
physical
specific, hold
intervention on younger children will help them get better
I want to
grades?
answer you. I want to answer you because
before you do, Pachydermis Absurdist gave $5 for super chat. Thank you so much. That was only 6 minutes ago. Don't look at me, Corey. Says
This is good.
Says lost 3 kids to cars because I would not hit them getting. I would not hit them getting divorced.
He wouldn't beat them
because I wouldn't hit them, and then I guess period getting divorced. But I regret nothing. Happy birthday, President Carter. Okay. Well,
yes, that was all over the place.
Wait, just real quick, before we get back. So, like,
appreciate you.
Wait, can I answer her question? She asked a question to me. She asked a question to me. I wanted to answer it. She asked me specifically about.
Go ahead.
So specifically, the thing that I was referencing earlier, I was in. It's called Head Start, which is before kindergarten when that issue happened with my mom. After that, I was a gifted student for the rest of my scholastic career. So yes, I am saying that at younger ages, yes, that's can be just in certain situations. To answer your question, I just want to make sure you.
Wait, Head Start doesn't use corporal punishment, though.
No, my mom. I said my mom, not the school.
Yeah. Okay. So
wait, hold on, wait. Let me. You said that you were put in Head Start.
No, wait.
And then
so
his mom hit
Ghost's
him,
question
and then
to me
you
was,
were an accelerated student.
Yeah. So to be clear, Ghost's question to me was, and make sure I'm getting you correct if I'm not intervening. You were saying, do I believe it's okay to intervene with corporal punishment with kids at young ages? That was, I think, your question, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, for like
so
behavioral correction.
Well, I think you asked about grades, or not just behavioral.
Well, yeah, that's an example of correcting one's behavior. Yeah. But that was an example you gave.
What does this have to do with Head Start specifically?
Okay, yeah. So
Head Start didn't make him a good student. Getting a beating is what made him a good student.
Yes, that's his point.
Yes.
I think maybe the Head Start did. I don't know.
Yeah. No. Specifically earlier, when I was referencing my mom, I was a terrible kid in Head Start. I was throwing chairs at people. I was doing all types of stupid, bad shit. My mom got me to a point where I would academically engage with the Head Start program, which is what made me a better student. And yes, if it weren't for her and she adopted a philosophy that y'all would have, I would probably be a kid that grew up and was in ISS and in-school suspension and other bad things. But luckily,
or you could be like a NASA scientist or something.
No.
We don't know.
Luckily, my mom understood that my behavior was the problem, and she understood that, hey, if I do this to him, he'll academically engage and he will excel. So yes, the long answer to your question, Ghosty, is yes. I believe in certain situations it is just to corporally punish kids at young age.
So like you just said, like with your kids, you would never you spank them on the wrist of something. That was kind of like the example you gave. Corporal punishment is like a specific, like it's punishment it's physical punishment such as caning, which is hitting someone with a cane, or flogging, and I had to look up what the fuck flogging was, and that's just a punishment in which the victim hit repeatedly with a whip or stick. So like corporal punishment is
when it says such as, those are examples, that doesn't mean it's
those are examples of types of corporal punishment. That's what we were.
But the base definition. Wait, the base definition, I'm just reading what Corey posted. Just because the chat can't see what Corey posted. The first part of it is defined as the use of physical force to cause a child to experience pain or discomfort.
I know. I just Googled the definition, so like they don't know. The
I'm just
adversary's
reading
probably
what
gonna
he posted.
I know, and I'm reading the Google definition, which is physical punishment, such as caning or flogging. So, like when people look it up, when they look up the term, and when people hear corporal punishment, they don't think a spank on the wrist. No one's talking about a slap on the wrist. No one's talking about a little like no one's talking about these types of
I've
instances.
talked to Corey about this. I've talked to Corey about this before. Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. His opinion is that any of those type of physical interactions are child abuse and should not be allowed. Corey, am I wrong?
Yeah, you should not lay a finger on your children unless you are trying to refrain them from running to traffic or touching a hot stove.
Exactly. So understand the landscape. I just want him to understand the landscape and the difference of my opinion and yours.
I provided an academic definition of childhood corporal, as in that is what the researchers use, their working definition.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just saying that for this conversation, now that you understand the landscape, maybe you have a different opinion, or maybe you have the same opinion that even hitting a child on the wrist is too much. What's your analysis?
I think that like the rest of us are like, Lacto's probably not so severe as like a little slap on the wrist, but like, yeah, the fact that like as an adult that you're hitting your child, that a child, especially under the age of like 3 or like 6 or 8, like is able to understand that the hit is some type of just like in any way, shape, or form positive, it's only going to invoke like fear. There is no positive reaction to like a kid be like, you're just going to be afraid of your parent. You're probably not going to you're just going to be afraid of doing that specific action, but you're not going to understand that the action is wrong. You're just going to do a different wrong action, then learn that, okay, if I do this action, I'll get hit. So it's just, you're just reacting to like getting hit. It's not so much that you understand that like, oh, the action I'm doing is wrong, unless you have the secondary part, which is the conversation, which is the important part of like what your kid should be under. The hitting is just like to instill some type of like authority or fear, but then the more important part and the actual part is like explaining to them why they got hit, which then we're arguing is that you don't need to hit the person and explain to them that what they did was wrong.